Test, test. I got nothing here, Travis. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Check, check. Hey. Nothing? Hey, hey. Travis, I got nothing. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Can anybody hear me on the speakers? You can hear me? Wonderful. If the boats are running, should I be louder? Okay, good to know. Travis, can you turn that up to like 6? Hey, hey. There we go. Can you? All right, we're good. Wonderful. Good. That's okay. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Welcome to the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. My name is Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North. I'll be bringing you all the live action for all offshore and Formula One and tri-hull racing here in a jam-packed day on Lake of the Ozarks. Down here right off the point at Lazy Gators. What a great vantage point we've got out on the water now. We've got some of the testing going on in the offshore classes here as a part of LOTO Powerfest in 2023. We're running a little bit behind, so those of you who jumped on at 10:45, we appreciate your promptness. Unfortunately, as things happen when you're on one of the most populated lakes in all of the United States, it takes a little bit longer at times to get the pleasure boats off the race course and get everybody out of the way so we can safely go under racing conditions. Out there right now, we've got the offshore boats, all the boats out there at once, just doing some testing as they get ready to fight for a championship in 2023 here at the LOTO Powerfest. All right, again, we've got some of the offshore boats out there running here as some of these drivers come across the start-finish line or down the backstretch here right in front of Lazy Gators. We've got side-by-side running. That's the number 54, Graydall, Supercat, and the number 3, Misbehave. And the 03, Dirty Money Racing, Powerhouse Recycling. In that Supercat class, going to be an absolute dynamic race in Supercat. We've got 8 Supercats from all across North America that have ascended here to Lake of the Ozarks. They're going to be at speeds excess of 140 miles an hour here on the shores of the big lake in the middle of Missouri. We can see our great drone pilot getting some of those overhead shots as we get the boat coming down there off the north end of the course. As he comes swinging around. It's a big, long course here. Offshore running a 4.5-mile, 6-pin course here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, where in the Formula One race, we're running a 3/4-mile, 5-pin course. There's the CMR roofing of Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. Sean Torrente, for those of you big Formula One Powerboat fans, one of the most decorated drivers in recent history, 3-time Formula One H2O champion. He's got a couple of Superstock and X-Cat championships under his belt as well. If it's a boat and it goes fast, Sean Torrente will be behind the wheel and probably be one of the front runners in the class, looking here to win again at LOTO Powerfest. There's that beautiful F32 GC racing machine with Willie Cabiza out of Miami, Florida behind the wheel, and Gary Ballou out of Palm Beach, Florida, the throttle man, running those twin factory 450R Mercury machines on the back of that 39-foot MTI Cat. He goes flying off into the distance, 130, 135 miles an hour as he slams it down the back stretch. Going to be a little bit of an interesting vantage point as the Formula One start-finish line is on my side of the lake. On the other side of the lake is the OPA start-finish line. There is another one of those factory stock. That's the F96 Doug Wright Powerboats machine, with Logan Adon behind the wheel and Ricky Maldonado out of Palmetto, Florida, the throttle man behind that big 38-foot Doug Wright catamaran with those twin Mercury 450Rs on the back. There's the 5 WHM Motorsports, one of the longest standing Supercat teams competing here in 2023. That's a 42-foot skater. Excuse me. That's a 40-foot skater run by Billy Moff out of Long Island, New York, and Jay Mueller out of New Jersey, making the long trek down here from the Northeast. Look at all the pleasure boats. So there's a channel between the race course and the shoreline that's a no-wake zone that allows pleasure traffic to move while we're racing. Kind of an odd thing that we're not used to here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. There you see the CMR machine of Sean Torrente and Sean Connor. And then there's the hometown boys from Performance Boating Center in that S21 with Myrick Coyle right here out of Osage Beach behind the wheel, and Rusty Williams out of Lake of the Ozarks, the throttle man behind that 32-foot Doug Wright. All right, race fans, for those of you here locally at Lazy Gators and Shady Gators, I need to make a couple announcements. One, Starting at 9 o'clock tonight at Shady Gators, we got the Ultimate Prince Tribute Band starting at 9 p.m. Tickets online or at the door here at Shady Gators. Also, any fans that brought their drone today, you might as well go put it back in the car. We're going to need to keep all drones out of the air. We're going to need to keep our airspace clear for our drone pilots that are going to be following all the racing action today. So if you brought your drone, I'm sorry to inform you, you're going to need to keep that thing beached or we're going to have to ask you to leave. So please make sure you keep that drone in its bag, in its case, or maybe go just put it back in the car and find another day to fly. We just need to make sure that everybody is safe and our drone pilots have the ability to freely move about the airspace above the race course. Again, racing's going to be starting here at 11:30 this morning. A little bit of a delay this morning, trying to get all the boats in and out of the water with a new race site here a little few miles further down the lake in 2023 for LOTO Powerfest. The logistics of getting all of those large Supercat and Superstock and offshore boats into the water using a crane got everything kind of off kilter and delayed this morning. We were supposed to start right at 10:45. But as you can see on the screen there, we're going to have racing starting at 11:30. So 11:30, we're going to get underway with our opening ceremonies with the national anthem. And then we'll get right into Formula One Fast Lap qualifying on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series before we turn it over to some of our offshore racing classes. They're going to be ripping around with us here all weekend long. Attention race fans here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Please make sure you keep your drones in their case. No drones can be flown today for safety purposes as we utilize drone technology to capture all of our live racing. The only drones allowed in the air are the officially licensed Formula One Powerboat Championship Series drones. So please keep your drone in its case. You cannot fly your drones here today. Unfortunately, come back tomorrow. You can rip around the lake all you want, but unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get any drone footage of the racing because we utilize drones ourselves, and they need to have clear airspace to operate. Thank you. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the 2023 LOTO Powerfest here, right at the nose of Shady Gators on Lake of the Ozarks for round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season, as well as round 2 of the Offshore Performance Association's racing season. My name is Thomas Yarber. I'm going to bring you all live racing action all day long here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, as we're just moments away from Formula Ones on the water for their fast lap qualifiers. We're going to split our Formula Ones into 2 groups. We're going to split our Formula One class into 2 groups, and they're going to have 5 minutes on the water to lay down their fastest elapsed time around this 5-pin course on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Once they lay down those fast lap qualifiers, we're going to split our field into 2. So the fastest boat's going to be the lead boat in Group A. The second fastest boat is going to be the lead boat in Group B. They're going to run 2 qualifying heats today, and then we're going to mush them together. We run our main event later on this afternoon and look to crown a champion at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. We've got a jam-packed day of racing as we've got Formula Ones, Texas Tri-Hulls, we've got Super Cats, Super Stock, Factory Stock, Modified V, Extreme V, all the bracket classes that are a part of OPA, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, and 700 bracket class. It is going to be wall-to-wall boat racing all day long here at Lake of the Ozarks. One of the most unbelievable lakes. If you've never had an opportunity to make your way down to Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, put it on your calendar. It is a spectacle to see. I've got probably about 2,000 boats lining the outside course marker all the way down from the south end of the course on that 4.5-mile track that the offshore boats are going to be running. And we've got inside of their track, we've got our Formula One and our Texas Tri-Hull class. If we get out and get in our buoy set for the first Group A qualifying fast lap qualifier, who is going to be our winner here in 2023. In 2021, when we were running up at the Bagnell Dam, we saw the 17 of Dylan Anderson take the lead early in our main event in Formula One. He was being tracked down hard by the veteran Terry Rinker, the number 10 out of Tampa, Florida. He was all in his rearview mirror, in the 17 of Dylan Anderson barrel rolled down in the far turn 3 on the far end of the course and had to watch from the shore as the 10 of Terry Rinker walked it all the way to victory. Can he go back-to-back here in 2023 and be the only driver to win on Lake of the Ozarks? Or will we see the young man out of Tennessee in that Anderson Marine blue and black Hoffman Formula One composite go back-to-back here in 2023 after he won the opening round in Port Neches, Texas about a month ago? Or could the 52 of Chris Rinker, that bright yellow Sylvan Pontoons Formula One, make his way to the top spot on the podium after a solid, hard-fought second place in our opening round in Port Neches, Texas? For those of you new to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, if you want to see some unbelievable, in-your-face drone shots of our live racing for all the offshore, go to F1PowerboatChampionship.com. Go to F1 Powerboat Championship on YouTube, or find F1 Powerboat Championship on Facebook. We're going to be streaming live on all 3 platforms all day today for all the racing, Formula One, Tri-Hull, and offshore included. Our Texas Tri-Hull class, we call that bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. You are in for a treat when it comes to Texas Tri-Hulls. These guys will go 4, 5, 6 wide in the corner. You probably end up seeing one boat on top of another at some point today. Bumper boats at 65 miles an hour was the most dynamic classes in all of boat racing in 2023. We saw our defending champion, the 17, and Neil Marsh. They call him the Dude, taking round 2 in 2023. And after a solid finish in the opening round in Freeport, Texas, he's got a nice solid lead, looking to go back-to-back here in 2023, try to be the 2-time Texas Tri-Hull champion as he made his way down from Hemlock, Michigan, here to the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. For those of you who are going to be hopping out on your boat and want to watch from the water, tune it to 92.7 The Mix FM. They're going to be broadcasting yours truly live on the radio. So if you're on your boat, you can hear all the live play-by-play, deck-to-deck action brought to you by myself in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Here at beautiful Shady Gators, the host of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest, Shady Gators and Camden on the Lake. After things got moved down from the Bagnell Dam, super excited to be down here again in 2023, looking to come back to Lake of the Ozarks for many years to come. As we're getting the course set here, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back and more from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
The meaning of dedication. The early mornings and the late nights spent pursuing your dream. The commitment and passion to turn those dreams into reality. That spirit of dedication is why Central Bank is always there, working behind the scenes, helping you navigate those twists and turns in your journey with solutions that are tailored to meet your business needs. Central Bank. We do business better.
Property damages, lost lives, horrible losses caused by floods can be minimized or prevented. DRIPS LLC believes the best way to prevent human suffering is through a fast and simple, stress-free barrier system. One 5-connected bag system replaces 750 regular sandbags and can be set up and filled in place by 2 men in less than 10 minutes. That's 200 times faster deploy than regular sandbags. Not only are our Big Bags USA barrier systems easy to lengthen and stack, but they conform to all types of terrain. Now is the time to implement a cost-saving, efficient deployment barrier plan and method. It's never too early to be prepared. Request a free quote today by calling 800-337-0537.
All right, your 2023 LOTO Powerfest brought to you by the great folks at Shady Gators, host of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Shady Gators and Lazy Gators, don't forget, Ultimate Prince Tribute Band tonight here at Shady Gators, 9 p.m. Find tickets online or at the door. JH Performance Boats, custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Moto Marketing Group. Dog Days Bar and Grill, open 11 a.m. daily. White Party on June 6th. The Canine Cannonball June 9th through 11th. Bogies and Beers October 3rd. Home of the Homegrown Festival celebrating 30 years June 24th and 25th. The Allstate Kuhn Insurance Agency. The Kuhn Insurance Agency has been taking the mayhem out of high-cost insurance rates since 2006. Call or text at 314-843-4443 for a quote in Missouri or Illinois before the mayhem comes for you. Be better protected with Allstate. Are you in good hands? The Hatch Restaurant here on Lake of the Ozarks. Casual lakeside dining here in Lake of the Oaks, Missouri. And Econolift. Econolift Boat Systems. Find the top quality boat system to get your boat up out of the water, protected and stored here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. All right, race fans, welcome back to Lake of the Ozarks. Thomas Yarbrough bringing you all the live racing action all day long here for the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. If we could please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem by the one and only Clayton Anderson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the one and only Clayton Anderson. And as they say, giggity, giggity, let's go racing, ladies and gentlemen, on the water. We've got the first half of the Formula One class looking to lay down their fast lap qualifiers here on this 4-pin, 3/4 mile course on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Who's going to come out on top and find themselves on pole position for our rolling starts later on today in the first of 2 qualifying heats? As they get rolling there's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Now we're locked in on the 24, the defending champion here in the Formula One class out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, running for Clover Construction, the number 24 of Spencer Love. As you can see, we've got up there on our live stream again, even if you're here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, tune in to F1PowerboatChampionship.com and you'll find all the live timing for our drivers here in Group A. We see there's the 59, Tyler Welch, the young driver out of Wayzata, Minnesota. Getting past there by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. We say, Jeremiah, get out of my way. Mayo, the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, had a solid finish in the opening round of 2023. Looking to do it again here in round number 2 here in 2023 on this rough water, on this big body here at Lake of the Ozarks. As the air to Jeremiah Mayo goes down, let's take a look. He's got the lead right now with a 37.597. Will he continue to be the leader? He lays the first lap to beat here in this fast lap qualifier of 39.597. Right behind him, our winner from round 1. That's the 17 of Dylan Anderson with a 38.043. Who's going to lay down the fast lap here in Group A? Will they be able to secure the top spot in qualifying? Later on today, there's the 190 of Dustin Terry, the young man out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Ameristar Roofing and Dog Days Bar and Grill. That black, we call that thing the Black Beauty, a tribute to the great driver Bill Siebold, the most decorated tunnel boat driver in the world. That was his old livery from back in the 60s and early 70s with that Ameristar Roofing and Dog Days on the side. He's got one of those brand new Mercury Racing Competition 4-stroke APX outboards on the back of that brand new 2022 Hoffman Composite. He goes setting down into turn number 1. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson running with the 99 of Travis Yates as Dylan Anderson walks it across the start finish line. Can he knock off the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? So close with a 37.986, but Jeremiah Mayo's now gone sub 37 seconds with a 36.530. Can anybody knock off the young man out of Richmond, Texas, running for Phase 3 performance here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks? Zipping by in the 4 screen there. The 4 screen there, right in the front of the screen, is the 24 Spencer Love. Love knocks off the 17 of Anderson. He goes 37.273, moving himself up into second place. There we got a nice overhead shot of the 8 of Mayo going wide to the outside. The 190 Dustin Terry now hugging it tight down into turn number 1 as he walks it down the back straightaway. 95, 100, 105, 110 miles an hour plus as they go screaming down the back stretch here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. The 190 Dustin Terry slams the door on that Hoffman hull. These Formula One tunnel boats can turn 90 degrees and pull almost 5 G's in the corners when they turn. That's 5 times the weight of gravity being pressed upon these drivers as they try to manage wheeling these high-performance machines on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's the 24 of Spencer Love sitting in second position here in this fast lap qualifier with a 37.273. Can anybody knock off the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? He goes 36.311. What is going on? This kid is on a mission today here on Lake of the Ozarks to bring some hardware back to Texas. But never mind. Our winner from round one with a 36.296 is your new fast lap qualifier here in Group A, narrowly knocking off the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. As we continue to push through here, just the remaining couple of minutes of our Group A qualifier. Jeremiah Mayo now still sitting in second with a 36.311. The 24 of Spencer Love in fourth with a 37.273. In third. In fourth position, the 77 of Mike Quindazzi with a 38.101. There's the 99 of Travis Yates, struggling a little bit out there with a 45.40. And the 59 of Tyler Welch, struggling a bit as well. And the 58 of Jeff Kershano, unable to make it out for fast lap qualifier here in Group A. There comes the 24 of Spencer Love. Can he move himself up a spot? No, as time expires, he only lays down a 37.815. Not good enough to move himself up out of that third position in Group A fast lap qualifiers. The 190 of Dustin Terry with a 41.021 to wrap up the class, and that's going to do it for Group A. Those guys are going to head back to the start pontoon. We're going to bring Group B out, the other half of the Formula One field, as they're going to try to lay down their fast lap qualifiers here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Boy, what an impressive run there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's got some bad juju on Lake of the Ozarks from 2 years ago when he barrel rolled leading the race and had to watch from the shore as that victory was taken from him by an unfortunate accident. He doesn't want to have that happen again, so he's making sure he's going to be on the inside of row one for our main event later on today. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at what Group B qualifying fast lap qualifier is going to look like here in Formula One. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker running for Sylvan Pontoons, the driver out of Spring, Texas, with a solid second place finish in round one. There's the 10 of Terry Rinker, our third place finisher from round one. There's the 95 of Mark Welch running for Big Bag USA out of Wayzata, Minnesota, in that white and silver trim DAC Formula One. The 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher, representing all the women out there as she's slugging it out with all these knuckleheads here in Group B Formula One fast lap qualifier. There's the green light. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's follow the 10 of Terry Rinker around the course. Can he set the lap to beat? Oh, he backs off a little bit. What happened there by the 10 of Rinker? Looks like he's letting everybody get by him so we can find some clean water here on shores of the Lake of the Ozarks. There's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, the young man out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada, running for Crystal Clear Wiper Blades. Wicked Willies, the Days In, PTR Engines, and Jones Marine Design. Can the kid, native from Ontario, bring back hardware north of the border here in that bright white and orange French-built Moorhull? There's the 52 of Chris Rinker, flying down the back straightaway, trying to bounce all over. Look at the waves just toss these boats side to side as they dance across the water, packing air under these 16.5, 17-foot long tunnel hulls. He sweeps it out of turn number 3. Now comes off at turn number 3. Can he lay it down? Let's see here. Grant Schubert right now with a 34.026 is our leader so far, but can the 52 of Chris Rinker knock him off as he comes walking down the front straightaway? With a 37.586, the 52 of Chris Rinker goes to the top here in Group B fast lap qualifiers. As he keeps working down the backstretch, can he continue to hold everybody at bay? He laid the lap down early, but there's still a lot of time for the other drivers to pick him off here in Group B fast lap qualifiers. There's the 94 of Wyatt. Now he's trying to get back up on top as he's now he goes faster than the 52 of Rinker with a 36.904. And now here comes the 10 of Terry Rinker laying down a 36.888. These guys are all over one another as we follow the 94 of Rusty Wyatt down the back straightaway to the north end of the course. He goes down to turn 3. There's the 10 of Terry Rinker, the man sitting out in front, finished in second in the opening round, looking to go back-to-back in the champions and bringing home the hardware on Lake of the Ozarks as he was our winner back in 2021. as the 94 Rusty Wyatt goes walking down the front stretch. Can he knock off? Yes, he does, ladies and gentlemen. 36.487. The lead just keeps switching as these guys continue to push the envelope faster and faster here on the rough and tumble waters of the Lake of the Ozarks. As the 94 right now walks it down the back straightaway, looking to get by the 95 at Mark Welch, who's sitting back in fifth position with a 42.825. Wyatt goes sweeping it tight into turn number 3. Now comes through the backside chicanes. Slides it off turn number 4. Packing air under that tunnel. 95, 100, 105, 110, 115 plus miles an hour as he walks it down the front straightaway. Can he open up his lead even further? Not quite there, only a 37.979, so still holding on to that top spot. But he's got the 10 of Terry Rinker, the 52 of Chris Rinker, and here comes Grant Schubert, putting the 52 of Chris Rinker back into fourth, the young man out of Richmond, Texas, with a 37.284. Here comes the 10 of Terry Rinker across the start-finish line. 36.866, not enough to knock off the 94 of Rusty Wyatt with that 36.487. They're pushing hard. There's the 10 of Terry Rinker. Now we pick up the 13 of Grant Schubert, running for Backwater Jacks. JH Performance Boats and Hertz Audio as he walks across the start-finish line. Moving up into third, the 37.232. The young 19-year-old driver out of Richmond, Texas, is making a name for himself early here in the 2023 season, his rookie season in 2023. Can he turn all the heads as a rookie and find himself on the podium here in his second Formula One race? There's this 52 of Chris Rinker. Now he's moved back up into third ahead of the 13 of Grant Schubert. These guys are back and forth as they are all over one another. The 52 of Chris Rinker now coming off of turn number 4. Can he move up to that top spot and knock off the 10 of Terry Rinker? As he walks down across the start-finish line with a 36.664, not enough, but man, is this group fast. 36.627 is going to be your top speed here. No, the 94 Rusty Wyatt lays down a 35.975. We broke the sub 36 second barrier here in Group B, and that's going to wrap it up for our fast lap qualifiers. What a doozy it was, especially here in Group B, as we saw the top 5 drivers within less than 1 second of one another here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. The 10 of Terry Rinker, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, the 13 of Grant Schubert, and the 52 of Chris Rinker were all over one another. They're in Group B qualifying, but the man who came out on top is your defending champion from here at Lake of the Ozarks in 2021, the KG veteran out of Tampa, Florida, the number 10 of Terry Rinker. Boy, man, I really didn't think that the 10 of Rinker would have been able to get on top, but we've got some, I'm going to have to circle back with our live timing. It looks like the 94 of Rusty Wyatt is actually your winner from Group B Fast Lap qualifiers. Again, we use the Fast Lap qualifying to set our starting grids for our qualifying heats. You're going to see 2 of those qualifying heats in Group A, 2 in Group B, and then we're going to take both groups, we're going to mush them together for our main event. It's going to be 18 minutes plus 1 lap here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Everybody's jammed up, and the shores are packed. The boats are stacked up on the shore here at Lake of the Ozarks, and we are ready to rock and roll with the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Okay. All right, up next, we're going to switch things over to the 600 and 700 class. All right, so coming up, we're going to have our qualifying heats. So we're going to keep all the boats out on the water. A couple of them are going to have to maybe go back and refuel quickly, splash a little fuel in the back of that F1. But we're going to have our 6 minutes plus 1 lap, first of 2 qualifying heats here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest, starting with Group A that sees the likes of Tyler Welch, Spencer Love, Dylan Anderson, And the rest of that first group from Group A, Fast Lap qualifiers, as they're going to go side by side. We're going to do rolling starts here at Lake of the Ozarks due to all of the pleasure boat traffic that is required by the folks that control the waterways here on Lake of the Ozarks. We are required to provide a no-wake path on either side of the race course for pleasure boat traffic to move through. Unfortunately, that negates our ability for a dock start, so we're going to do a rolling start like we normally do after a wreck during a race or a stoppage. So we're going to go 2 by 2, rolling start. All right, I do apologize. Looks like after we split the field for Fast Lap qualifiers, we're now going to run everybody in our qualifying heats here for the remainder of the day. So we're going to see all 15 drivers out here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks duking it out to try to get that inside row 1 position for our main event later on this afternoon. You know, the 2023 LOTO Powerfest has a lot of great people that make this possible. First and foremost, I want to thank all the great volunteers for LOTO Powerfest. You are the backbone of these types of events. You are the reason that these events do as well as they do. So if you see anybody in those bright green volunteer shirts, make sure you shake their hand and tell them thank you, because you're having a good time, because they're here making sure that everything is safe and everybody has the best time possible. So a big shout out to all the great volunteers here at the LOTO Powerfest. And we'll be right back with more from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show. Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show. Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show. Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show.
The convenience of it is what makes it awesome. Use the boat twice as much.
I've had these touchless covers for about 3 years now. I have them on all 3 boats here on the dock.
We don't have to constantly clean spiders off of our boat.
I'm able to come out by myself, raise them up, put them back down. They've made all the difference for me.
The great folks at Racing Communications, their radios for racing. Seabold Sports, hometown right here in Osage Beach, Missouri. Seabold Sports, bringing you world-class champion powerboat racing since 1939. Camden on the lake. Camden is the newest and most luxurious full-service resort on the lake. The 84-suite, 34 deluxe room hotel is located adjacent to the Toad Cove Entertainment Complex at the 7-mile marker on Lake of the Ozarks and covers over a quarter mile of lakeshore. Don't forget your next stop here at Lake of the Ozarks. Check out Camden on the lake. ProServe, helping transform businesses through the management of your daily technology services. With decades of service experience, a real-world understanding of business, and comprehensive expertise in business technology, ProServe is the perfect solution to optimize your information lifecycle. to professionally and passionately serve people with exceptional effort that inspires optimism and growth for their company and customers in their community. The Tri-County, Central Missouri Tri-County Lodging Association, the destination marketing organization for the lake area counties of Camden, Miller, and Morgan, whose mission is to promote the Lake of the Ozarks for leisure travel, group business, and sports tourism. Elite Roofing and Siding, your friendly neighborhood roof, siding, and gutter specialist. Storm damage repair, new residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutters. Voted best roofer at the lake for 2023. Proudly serving the lake area for more than 20 years. Master Tech Marine, your resource for all MerCruiser outdrive rebuilds and upgrades. Repairing Bravos, specializing in MerCruiser high performance and Speedmaster outdrive machines. Check them out at MasterTechMarine.com. WIA Insurance. Marine Insurance, the Midwest #1 machine insurance agency, insuring anything from high-performance boats, cruisers, personal watercrafts, and tri-tunes. Call them today at 573-302-0001. Right on. We can. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're underway here in Formula One qualifying. On the inside of row one, the 10 of Terry Rinker. On the outside of row one, it's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. And then it's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, followed by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 13 of Grant Schubert. As they continue to push down the backstretch, it's the 10 of Terry Rinker starting to open up a lead over the 94 of Rusty Wyatt as they go down to the north end of the course. Now getting doused down there is the 17 of Dylan Anderson as he sits up in 3. Now coming up on his outside hip is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. As they go out of turn number 4, wide to the outside, the 94 Rusty Wyatt trying to find some clean water, but out in front, the KG veteran out of Tampa, Florida, running for Phase 3 performance, the 10 of Terry Rinker, looking to go back-to-back here in 2023. As the 10 of Rinker starts to open up a bit of lead over the 94 Rusty Wyatt, we got a battle going for third. As the 10 of Rinker continues to push away from the field here, we got a battle cooking for third as the 17 of Dylan Anderson tight to the inside. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo right on his outside hip as they walk it down to the north end of the course. Down into turn number 3, hugging it tight to the 17 of Anderson. The 8 of Mayo going wide to the outside. Now Anderson pushing him to the outside, trying to scrub up that water and keep him at bay here as they slug it out for third place here in the opening qualifying heat here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Round 2 here at LOTO Powerfest 2023. Well, Anderson goes way wide to the outside, really causing confusion on the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He didn't know where he was going, and that allowed now a 3-boat length lead between the 17 of Anderson and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. As we see him go down back into the north end of the course, the 17 of Anderson started to open up a little bit over the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo as he gets down into the wash, hugging it tight off the turn now, trying to find that clean water. The 17 of Dylan Anderson continuing to push down to the south end of the lake. He goes wide off at turn number 1. 8 of Mayo's got to go even wider. Now he's trying to get a good run, build up the speed coming off at turn number 2 to try to track down the 17 of Dylan Anderson. As they continue to push hard with the 94 of Rusty Wyatt in second and the 10 of Terry Rinker out in front, looking to put the first boat a lap down here in this first 6-minute plus 1 lap qualifying heat here on the Formula One Series. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker looking to go get around the 13 of Grant Schubert as they go side by side trying to fight for 5th and 6th position. The 13 of Schubert on the inside. Look at him tail that Formula One. 105, 110, 115 miles an hour. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker, the McLean trailers. Sylvan Pontoons machines on that outside lane, but he just does not have an answer for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas as they continue to fight. The 13 of Grant Schubert tight to the inside. The 52 of Chris Rinker going wide on his outside hip. As they continue to fight hard, look at him bouncing on the outside there. There behind them is the 24 of Spencer Love sitting back in 6th position. Apologize, our running order here is a little bit off with the 13 of Grant Schubert sitting in 4th position there, not way back in 10th position. Looks like we might have an issue with his transponder out there, but he's fighting hard against the 52 of Chris Rinker. As they're pushing hard down the back straightaway, Rinker on his outside hip. 13 of Schubert looking to go pin to pin, short way around the course as they walk it down to the north end. Schubert hanging on for dear life in the rough and tumble waters here at Lake of the Ozarks. We got a battle going, and you see, he goes doused through the wash and just hammers down and throws it down to the inside as he's walking out to the tail. Can the 52 of Chris Rinker, the man who took second in our opening round in Port Neches, find a way to get by the 13 of Grant Schubert, the young gun out of Richmond, Texas? Here's the 24 of Spencer Love sitting back in 6th, 7th of 77 of Mike Quindazzi. And the rest of the field. All right, let's go. We take a look at our leader, the 10 of Terry Rinker. We picking him up there, coming across the start-finish line. Holding tight with him is the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Then there's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 13 of Grant Schubert, and the 52 of Chris Rinker. We've got all of our top 6 boats within a half a lap of one another here as we get into the last minute and a half plus 1 lap here in the opening qualifying heat in Formula One here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert pushing it hard down back off of 4. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Just does not have an answer for the young man out of Richmond, Texas. Just continues to pull away from him every time he gets close. It seems like the 13 of Grant Schubert finds another gear, lays the hammer down, and walks away from the man out of Spring, Texas, running for Sylvan Pontoons. All right, coming up on the white flag here, there's our leader, the 10 of Terry Rinker. He started on the inside of row 1 and is looking to go wire to wire here in the opening qualifying heat as he pushes it hard down the back straightaway. Off of turn number 3, now coming out of turn number 4, looking to eye up the 99 of Travis Yates. And we see the white flag, green flag goes down, white flag comes out. Go fast, turn left, just 4 more times for the veteran out of Tampa, Florida, looking to bring some valuable qualifying points and position back to the pits for the Phase 3 performance team of him and Jeremiah Mayo. So we take a look at Phase 3 performance now sitting in 9th. What happened to the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? He's not back in 9th. Or maybe he is. Obviously something happened to the young man out of Richmond, Texas. There's the 99 of Travis Yates letting the 10 of Terry Rinker go by down on the north end of the course as he walks it out of turn number 4. Coming down, you see that checkered flag. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the opening qualifying heat here in Formula One out of Tampa, Florida. Running for Phase 3 performance, number 10, Terry Rinker. In second with a valiant effort, running out of for crystal clear wiper blades and days in out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada, the number 94 of Rusty Wyatt. And rounding out the podium, running for Anderson Marine, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Take a look at the rest of the field. In 4th position, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In 5th, the 52 of Chris Rinker. In 5th, the 13 of Grant Schubert. In 6th, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Then followed by the 24 of Spencer Love, the 77 of Mike Quindazzi, the 190 of Dustin Terry, the 99 of Travis Yates, and the 95 of Mark Welch. Obviously, we had a bunch of guys struggle to get out on the water there with this very tight schedule. 4 scratches in our opening qualifying heat. Let's hope those guys can get back out on the water for qualifying heat number 2. Well, that's the... So we apologize there. We've identified our issue with our live timing system for those of you watching from wherever you are across the world. Thank you for joining us here today at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest here at beautiful shores of Lake of the Ozarks. I'm right off the point here at Lazy Gators, and we got a jam-packed Lazy Gators bar and grill here, the Lazy Gators Sanctuary. They got the pool is filled. People are getting nice ice-cold cocktails. The sun is shining. There's a light breeze. There's not a cloud in the sky. What a perfect day to be here on Lake of the Ozarks in 2023. And coming up next, we've got offshore racing as our first offshore class is going to be on the water. Classes 6 and 7 from the OPA series are going to be running here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Class 7 is a 60-mile-an-hour cap with a single engine, 300 horsepower open cockpit. Class 6 is a 22 to 26 foot length, 70 mile per hour cap on a single naturally aspirated motor, and I believe they may move the Class 5 guys in there as well. That's a 26 to 30-foot length, 75-mile-an-hour speed gap, 1 or 2 engines with a max of 300 horsepower. So we're going to bring the bracket classes out onto the water here. The Formula One guys are going to get back to the pits. They're going to get everything dialed in and tuned up for their second qualifying heat later on this afternoon. But what a great day that has already started here on Lake of the Ozarks. We've got the first of 2 qualifying heats in Formula One in the books. We had our fast lap qualifiers in Formula One. We've still got the Texas Tri-Hulls, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour to come out here in just a little bit, along with all the amazing high-speed action from all the offshore classes here from the Outboard Performance Association. The Outboard Powerboat Association, the Offshore Powerboat Association. Wow. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and I still seem to butcher things from time to time. But, hey, that's okay. Hey, look, there's a person coming out of the hatch of that boat. Pop your head out. Say hi. Look at all the boats lining the shore. There's just so many of them out here in front of Lazy Gators and Camden on the Lake and Shady Gators. If you're in your boat, don't forget to tune in Mix 92.7. You're going to hear yours truly right here, give you all the live play-by-play action right from your boat on the water. So you can stay in tune what's going on here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. All right, the Offshore Powerboat Association getting their safety crews in line. We've getting all our buoys pulled off the course as we got to keep swapping them in and out. Look at the crowds there just lined up, having a great old time here and an absolutely beautiful day. Mid-80s, a light breeze. It's going to make the water real rough here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, especially when we get the Texas Tri-Hulls out there. It's going to be an interesting day of racing here. Who's going to win the first offshore race here for the Offshore Powerboat Association? If we've got, looks like we might have the Super V and Extreme and Modified V and Extreme V classes out there on the water.
I thought we were going to look at something over there. I thought you had something cool. We are offshore for 30 minutes.
I've got all right, here we go. We've got multiple classes out on the water here as they kind of mush them all together. We've got Class 6, Class 7, Class 2 in your modified and extreme V out on the water here at shores of Lake of the Ozarks. So it's going to be interesting. It's kind of a race within a race here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks as they make their way down to the far end of the course. They're going to get them all lined up with that pace boat. The pace boat's going to peel off, and we're going to get underway as they run 4.5-mile laps here around the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. While we get these guys ready to go, joining me now is the man who took Heat 1 wire to wire, the 10 of Terry Rinker. Boy, Terry, it seems like you really like this big body of water here at Lake of the Ozarks. You came here to defend, and you did it the best way possible. You went out and you won the first qualifying heat.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, we've been working hard back in Florida and getting that boat dialed in. Before the first race, we only had one test session to get used to it. We had 3 or 4 this last few weeks, and it's really showing, and the performance of the boat's great. I want to take this chance first off to Robert Trollian, good friend of mine and friend of our family back in Indiana. Got in an accident. I want to wish him well and hope he's feeling better, and hopefully next week I'll get to visit with him when I'm up in Indiana visiting.
Yeah, you know Scoop's probably watching. He's got his ribs all wired together now, but Scoop and all his Scoopomaniacs are diehard Powerboat racing fans, and of course always big fans of the Rinker clan. But let's talk about out there, man. You know, you got a really good start on the inside of row 1. You kind of pushed away from the 94 Rusty Wyatt, but boy, that pesky kid from Ontario just stayed in your rearview mirror. Seems like you might have your hands full with him and the likes of Dylan Anderson for the rest of the afternoon here on Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. We do the inverted start for the next heat. I got those guys in front of me to deal with, so we'll see what we got for them. I think we got enough we can get them, and going through that traffic, I like to think I'm a master at that.
Right, absolutely. Well, as many world and national championships as you got under your belt, you had to do plenty of that going through traffic. But let's talk about the water out there. Obviously, it gets rough. From what you saw in fast lap qualifying and that first qualifying heat, what do you expect to see once we get out there with a lot more boats and a lot more time on the water? Is there spots on that course that get a little dicey?
Yeah, there certainly are, and it's fun. Fortunately, I got great guys on the radio. My son's down on one end. I got Jamie Sullivan on the other end, and they're giving me a lot of information on where to go in the turns, because a couple lanes outside or inside where the rollers are, you want to stay off that stuff. So we're going to take it as it comes to us. Hopefully this reverse order is going to work out for us, because I think we can pile right through there.
Absolutely. Well, hey, we'll let you get back, take a quick break, grab a bottle of water, relax for a minute or two before you're right back in the cockpit of that Formula One machine. Congrats, sir, on the first of potentially 2 qualifying heats, which will put you on the pole for the main event later on this afternoon.
That's what we're hoping for. We're going to bring one more, too, and be the only winner of this race ever.
There we go. All right, that was your defending champion from 2021. He takes the opening qualifying heat, the man from Tampa, Florida, the number 10 of Terry Rinker. Well, yeah, we didn't get to thank all of our sponsors before we went back under racing action with the first qualifying heat. You know, the great folks at Square Grouper Dispensary, located 5 minutes north of Laurie off Highway 51, off Highway 5, with the lake's best prices. You won't want to shop anywhere else. Order online at squaregroupermo.com or stop on your way into town. An Iron Curtain Wave Break. If you want to get a break from the waves on the lake, call Iron Curtain. 816-792-2806 or email them at ironcurtainwavebreak.com. They've got a solution for all your wave problems. All right, they're milling down at the far end of the course, which is a strategic play in offshore powerboat racing. Milling around means they're in kind of an idle status and they're slowly moving around the course. Really, their goal is to try to jockey for position and get that inside lane when they get ready to drop that flag and get under racing conditions. So it's very much a game of cat and mouse before the race even starts. So it's almost like a race within before a race. You got to race to be in the right spot at the right time when they drop the flag, and we get ready to roll here with a couple of classes out on the water. We got Class 6, Class 7, Class 2, and your modified and extreme Vs out on the water together. All right, looks like the pace boat's making its way down back towards Shady Gators here in front of us on this 4.5-mile course. There's the 700 Punisher and the 744 Jackhammer back out there slugging it out in Class 7. Well, there's the 614 Logan's Heroes. And making its way up the rear, we got a bunch more boats. They're all spread out, trying to find a clean line. Just like in tunnel boat racing and offshore racing, you don't want to be in the wake of the boat behind you, or in the boat in front of you. That churned up water, all that air that gets infused into the water from the propeller in front of you, makes that water have so much less grip or grab or torque when that propeller spins through it that it's really going to diminish your top end speed, and that's not what you want here when you're racing on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. As they come down across their start-finish line, you're going to see that red flag is up right now. There's their pace boat. Once that thing goes green, they're going to get ready to rock and roll here. We've got the Extreme V, Modified V, Class 6, Class 7, Class 2, all out on the water here at Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest 2023. So they're waiting to get into the right spot. Our pace boat making sure everybody's in order, everybody's in the right spots, holding their breath for that flag to drop. Looks like he might take him around one more time as he goes down into turn number 1. That's their first turn down there at the far end of the lake, just past Camden's on the lake. Now he comes out of turn 1 and turn 2. Comes off of turn 2, now going to move through turn 3. That red flag still up in the air on the back of that pace boat for the Offshore Powerboat Association. Now he makes his way out of turn number 3, making sure everybody's in place and in order. Comes across Shady Gators here right in front of our start-finish line here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. When are we going to see that flag get dropped? See, there's the boatfloater.com. And the 26 Cigar Monster Racing. Out in front. Then there's the 267. We got the second pace boat for some of the smaller open bow classes. There's the 744 Jackhammer, the 700 Punisher, the 420 Crazy Rhythm. That's a 28-foot Challenger, one-off race boat, driven by Ken Holden out of Point Huron, Michigan, and Chuck Schell out of Port Huron, Michigan, with twin 377 small block Chevys. There he is there. There's the 420. Excuse me, that's the 404 of Simmons Marine. Is there in the back, and we're looking for that green flag to get dropped. These guys, the pace boats can peel off the course, and these guys will get under racing conditions here on Lake of the Ozarks. There's the pace boat still out in front. And I can't tell if that flag is green or red. Looks like it is still red, so they're still holding them off as they make their way down towards the Bagnell Dam here on Lake of the Ozarks. To make their way down to the far end of the course. We got one boat just hanging out right next to the pace boat, looking to really get a good jump on things. Surprised that that's the only boat that close to the pace boat. You'd think they'd get nice and tight up next to that pace boat to try to get the best start possible. I think that might be the 503 Sigwo Arms DeBrule's Metal Art, driven by Ron Moore, throttled by Christopher Rendell out of Las Vegas, Nevada. running a 1050 Teague and that Rendell Open 28s. Very interesting, Mr. Rendell. He actually rents race boats for corporate events. And it looks like, oh no, do we have a stoppage down there? We've got a stoppage on the course already. What happened down there at the far end of the lake? We got a stoppage, a yellow flag on the course. I don't know if we had a pleasure boat get its way out into the race course, somebody not follow the rules. But we are yellow flag out here on the water, and everybody's gone dead. It looks like we're going to have to restart everything here momentarily. I don't know what happened there down at the far end of the course, so far away from me here at Shady Gators as they run a 4.5-mile course here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Hard to tell what happened down there on the far end as it's so far away from us here at Shady and Lazy Gators in Camden on the Lake. That's got to be frustrating for those drivers. They're burning precious fuel. When you're running 4.5-mile laps, you got to imagine the calculations for fuel, because weight is always important in any form of boat racing. And again, you imagine how much 1 gallon of fuel weighs. The last thing you want is to not have enough fuel to cross the finish line at the end of this first race here for, in the offshore class, running Class 6, Class 7, Class 4, the Super V, the Modified V and the Extreme Vs. Let's take a look at our drivers that are out on the water right now. In Class 7, the 744 Jackhammer, driven by Brian Guy, throttled by Julian Maldonado, both out of Sarasota, Florida, running a Mercury 300R on the back of their 21-foot superboat. The other 700 class is the Punisher. It's a custom-built Derek Dawson hull. Driver is Derek Dawson. Throttle man Bo Pirtle, both out of right here in Lake of the Ozarks with a 300 Pro Max Mercury on the back of that custom one-off hull. In the Class 6, we've got the 614 of Logan's Heroes, that 24-foot Magnum Marine, driven by Chuck Martin, throttled by Steve LaPinta, both out of Cleveland, Ohio, running a 620 big block Chevy on the back of that 24-foot Magnum Marine V-bottom offshore racing machine. Another 600 class boat, that's the 602 Sigwo Arms de Brules Metal Art, one of two Sigwo Arms machines. This one's driven by Stephen Grove and throttled by Andrew Frank. Stephen Grove out of Springfield, Missouri. Andrew hailing out of Cincinnati, Ohio, running that Rendell 1 design with a 570 horsepower Ilmar power plant on the back of that. Gotcha. As we wrap up the 500 and 600 classes, the other Sigwo Arms de Brules Metal Art, that's Ron Moore behind the wheel, Chris Rendell, the throttleman, and the final 626 is the ST Racing with Samuel Thompson behind the wheel and Travis Blackmore, the throttleman, one out of Wentzville, Missouri, the other out of Troy, Missouri. Running a 540 horsepower St. Marine power plant. And that's going to wrap it up for Class 6, Class 7. We're hopefully going to get back under racing conditions here in the offshore class here at 2023 LOTO Powerfest. More from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
There's only one place to catch all the best action in sports. Wicked Willie's Sports Grill with 31 TVs, 3 projection screens, and an all-new virtual golf lounge and shooting range simulator. There's no sports bar quite like Wicked Willie's. Come in and enjoy watching your favorite game at the bar or getting cozy in our lounge seating while you dine on some award-winning Wicked Wings. Our dining room is open daily. Wicked Willie's and LOZ Golf. It's wicked good.
All right, we're back now. They got it figured out quicker than we thought, and we are under racing conditions here. Is out in front is the boatfloater.com. That's that Mod V machine with Steven Kildall out of Fort Myers, Florida, behind the wheel, and Steve Kildall out of Sarasota, Florida, behind the throttle, running that Innovation Marine 600 horsepower power plant on that 29-foot Extreme V as he comes out of turn number 3. He's got the boat floater machine dialed in and screaming as he walks it down the front stretch, trying to put room between him and the 20 Knucklehead Racing and the 26 Cigar Monster Racing. But right behind him, in running order, that's the 420 of Crazy Rhythm Racing. Excuse me, no, that's the 404. Then the 420 in that 400 class. Then we got Cigar Monster Racing sitting in 5th, but 2nd in the V-bottom class. Then we got the lone 200 class machine. That's the GNS Motorsports machine of Grant Graytalk out of League City, Texas, with Lil Bill Reeves behind the throttle out of Dickinson, Texas, in that Victor Marine 725 horsepower, 39-foot Velocity 390 race boat. Now we're going to get some of our smaller boats here in the Class 6 and Class 7 and Class 5. There's your 503 Sigwo Arms machine, followed by the 626 of ST Racing, and then the 614 of Logan's Heroes. But there's boatfloater.com out in front. That V-bottom machine pushing hard down the north end of the course. We got a battle going for the Class 7. There's the 404 machine, and there's our Class 7 battle going on right now. They're deck to deck. That's the 700 Punisher on the inside, the 744 Jackhammer on the outside as they go side by side down the Lake of the Ozarks, trying to fight for position. Who's going to come out on top between the drivers out of Sarasota, Florida, and the hometown boys from Lake of the Ozarks? Looks like the Jackhammer's got a little bit of an upper hand, an advantage out there. Now let's circle back to see where some other drivers are out on the course. There's one of our open bow. A lot of the bracket classes are open bow boats. Later on today, you're going to see a lot more of the enclosed boats. Now here come those 2 Class 7 boats. What a great shot that is. They're coming right at us as they go down in to the north end of the course by the Bagnell Dam. Here's where at mile marker 7 on Lake of the Ozarks. Oh, he's going to chop the bow. Giving him no room is the Jackhammer outside with that 300R, giving absolutely no room to the Punisher as they go deck to deck, side by side through the corners. Who's going to come out on top as they are deck to deck? And it looks like the Jackhammer has emerged with the lead as they circle back down the front stretch to cross the start-finish line. As they're continuing to push hard, had a great chance to talk with the 700, the Punisher. So Derek Dawson said he couldn't find a boat that would fit the 700 class the way he wanted. So he built his own boat. I asked him, I said, "Oh, Derek, I didn't know you were a boat builder." He's like, "I'm not. I just built this boat." And he built a solid machine as they are really fighting out there between him and the 700 Jackhammer, the 744 Jackhammer. Driven by Julian Maldonado, throttled by Julian Maldonado, driven by Brian Guy. Let's see who's this coming off the north end of the course, the Bagnell Dam end of the course. That's the first 400 boat. No, that's the 267. The boat sitting in 2nd running order, first in its class. That's the GNS Motorsports of Grant Graytalk and Little Bill Reeves as they come down the front, right in front of the judges' stand here at Shady and Lazy Gators. That 39-foot Velocity 390 race has got a Victory Marine 725 horsepower power plant on the back of that 39-foot catamaran. That is a big motor in the back of a very fast boat. See, it looks like we might be picking up the boatfloater.com. Oh, no, there's the jackhammer who's really started to separate away from the Punisher. They went side by side down at the Bagnell Dam end of the course. And it looks like emerging victorious was the 744 jackhammer. Leading the way in the 600 class is the 614 Logan's Heroes. You know, I had a chance to chat with the throttle man, Steve LaPinta, and a great story. Great story about Logan's Heroes. So I was like, hey, what's the Logan's Heroes all about? And he introduced me to his son. The 614 Logan's Heroes, what a cool story that is. I asked him what's up with Logan's Heroes, and then he introduced me to his son, Logan. His son, Logan, has got Down syndrome, and he's even had a congenital heart condition, but this kid is as happy-go-lucky as they come. He loves coming to the races. We had a great time getting to know one another, and super excited to see the 614 of Steve LaPinta. And that Logan's Heroes machine's doing well in the 600 class. There's the 420. That's the Crazy Rhythm machine driven by Ken Holden, throttled by Chuck Schell out of Port Huron, Michigan, with that twin 377 small block Chevys on that 28-foot Challenger offshore machine. As they're sitting in second place in the 400 class as they continue to push down towards the Bagnell Dam here on this 4.5-mile, 6-pin course. On the Offshore Powerboat Association's opening round of 2023 here at Lake of the Ozarks. There's the Cigar Monster. Racing team, that 26 30-foot Phantom with Mercury 525 horsepower, driven by Jimmy Wessel and throttled by Robbie Goodwin as they come by the start-finish line. Look at that silver machine just screaming down the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. And again, don't forget, folks, if you're out on your boat, if you stopped in here to Camden or Shady Gators to get yourself a nice cool beverage or maybe something to eat, turn your boat when you get back on it to 92.7. The mix, 92.7, is you're going to hear all the live racing action. Brought to you by yours truly here, the Noise of the North, Thomas Yarbrough, as we give you all the play-by-play throughout all today's jam day of racing here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. And it looks like we've got the 503 boat put a lap down there by the big old 404, the 267 GNS Motorsports as they go down the front stretch. That thing, the black boat there, the 503, that's a Rindell Open 28. And that is they call those the Bat Boats. It's a very unique design that Mr. Rindell has taken from the original boat builder and has continued to build upon. And every angle on the boat is designed to where if there's ever a collision, it'll deflect away from the cockpit of the boat, making it an extremely, extremely safe offshore racing machine. As he now looks to put the hammer back down and said, hey, man, you ain't going to lap me, dude. And he put the hammer down. Mr. Rindell put the hammer down and got back out in front of the 267 GNS Motorsports. There he is right there, the 503. Sigwo Arms, DeBruy's Metal Art machine. As they come down around the Camden end of the race course. Woo-hoo, he cut that thing real close to the buoy. As they head back towards us here at Shady Gators and Camden on the Lake. The 503 staying ahead of the 267 as they continue to fight here in bracket class racing as a part of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest here at shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's a boatfloater.com, the leader here throughout all classes here in this first race in OPA. Boatfloater.com, a 29-foot Extreme V with Innovation Marine 600 horsepower power plant on the back, driven by Stephen Kildall, throttled by Steve Kildall, both out of Sarasota, Florida. There's the Cigar Monster Racing. It's sitting in second position, trying in the V class there, trying to get by the2boatfloater.com, but that's the 26 Cigar Monster Racing of Jimmy Wessel and Robbie Goodwin. There's the 420 machine. Now we cut back to him, the Crazy Rhythm, fighting hard in the 400 class, duking it out against the 404 Simmons Marine. There's the Logan's Heroes out there pushing hard, trying to lead the 600 class, get ahead of the 602 and the 626. We make our way down to the Camden end of the race course here as they make their way down on turn 1, 2, and 3. There's the 503 Sigwell Arms machine. Ron Moore driving that thing for the first time here this weekend on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks with his teacher, Christopher Rindell, on the throttle. You see the design. That's why they call it the Bat Boat. If you look, the back end on either side of the motor kind of flares up, and if you look at it from the front, it looks like a bat wing. Or it looks like, imagine the Batmobile on water. That's a good representation of what that boat looks like. It's a super cool design. There's a 267 of GNS Motorsports trying to hang on to win in their class here, but boy, the boatfloater.com, nobody's got an answer for these guys. That's the fastest boat out there by a mile. As he's pushing hard, there you go, just went by the screen. Boatfloater.com out of Sarasota, Florida. As he goes, and there he goes, the Cigar Monster Racing finally getting by the 503 Sigwell Arms machine. As he's trying to stay on the lead lap and not let the two of boatfloater.com pass him. That's notice all the modified V and stock V are all enclosed canopies. A lot of the bracket classes are open cockpit. Everything else you're going to see today in Super Cat, factory stock, super stock, those are all going to be fully capsulated and fully canopied boats in those classes, and you're going to see some of those guys hit speeds upwards of 140 miles an hour. On the inside there of Cigar Monster is the 614 of Logan's Hero as they make their way off the Bagnell Dam end of the course. Oh, sorry, never mind. They're here at the Camden end of the course as they're now making their way out of turn number 6. There's the 26 Cigar Monster, followed by the 614 of Logan's Heroes. Here comes Cigar Monster down the front stretch across us here at Shady Gators as we got to be getting close here to wrapping up the first race of the offshore portion of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Again, you can find all this racing action live streamed on Facebook, YouTube, the Formula One Powerboat Championship website. You can listen to it on the radio on Mix 92.7, or you can come down here and hang out with us at Shady Gators and Camden on the Lake and watch from right here from the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's the Jackhammer in that 744 leading the 700 class, pushing hard down across the backstretch out of turn number 3. Cigar Monster now making the bend towards the Bagnell Dam end of the course. Very interesting to have all these different classes kind of mushed together, all racing at the same time. But I guess when you've got a 4.5 mile course, it's a little bit easier than we can do in Formula One tunnel boat racing, where you're only running on like a 3/4 mile course, much shorter, much tighter here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's the Cigar Monster Racing team sweeping it out of turn number 4, 5, and 6 and heading back towards the start-finish line. There's the 614 of Logan's Heroes. And look on the inside of that's the 744. That's the Jackhammer. Excuse me, the 744. That's the Jackhammer making its way off the north end of the course. Now here comes the 267 GNS Motorsports, who's still sitting in second overall behind the 2boatfloater.com, who is the overall leader, not only in its own class, but the top boat here in this first offshore race here on Lake of the Ozarks. There's the Punisher, the Jackhammer, driven by Brian Guy, throttled by Julian Maldonado with that 300R on the back of that 21-foot superboat. There's the 267 GNS Motorsports continuing to push. What a great overhead shot. Look at that thing just bouncing all over the place. The GNS Motorsports got that 39-foot velocity with a Victory Marine 525 horsepower power plant on the back of that machine, pushing it along the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. As the Cigar Monster Racing Team continues to push out of the Camden on the Lake end of the race course. There he comes screaming across Shady Gators here. Again, don't forget, 90 Mix 92.7. You can get all the live play-by-play. You can also find everything at F1PowerboatChampionship.com. Find us on Facebook at F1 Powerboat Championship, or subscribe to our YouTube channel, F1 Powerboat Championship on YouTube. You're going to see all the great drone footage and all the deck-to-deck racing from the 2023 LOTO Powerfest and every Formula One Powerboat Championships race all season long. Well, where did the boatfloater.com come from out of nowhere? That guy is just, they have got that boat absolutely dialed in and screaming as he just came out of nowhere to fly right by the 744 Jackhammer coming down the backstretch. That modified V with Steven and Steve Kildall operating that 29-foot extreme V hull. They really know what they're doing behind that closed cockpit modified V machine, as they have been the class of the field here today. Here we got the 700 boats. That's the 744 Jackhammer. Then the 700 of the Punisher still battling. That's the great thing about a lot of the bracket classes, is they're only allowed to go so fast, so it really forces a lot of competition between the drivers, because they can't just have more horsepower and just drive away from the other boats in their class. They've really got to understand how to wheel those 700 class boats to ensure that they've got the best line, they're on the inside, and they're making all the right moves to take home the checkered flag in the 700 class. The 267 GNS Motorsports pushing hard, coming off the Camden on the Lake end of the race course. As they make their way out of turn number 3. Again, the start-finish line for the Offshore is on the other side of the lake from Lazy Gators, Shady Gators, and Camden on the Lake. The start-finish line for all Tri-Hull and Formula One racing is all here on this side of the lake. There's the 267 GNS Motorsports making its way down the back straightaway. Pushing hard on that open bow. 39-foot velocity. You turn around now, here comes the Cigar Monster Racing Team. Here him come screaming across Shady Gators, nice and loud. There's the boatfloater.com machine making its way around the south end of the course. Downers, south end, west end. The river turns and bends so much, I tend to lose which direction I am going, but he coming out of the Camden on the Lake end, the boat that's been out in front this entire race, and looking to hang on and go wire to wire for victory here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. And nobody within a half a mile of that machine, but here's the boat that's sitting in second. That's the 267 GNS Motorsports now making their way through the Camden on the Lake end of the race course, making their way through turn 2, then turn 3. Now going to turn back and come down in front. A Shady and Gators here at mile marker 7. There's that Cigar Monster Racing Team at the other end, the Bagnell Dam end of the course. So that would be what, mile marker 3? I think, no, mile marker 5. is the other end of the course. And there's the big 420 Crazy Rhythm machine. That's a 28-foot Challenger with twin 377 small block Chevys, driven by Ken Holton, throttled by Chuck Schell. And then we've got the 503. That's the Rindell 28-foot open bow 503. As they continue to push, the 267 is trying to track down the boatfloater.com, but he's got about a half a race course lead over the rest of the boats in the field here. The boatfloater.com is absolutely the class of the field. There's the 420 Crazy Rhythm pushing hard. Coming back off the Bagnell Dam, the mile marker 5 end of the race course. There's the 614 Logan's Heroes pushing hard down the front stretch, trying to take home the 600 class victory here. Bring some hardware back to Cleveland, Ohio. Not only do they race in the 600 class, they also are the local promoters for an Offshore Powerboat Association race later on this year in Ohio. As the 503 sweeps it out of the mile marker 5 end of the race course through turns 4, 5, and 6. Now coming back for the home stretch down the front straightaway. There's the boatfloater.com looking to eye up the 267 GNS. It's really fallen off the pace, and I saw we lost a couple of boats out there. It looks like we lost the 602 and the 626, and it looks like either the Class 7 race is over or we lost both the 744 and the 700 in that 700 racing class as they're both sitting dead in the water. There's our pace boat. The 614 making its way down the south end, or down the Bagnell Dam end of the race course through turns 4, 5, and 6. Now coming off of turn 6, that's the 503 Sigwo Arms machine being driven by Ron Moore, throttled by Christopher Rendell. Looks like we're waiting here for the last few boats to wrap up this first offshore race here at LOTO Powerfest 2023. What a great overhead shot view of that boat come flying by, powering its way around the Bagnell Dam end of the course through turns 4, 5, now off of turn 5 through turn 6, heading back towards the start-finish line. There goes the Cigar Monster Racing, followed by the boatfloater.com. It looks like their race is over. Boatfloater.com taking the checkered flag, and your winner in the V class. There's the Cigar Monster Racing, who somehow stayed on the lead lap, but just barely by the skin of its teeth, and is now making its way around the course for its final lap here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's the Cigar Monster Racing machine trying to lock down that second position in the modified V class. There's the final boat on the water there trying to wrap up his race here in this first offshore race at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. There's the 614 of Logan's Heroes trying to wrap up their race here as they go down the back stretch towards turns 4, 5, and 6 on the Bagnell Dam end of the race course. There's the 267 GNS Motorsports. They've got one more race, one more lap to finish up here. And the 404, I don't know what happened. Those guys, the Simmons Marine Machine, they kind of laid off. No, that's the 420, a crazy rhythm. They laid way off the throttle and then all of a sudden got back into it. There's the Cigar Monster Racing Machine going out of turns 4, 5, and 6. Now coming down the backstretch as it wraps up its race here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Again, don't forget, Mix 92.7. Catch all the live racing action here at 2023 LOTO Powerfest. You can hear it on your boat. All right. Well, that's going to wrap things up here for the opening race in the offshore portion of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. We'll be back with more from Lake of the Ozark Powerfest coming up right after this.
There's only one place to catch all the best action in sports. Wicked Willie's Sports Grill with 31 TVs, 3 projection screens, and an all-new virtual golf lounge and shooting range simulator. There's no sports bar quite like Wicked Willie's. Come in and enjoy watching your favorite game at the bar or getting cozy in our lounge seating while you dine on some award-winning Wicked Wings. Our dining room is open daily. Wicked Willie's and LOZ Golf. It's wicked good.
All right. More of our great sponsors here bringing the 2023 LOTO Powerfest and the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Excel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Your passion drives us to excel. Seaway Marine, your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts. They specialize in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale Force, Chrysler outboards. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. Backwater Jacks. Open 11 a.m. Daily specials Monday. Crabby Old Mondays. Specials on crab buckets and frozen rum runners. Tuesdays, Tequila Tuesdays. They've got wings, oysters, canned beer, Zero Ducks. Given pool party on May 27th through the July 1st. Live music Wednesday through Sunday. Check out Backwater Jacks. Marine Max, offering the finest brands. Marine Max will help you find the boat that's right for you. Teach your family how to use it and show you how to have fun. Find them online at marinemax.com. EXP Realty. The Ed Schmidt team provides can help you find the best condo and give you the most exposure for land, commercial real estate experts. Save thousands through professional contract negotiations, professionally shot videos, and more from the great EXP Realty Ed Schmidt team. Performance Boating Center. Performance Boating Center has 2 locations here, one at Lake of the Ozarks as well as in Florida. The Osage Beach 21-mile marker. Check them out at performanceboatingcenter.com. For manufacturing to sales, service parts, and rigging, Performance Boating Center will put you first and get you out on the water where the real fun begins. Quirk Hard Seltzer. Real fast boats meet real fruit flavor. Quirk is the lake's hard seltzer made in Missouri with real fruit juice. Enjoy the perfect summertime taste for fan favorites, Raspberry Rocket Pop and Cherry Blossoms and Lime. Quirk Hard Seltzer. And welcome back, race fans, to the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. You know, we couldn't do it without great sponsors like Prestige Pergolas. Prestige Luxury Pergolas, the manufacturer and distributor of the finest luxury Sundance all-weather pergola and progressive screens for all of Missouri, Southern Illinois, Eastern Kansas. Their products are world-class and second to none. They sell shade. If second best will not do, please visit their website at prestigepergolas.com and see what they've got for you. Country Financial and Dustin Cox Insurance. If you have to file a claim, you don't want any surprises, call Dustin Cox, your local Country Financial agent in Osage Beach today at 573-556-6284 to chat about your home insurance. Our sponsors are so important to us every year, wherever we are across the United States racing here, and we couldn't do it all the phenomenal sponsors here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. We're going to get the offshore boats off the water, and we're going to have the Texas Tri-Hulls back out for their first qualifying heat. It's bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. It's the 2023 LOTO Powerfest here at Shady Gators in Camden on the Lake. Mile marker 7, Lake of the Ozarks. Don't forget, check out Mix 92.7 for all your live racing over the radio while you're on your boat out on the beautiful water here at Lake of the Ozarks. And what a beautiful day. The breeze is picked up, keeps that sticky, hot feeling of 90 degrees at bay a little bit here at Lake of the Ozarks. But look at the crowd of boats we've got stacked up here on the shores watching all the racing here, and we've got the Texas Tri-Hulls out on the water as we're just moments away from their first qualifying heat here. Will the 17 of Neil Marsh, your defending series champion, be able to start it off like the 10 of Terry Rinker did in his opening qualifying heat in Formula One? Or will it be the likes of the scary Jerry Rinker, the 79-year young driver out of Spring, Texas? We're about to get ready and underway here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. All right, let's take a look at our starting order for qualifying heat number 1 here in Texas Tri-Hull. Starting on the inside of row 1, out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Boats, the number 13 in that gray and orange machine of Grant Schubert. On the outside of row 1, in the 63 mean green machine, the number 63 of Aaron Green. On the inside of row 2, the man who's 79 years young, running for Rinker's Boat World, running that 100 cubic inch Johnson, the number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. On the outside of row 2, in that John Deere green JH Performance machine out of Ace City, Texas, the number 33 of John Ottinger. On the inside of row 3, in that one of 2 Mercury 4-stroke machines, that's the 85 out of Richmond, Texas of Clint Dillard. On the outside of row 3, another portion of the Rinker Racing team, running for McLean Trailers, the number 52 of Tanner Rinker. Then it's the 26 of Bryston Sherman, the 17 of Neil Marsh, your defending champion from 2022, and wrapping up the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. As they come out of the north end of the course in front of Camden on the lake, Jared Whitehead, part of our rescue crew. We call him Jet Ski Jared, running the pace boat duties here in Texas Tri-Hull as they come out of the north end of the course in turn number 2. Run a 2-pin bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready to get on the edge of your seat because the bumper boats are about to do some damage here on Lake of the Ozarks. As Jet Ski Jared gets them all lined up side by side, he peels off. We're looking at the green flag. There we go. Green flag is down. Go, go, go. Here we go. Texas Tri-Hull racing underway at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. The inside of row 1, the 13 of Grant Schubert, going side by side with the 33 of John Ottinger. Here comes the 17 of Neil Marshall. Look out, the dude getting airborne, coming down the front straightaway as they go 4 wide into turn number 1. The 13 of Grant Schubert makes it out unscathed with a great jump there by the 52 of Tanner Rinker. The 33 of John Ottinger holding hard on the outside there in 3rd position. And the 17 of Neil Marsh, the dude, coming from 2nd to last on the grid, all the way up to 4th here in the opening lap. As they go down into turn number 2, the 13 of Grant Schubert still fighting hard with the 52 of Tanner Rinker. The 17 of Neil Marsh now has moved up to 3rd position as he's trying to take home some more hardware back to Hemlock, Michigan as they go down into turn number 1. Nose to tail, down into turn number 1, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Running for Sefton Financial, Riversong Lodge, B-Blades, Grandpa's Garden, Maple Grill, Studio 46, and Warden Brothers Farms, trying to do the folks in Michigan proud and bring back some hardware to Hemlock. But right now it is all Grant Schubert at 13 Mercury High Performance 4-stroke on the back of that JH Performance Hertz Audio machine. Now here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh wide to the outside as he's got a battle with the 52 of Tanner Rinker. As they go down into turn 1, Rinker slams into the 17 of Marsh, spins out a little bit, loses some speed, and now Marsh is looking to track down our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert, as they go down the back straightaway. There we got a battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th between the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 85 of Clint Dillard, the 10 of Jerry Rinker almost blows it over down the back straightaway, and the 33 of John Ottinger. Our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert's got a rear view mirror full of the 17 of Neil Marsh. Can he hold off the hard-charging man from Hemlock, Michigan, who's looking to defend his series championship here in 2023? He brought the title home to Michigan from round 2 in Port Neches, Texas. Can he do it again here at the Lake of the Ozarks? As he goes wide to the outside, looking to track down the young man in this 7-lap qualifying heat here in Texas Tri-Hull. Schubert's pushing hard. Oh, look out there down to the south side of the course, spinning out the 52 of Tanner Rinker. Now he's duking it out with his brother, the 37 of Mason Rinker, as they go down the front stretch. We got battles all over the course. The battle for 3rd and 4th. On the outside, the 37 of Mason Rinker. On the inside, the 52 of Tanner Rinker. But we lost the 10 of Jerry Rinker. We lost the 85 of Clint Dillard. We've lost like half the field here. These guys are having all sorts of trouble here on the rough water of Lake of the Ozarks.
The 52 of Tanner Rinker, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Brothers slugging it out down there as they go to the north end of the course, near the Camden on the lake. 52 of Tanner Rinker goes wide to the outside. Now here's our leader, battling with the 17 of Neil Marsh. They're going to get up deck to deck, side by side as they come down the south end of the course. Down into turn number 1. Ooh, the 17 of Marsh sweeps it right off the tail, almost taking off the motor on the back of that JH Performance Tri-Hull. Oh no, the 52 of Tanner Rinker and the 37 of Mason Rinker get together, but we got a battle here in the remaining 2 laps for that top spot here in Texas Tri-Hull qualifying. The 17 of Neil Marsh now on the outside hip of the 13 of Grant Schubert, looking to make a move as they go down the front stretch. Pushing hard, he's going to size him up and go side by side. Oh, he gets airborne coming down the front stretch. He's giving it everything he got going down to the corner. He so badly wants to go wire to wire here and take home the checkered flag, but he's got to do it right out the gate if he wants to go wire to wire all weekend long, and I don't know if he's going to have enough. As we're going to see these guys make their way down towards the Camden on the lake end of the race course. The 13 of Schubert, now here's this move. The dude goes down to the inside as the white checkered flag comes out. By a nose, the 13 of Grant Schubert takes the checkered flag. No, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh by 15 one-thousandths of a second. The 17 of Neil Marsh looks like he'd unofficially taken home qualifying heat number 1 here in Texas Tri-Hull. What a doozy that was. What a battle between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 13 of Grant Schubert as they were deck to deck, side by side, all over one another down here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks.
Boy, that was such a close race. We got to go under official review here to figure out who was the champion in the open qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. What a battle that was between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 13 of Grant Schubert. And we had another great battle for third position between the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 52 of Tanner Rinker. And it looks like the 17 of Neil Marsh might have just narrowly beat the 13 of Grant Schubert to take home the first of 2 qualifying heats here. We're waiting for our scoring and referee crew to take a look at the official results. All right, it looks like the 17 of Neil Marsh was unable to get by the 13 of Grant Schubert, so taking the checkered flag and your winner of qualifying heat number 1 in Texas Tri-Hull, the young man out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance, Boats and Hertz Audio, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. In second, the 17 of Neil Marsh, followed by the 52 of Tanner Rinker, the 37 of Mason Rinker. In fifth position, the 85 of Clint Dillard. In sixth, the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. Seventh, the 33 of John Ottinger. Eighth, the 26 of Bryson Sherman. And rounding out the field, the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. 11th, the 63 of Aaron Green. We had a lot of mechanical issues with some of our drivers there. They're in the back half of the field there in Texas Tri-Hull, but what a battle we had for first and second. And third and fourth, what a great race that was, as it always is in Texas Tri-Hull here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We're going to get the Texas Tri-Hulls off the water, and we're going to be back with more offshore racing here at the 2023 Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest. More coming up right after this.
certain magic here, one that can't be found anywhere else. You don't have to look all that hard to find it. It's on the flag-lined streets, in the packed pubs on game day, on the worn-down birds on bats, on cars, and on windows. It's in every memory, every celebration. Yeah, there's magic here in Cardinals Nation. Can you feel it?
Sign up for Cardinals checking with Central Bank and get a 2013 League Champions jersey and 2 game tickets. See bank for details.
Property damages, lost lives, horrible losses caused by floods can be minimized or prevented. DRIPS LLC believes the best way to prevent human suffering is through a fast and simple, stress-free barrier system. One 5-connected bag system replaces 750 regular sandbags and can be set up and filled in place by 2 men in less than 10 minutes. That's 200 times faster deploy than regular sandbags. Not only are our Big Bags USA barrier systems easy to lengthen and stack, but they conform to all types of terrain. Now is the time to implement a cost-saving, efficient deployment barrier plan and method. It's never too early to be prepared. Request a free quote today by calling 800-337-0537.
Our great series sponsors here on the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, JH Performance Boats. Custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Moto Marketing Group. Kevin Piles, owner of Moto Marketing Group, has been branding boats, bars, and race teams and more starting right here at Lake of the Ozarks back in 1990. Websites, logos, trucks, trailers, boats, graphics, and more, including the F1 Powerboat Championship Series. He can do it all at Moto Marketing Group, your one-stop shop for all your motorsports marketing needs. Shady Gators, host of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. And don't forget the Ultimate Prince Tribute Band tonight right here at Shady Gators at 9 p.m. Find tickets online or at the venue here. Again, the Ultimate Prince experience starting at 9 o'clock tonight. Dog Days Bar and Grill, open 11 a.m. daily. Wildfire Saturday, DJ Taz. 1 p.m., Fat Mike and the Bartenders. 9 p.m. Sunday, Randall Shreve at 2 p.m., celebrating 30 years this June 24th and 25th, Dog Days Bar and Grill. The Allstate Coon Agency. The Coon Insurance Agency has been taking mayhem out of high-cost insurance rates since 2006. Be better protected with Allstate. Are you in good hands? The Hatch. Casual lakeside eating. All right, looks like we're ready to go here for the next offshore racing class here as we've got a boat out in front here with a checkered flag in hand. It looks like that's the 500 series winner. That's the 503. Welcome back, those of you listening on Mix 92.7 FM. Thanks for joining us today. We hope you're having a great day here in Lake of the Ozarks with this beautiful weather. The 503 machine making its way back into the pits after a solid run in the 500 series class. They got a checkered flag in hand, and that's got to feel good for first-time driver. Behind the wheel of that boat, Ron Moore with experienced throttle man Christopher Rendell out of Las Vegas, Nevada on the throttles as they're making the way back there with that 503 machine. What an interesting race that was. We had so many different classes there. Things are going to change a little bit here the rest of the afternoon as we've got a lot larger boat count in some of our super stock, factory stock, and super cat classes here as the Offshore Powerboat Association and the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merge here on this beautiful weekend at Lake of the Ozarks. There we go. They got the checkered flag in hand. Very excited. Driving the bat boat back to the pits. as their day is done. Not a bad day it was for those two guys behind the wheel of that 503 Sigwo Arms machine as they make their way back in to the marina here at Camden on the lake. Tons of boats lined up all along the shores of Lake of the Ozarks on either side for probably one of the most beautiful days I've seen in a long time. Normally it's so hot out here that the guy from Minnesota just gets a little too warm too early in the summer. I'm not used to 93 degrees in early June. We don't see 90s until August back in Minnesota, so I'm excited that there's a little bit of a breeze out here, and it looks like we might have the Superstock coming up. But before we get back under racing with the 13 of Grant Schubert, the man who had an absolute battle in the opening qualifying heat at Texas Tri-Hall. Well, thanks for joining us, Grant. Boy, that was a doozy of a battle between you and the 17 of Neil Marsh, and I have a feeling that's going to be all afternoon with you and him, isn't it?
Oh, man, he's got a little more speed than me, but I'm going to try my best. I will do anything to keep that guy behind me. He's a good friend of mine. I love racing with him. He's a very good boat driver. He knows what he's doing, but I think I know a little bit more, and I keep him behind me by pulling weird moves that nobody else does.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely driving all over the course in the corners there, and he just couldn't find enough straightaway after getting out of the corner to track you back down. But it looks like you're having a pretty good day all around. Feeling a lot more comfortable in the Formula One boat. Had a solid run there in qualifying heat number one. Would look pretty fast in the fast lap qualifiers. But here in Texas Tri-Hall, what are you going to have to do to keep the 17 at Neil Marsh at bay and maybe bring a championship LOTO Powerfest trophy back home to Richmond, Texas?
Hopefully during all the other heats I can at least pass him and then keep him behind me for the rest. If I can do that, I should start in front of him, and it should be another rematch of Heat 1.
Right on, and that's the tricky part, right? Most people are unfamiliar with the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We like to flip that script in qualifying heat number two. First goes to worst, worst goes to first. So now you've got to start last in the field, and you're going to have to drive your way through, which can be a very tricky thing in a Texas Tri-Hall.
My plan is to, follow Neil because he can get through the pack very well. Just follow him and hope we make a move on him right at the end. Try and get me some more points for a better start in the final.
Right on, man. Well, hey, you're playing double duty like you do every weekend on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, so we'll let you get back so you can get that Formula One machine tuned back up and back out on the water here momentarily.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was the 13 of Grant Schubert, the young driver who held on to a nail-biter of a finish from qualifying heat number one in the Texas Tri-Hall class, knocking off the 17 of Neil Marsh by 15 one-thousandths of a second. You won't see closer racing action anywhere in the world. The Texas Tri-Hall is always putting on a phenomenal show wherever we go, all across the nation. Up next for the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, we take kind of a break from now. We go back into August, and we're going to be heading to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, as well as Denver, Colorado for our next two rounds. Then we're going to be in Grove, Oklahoma, just about 4 hours from here. So if you love what you saw here, mark down Grove, Oklahoma Labor Day weekend. We're going to be in Grove, Oklahoma. They're going to have concerts every night, 3-4 bands. We're going to be racing all day in a beautiful community nestled in northeast Oklahoma. And then we wrap up our season on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, the last weekend in October. So up here in Missouri, it starts to get a little cold by then. You want a nice warm-up and watch some more great powerboat racing. Come on down to Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and join us the final weekend of October as we look to crown champions at our final race of the year. All right, race fans, we've got the Superstock class out on the water. These 28 to 32-foot catamarans running twin 300 horsepower power plants on the back of these catamaran hulls, looking to slug it out here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Can the hometown boys from Performance Boating Center keep some hardware here and bring it back to the 21-mile marker? Or will the reigning champions out of Palmetto, Florida, go back-to-back and win their second race of the season here in 2023 after taking home the hardware at the Cocoa Beach P1 Offshore race about a month ago? We got them heading down towards the Bagnell Dam end of the race course. They're going to bring them back down through turns 4, 5, and 6 as they're milling down around there behind the pace boat. And once they bring them back across the start-finish line, you're going to see them drop that green flag in that pace boat, and they're going to get underway. Who's going to be the winner? Let's take a look at our field here in Superstock. Your reigning Superstock national champion, the Jackhammer, with Reese Langham behind the wheel. Julian Maldonado, the throttle man, running twin 300Rs on that 32-foot victory. In the S17, Alan Lawn Care, with John Strim out of Marathon, Florida, behind the wheel. Billy Allen out of Pleasant Hills, Iowa, throttle in that S17 32-foot Doug Wright Cat with twin 300Rs. Will the 17 of Allen Lawn Care bring hardware back to the great state of Iowa? The CMR Ray Marine Machine with Sean Connor behind the wheel, and Sean Torrente out of Miami, Florida, the throttle man behind that 32-foot MTI Cat, running twin 300Rs in the S54. Can they be your winners here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest? The S27 LPC Racing with Mike Wright behind the wheel and Lauren Peters, the throttle man, one of the other local hometown teams here in a 32-foot Doug Wright Cat with twin 300Rs. Can the S27 be the winner here in 2023? The S39 Coco's Monkey, couple guys out of Rochester, New York, Al Bourgeneau and Pete Bourgeneau behind with the throttle man with AJ driving, running twin 300Rs on that Doug Wright 32-foot. Can Coco's Monkey bring home the hardware back to upstate New York? And rounding out the field, the local hometown favorites out of Osage Beach, Missouri, right down at mile marker 21, running for Performance Boating Center, the S21 with Myrick Coyle behind the wheel and Rusty Williams, the throttle man, and that 32-foot Doug Wright. Can they bring that hardware and keep it here in Lake of the Ozarks? We're about to find out as they are down the backstretch. As they make their way down, there's the pace boat waiting for that green flag to drop. Who's going to be victorious here in the Superstock final here at Lake of the Ozarks LOTO Powerfest 2023? As the red flag is still out, they're all jockeying for position. They want that inside line. They want clear water. They want to go short way around the course. As these 6 boats are stacked up and ready to rock and roll here at LOTO Powerfest 2023. As they're 6 wide, waiting for that drop. The Jackhammer's down on the inside. Looks like followed by the Performance Marine. No, Allen Lawn Care's way on the inside. Then the Jackhammer. Then the Performance Boating Center. Followed by the LPC Coco's Monkey. Wide on the outsides. Is the S54 of CMR Ray Marine Machine. As they've now made their way down past the start-finish line. Looks like they may take one more lap to get everybody in position. So we got LPC in lane 4, Ray Marine, CMR in lane 5, Coco's Monkeys out there 6. Ray Marine falling way off the pace. I don't know if they're looking to build up speed and kind of catch everybody off guard, but they have fallen way back, sitting out there in lane number 5. They better pick it back up here as they get through the turns. I don't know when they're going to drop that green flag. It's at a moment's notice. They're going to drop that flag, and you're going to see these twin 300R 32-foot catamarans go under full power in speeds excess of 115 miles an hour here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. As our pace boat makes its way down in front of Shady Gators and Camden on the lake here as they head back towards turns 4, 5, and 6. Now the CMR Ray Marine's machine catching up. There's the Coco's Monkey out in lane number 6. Alan Landcare on the inside lane 1. Jackhammer lane 2. Right in the middle, Performance Boating Center in lane 3. They got them stacked up side by side by side. Who's going to get the good jump when they drop that flag? Idle. All right, as they make their way down towards the Bagnell Dam end of the race course, through the chicane there at mile marker 6. Lined up 6 wide. When is that flag going to drop? Will that inside line taken by the S17 of Allen Lawn Care be the spot to be? Will that be the ticket? Or will it be lane 2 where you're the reigning national champion, the SO1 of Jackhammer, be the best line to pick here as they get ready to rock and roll? At a moment's notice, they're going to drop that green flag on the back of that pace boat, and you're going to see these things come roaring to life and under full power. There's the CMR Ray Marine of Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. Sean Torrente, one of the most decorated powerboat racers in the world here in 2023, winning XCAT, Formula One, and Super Stock titles throughout his illustrious career. Longtime driver for Abu Dhabi and the Abu Dhabi Marine on the Formula One H2O series, also running the XCAT series up until about a year ago, and in year 3 with his partnership with Sean Connor and CMR Ray Marine. All right, they've made their way back through the north end of the course, and it looks like they're really slowing down, trying to mill for position way down there at the Bagnell Dam end of the race course at mile marker 5. Looks like they've got everybody lined up and ready to go. I don't know what's going on here. Looks like they've powered down all those super stocks at the north end of the course, waiting for direction from OPA race headquarters. Who's going to be able to emerge victorious here at LOTO Powerfest 2023 in the super stock class? Love to see a team from Iowa, from Des Moines, Iowa area, make their way down here to Lake of the Ozarks. As an upward Midwesterner myself, a good boy from Minnesota, I got to give a big shout out to all my Iowegians that are hanging out here at Lake of the Ozarks, looking to bring some hardware back to the greater Des Moines area. And that Allen Lawn Care machine, that red and yellow Super Cat with those twin 300Rs on the back. Waiting to see what's going on there. They're so far away from where I'm at here at the judges stand and race headquarters central here at Shady Gators. It's hard for me to tell when they're going to get ready to rock and roll here for the start of this super stock final here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Sitting down there outside of turn number 6, waiting to hear from OPA race headquarters that they are ready to go and underway. They were all lined up before. I don't know what happened down there. at the Bagnell Dam end of the course. It was a tight one. They were really lined up well. I mean, side by side, exactly what you want in a rolling start. I don't know what happened down there at that end of the course, if that was like a trial run and they give them a break to regroup and then they get them going again and they'll bring them down the front stretch and drop the green flag as soon as they hit the start-finish line on the opposite side of the lake from where I'm at here in Lazy Gator Sanctuary as a part of the Shady Gators Bar and Grill. One of our great made title sponsors here in 2023, as well as Camden on the Lake. So many great sponsors here in 2023. Listen to this list of local sponsors. This is how much the local businesses here believe in this great event and how much fun they know all their patrons have. We've got your local sponsors for 2023. Shady Gators, Prestige Luxury Pergolas, Backwater Jacks, Big Bag USA, Elite Roofing and Siding, Marine Max, Millstone RV Resort and Marina, Central Missouri Tri-County Lodging Association, ProServe, Square Grouper Dispensary, Coon Insurance, your local Allstate agent, Dog Days Bar and Grill, EXP Realty, the Ed Schmidt Team, Master Tech Marine, Ozark Touchless Boat Covers, WIA Marine Insurance, Quirk Hard Seltzers, Central Bank, Performance Boating Center, Camden on the Lake, Decked Out Factory, Iron Curtain Wave Break, and County Financial Dustin Cox Insurance. Now that is quite the list of local sponsors. And in my experience and all the years of Powerboat race announcing that I've done, when you have a list of local sponsors like that, that means that the faith and belief they have and how great an event this is really an indicator of how much they believe in what people are doing here and how much fun we have putting on a great show for all of you here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Don't forget, tonight at Shady Gators, the Ultimate Prince Tribute Band. Starting at 9 p.m., tickets online or at the door right here at Shady Gators, mile marker 7 here on Lake of the Ozarks. Right on. All right, well, don't forget to check out all the live racing here on Mix 92.7, and we'll be back with more from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this. And welcome back, those from Mix 92.7. Listen on the radio. We're about to get underway here with the Super Stock Final here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. 105, 110, 115 miles an hour as they build up speed coming down the front straightaway down on the opposite side of the lake from Shady Gators here at mile marker 7. On the inside, the Jackhammers way behind as they are going down the front stretch, and we are under racing conditions here. Oh, excuse me, no, that's the S21, the S17 of Alan Longcare. It's the Jackhammer out front in lane 2. Followed by the S21, that's the Performance Boating Center machine out there in lane number 3 as they go down into turn number 1. The S01, Jackhammer, inside line, out in front, early lead here in the Super Stock main event. Opening round in the Offshore Powerboat Association's 2023 season here as they kick things off at Lake of the Ozarks. As they come off of turn number 3, it's Alan Lawn Care down to the inside, sitting in second position. What a great move there by the team out of Pleasant Hills, Iowa, as they're going deck to deck, duking it out with the S01 a Jackhammer. Then it's the S21 a Performance Boating Center, followed by the LPC, the S39 a Coco's Monkey, and rounding out the field, the CMR Ray Marine Machine. Very surprising place to see the to see the S54 of Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. But right now the Jackhammers trying to go a clean sweep of 2023 to start. They won in Cocoa Beach. Looking to win here at Lake of the Ozarks as they're out in front being chased by the S17 of Allen Lawn Care and the S21 at Performance Boating Center. Now looks like Performance Boating Center's moved up into second place out in lane number 4 off the outside hip of the SO1 of Jackhammer. Can they climb up on the outside deck of the SO1 and put on a battle and try to take some hardware back to mile marker 21 and keep the championship here on the lake? As the SO1 comes out of turn number 5, now through 5, now out of 6. Turns it back down straight, heading towards Camden on the Lake and Shady Gators, down here towards the start-finish line. Starting to build up a little bit of a lead over the S21 and S17. Nobody seemed to have an answer for that Jackhammer machine, driven by Reese Langham and throttled by Julian Maldonado with those twin 300Rs on the back of that 32-foot Victory Hull. Starting to build up a lead, but a great battle there as the S21 and the S17, Performance Boating Center and Allen Lawn Care, are all over one another, sitting back in second and third. The LPC Construct Machine holding on into fourth, then Coco's Monkey in fifth, and way back there in sixth is the S54 CMR Ray Marine machine in that 32-foot MTI Cat. As they go out of turn number 1, 2, and 3, the Jackhammer continuing to push off of turn 2. Now coming down out of turn number 3, looking to hug it tight off the buoy. Welcome back, radio listeners from Mix 92.7. We're underway here in the Super Cat class, and it is all Jackhammer. Your reigning national champion in the Super Stock class is pushing out hard against the S21 at Performance Boating Center. What happened to the S17 at Allen Lawn Care as they went way wide to the outside through turns 1, 2, and 3, and now they're stuck battling with the S39 at Coco's Monkey and the S20, excuse me, no, that's the S27 of LPC Racing. As they go down towards the Bagnell Dam end. Whoa, here comes the S54 Ray Marine climbing up the backside of the LPC as they push hard down the stretch, heading toward turn number 4. There's the S20, the SO1, the Jackhammer out in front, trying to extend its lead over the rest of the field here at the LOTO Powerfest on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's the S01, the Jackhammer, making it through turn 4. Now the Apex is out of turn number 5 there. And now turning it back towards, head down the front stretch towards Camden on the Lake. And now we got a battle. There's LPC getting on the inside of Allen Lawn Care, taking over that third position here as they go down the front stretch. LPC on the inside. The S17 of Allen Lawn Care going wide to the outside out in lane number 5. Trying to keep those RPMs up as it came off of turn number 6. As it's now got to put the hammer down to try to hold off the hard-charging duo out of Sunrise Beach, Missouri, as they look to keep some hardware here in the greater Lake of the Ozarks area. There's the leader, the SO1 of the Jackhammer, your defending champions. Looking to do it again in 2023, looking to bring it back. Can they be the champions here at the LOTO Powerfest? There's our leader, the 01, the Jackhammer through turn 1. Now there's our battle for third right there on the inside. Oh, getting a little squirrely coming into turn number 1. That's the LPC Construction S27 with Mike Wright and Lauren Peters in the cockpit of that Doug Wright 32-foot Cat, getting a little squirrely as they're having to give it everything they've got to get by the S17 Allen Lawn Care machine of John Strema and Billy Allen. As the leaders, the Jackhammer comes cruising down. Then it's still the Performance Boating Center team sitting in second. And there's the LPC. Although that's the S39 of Coco's Monkeys moved up to third. What happened to LPC? They fell way off. But the father-son team out of Rochester, New York, looking to bring some hardware back to upstate New York in that Coco's Monkey machine, pushing hard and getting by the S17 of Allen Lawn Care as they walk their way down the back straightaway, heading towards turn number 4. Bringing up the rear still the Ray Marine CMR machine, but out in front right there is the Jackhammer. The SO1 with Julian Maldonado running the throttles and Reese Langham wheeling that beautiful 32-foot silver and orange Victory Catamaran with those twin 300 Mercury 300Rs on the back. There's the S39 of Coco's Monkey really starting to separate itself away from the S17 of Allen Lawn Care. But these turns make it such a big difference in the super stock class. When you're trying to turn a 32-foot boat on a dime, one slight error can significantly reduce your top-end speed and really allow your competitors to catch up on the straightaways. But it doesn't look like that was the case down at the Bagnell Dam end of the course, as the S39 of Coco's Monkey was able to get out of turns 4, 5, and 6 with ease and starting to stretch away from the 17 of Allen Lawn Care. But right now it's all about the jackhammer. Those defending champions are looking to bring some more hardware back to Sarasota, Florida, and put the thumb on the rest of the field here in super stock class, letting them know, guys, like, hey, you might as well just be fighting for second in 2023, boys, because we're bringing it back here, going back to back, and they're doing it in a great way with a win in Cocoa Beach, and now another win here in Lake of the Ozarks if they can hang on for a handful more laps here on this 4.5-mile course on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Here comes the 01 of Jackhammer. Pushing hard out front. Right behind him. Oh, there's the battle now. Here comes the battle for 5th and 6th between the Ray Marine CMR machine of Sean Torrente and Sean Connor and the S27 of Mike Wright and Lauren Peters. Look at, they are all over each other as they come down the front stretch. Nose to tail as the CMR machine's looking to try to get by this S27 of LPC Racing. And it looks like they might just have figured out what was going on with that 32-foot MTI catamaran, former X-Cat boat that ran over in Abu Dhabi. They brought it back to the States. They had to narrow the tunnel. They had to do kind of Frankenstein the boat back together. But Sean Torrente, working that together in his shop down in the greater Miami, Florida area, was able to put that together before the 2023 season. It looks like they still might be working out some of the bugs, but nice run there down the course into turn number 4 to get by the LPC. There's the Allen Lawn Care machine. There's the CMR Ray Marine catamaran, but looks like, did they lose out on some top end, or are they starting? No, there's the LPC. So now Sean and Sean looking to eye up that S17 Allen Lawn Care machine as they come out of turn number 6 and back down the front straightaway. There's our leader, the 01. The S01 of Jackhammer. They crossed the start-finish line. One more lap down, one lap closer to a victory here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. That you can see all this live racing action on the F1 Powerboat Championships Facebook page. Find us on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Go to our website, Formula1PowerboatChampionship.com. You can get the live stream there. Hopefully a ton of you great folks are listening on Mix 92.7 if you're out on the water, so you can hear this play-by-play action. As we see our leader, look at him walking across out of turn number 3. The Jackhammer puts it on its tail, coming out of 3, lays the hammer down. 105, 110, 115 plus miles an hour as he pushes it down the back straightaway, looking for victory here at Lake of the Ozarks. Boy, we're starting to get a battle here as Coco's Monkey was starting to catch up to the Performance Boating Center machine there. You can see there's the 39 of Coco's Monkey. The Performance Boating Center machine was not that far on. Looks like we got a battle now between 4th and 5th as the Ray Marine CMR machine's coming up on the Allen Lawn Care as they're deck to deck, nose to tail, coming down the front back stretch as they cross right in front of Camden on the Lake and Shady Gators. As they push down the backstretch, there's our leader through turn 4. Now apexing through that top end of the course in turn 5. Now he's going to come off at turn 6, just making sure to have no mistakes in the remaining laps here in Superstock. As they've got a nice lead, so just, oh no, oh boy. Hey, when you're leading, you definitely do not need to cut the buoy that close. The Jackhammer almost dislodging a buoy
And what a great move by the CMR team. Look at that. Sean Connor and Sean Torrente just make an inside dart move on the north end of the course down by the Bagnell Dam and just walk right by the 17 Allen Lawn Care machine. What a great move by a KG veteran in Sean Torrente and a ever-growing experienced driver. Behind the wheel of that is Sean Connor, the Sparks, Nevada native, running for CMR and Ray Marine. I did not expect them to come through there like that, but it is all about the jackhammer. Looking to go wire to wire. They started in lane number 2. They ran it down the front stretch to the first turn, was able to get out in front of the Allen Lawn Care team that was in lane 1, and they're looking to push this thing to victory here for their second win in 2 races on the 2023 Offshore racing calendar. That silver and orange machine with the S01 on the side, normally the S42, but signifying them as reigning national champions, they get to run number 1, signifying they were the top boat from 2022. Makes it out of turns 1, 2, and 3, and now back down the back straightaway. Now coming out of the corner here is the Performance Boating Center machine that's holding steady in second. Can the S39 of Coco's Monkey figure out a way to track down the S21 with Myra Coyle wheeling that 32-foot Doug Wright and Rusty Williams on the throttle, or will they have to settle for third? But now up into fourth position is the CMR Roofing Ray Marine machine. That's the S54 of Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. Can they track down the S39 at Coco's Monkey, find themselves on the podium before it's all said and done here as we get down to the waning stages of this main event here in Superstock at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Pushing hard there out of the north end of the course. That's our leaders, the 01. Jackhammer already making it through turns 4, 5, and 6. And now looking to head back down, hopefully to catch a checkered flag here soon in the Superstock class here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. As he comes down the front stretch, hammer down, opening up even bigger lead over the S21 Performance Boating Center. Our leaders, the Jackhammer, making their way across the start-finish line. We got to be getting close to the end here in this Superstock main event as they go down across the start-finish line, making their way for one more lap on this 4.5-mile course here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Our leaders go down into turn 1, then off at turn 2. Now looking to eye it up. What a great shot this is. If you're here at Shady Gators, watch this. 32-foot Catamaran comes crabbing out of turn number 3, packing air out of that tunnel. Coming off the turn, 95, 100. Hammer down, 110. 115 as he looks to open up an even bigger lead over the rest of the field here and put this class on notice that there is no reason the Jackhammer can't go back-to-back in 2023. But a battle starting to brew potentially between the S21 Performance Boating Center and the S39 Coco's Monkey. But if Coco's Monkey doesn't watch out, they might get in a rearview mirror full of the Ray Marine machine with Sean Connor and Sean Torrente behind the wheel. There's the LPC and the Allen Lawn Care. I don't know what's happened to the Allen Lawn Care. I don't know if they lost some power a little bit, but they really struggled. They started off in 3rd position, and now they've been shuffled all the way back to 6th as the LPC construction machine of Mike Wright and Lauren Peters has been able to get by the S17 of Allen Lawn Care. As our leaders now already through turns 4, 5, and 6. See, there's the S54 of Ray Marine. There's the Performance Boating Center now coming out in 2nd position off at turn number 6 with no answers for our leader, the 01 Jackhammer, defending Superstock National APBA champions in 2022. Looking to run it back and do it again here in 2023. The LPC hanging out in front, still in front of the Allen Lawn Care machine.
There's Coco's Monkey trying to find a way to catch up to the S21 Performance Boating Center machine, try to move themselves up one spot on the podium. As our leader, the Jackhammer, now already making its way through the Camden on the Lake end of the race course. Off turn number 2, now through turn number 3. Coming out of turn 3 in lane 3, giving themselves a wide berth around the buoy, keeping those RPMs up on those 300 Rs. Maximum horsepower, maximum RPMs as they push that thing to the limit, coming down the backstretch. There goes the Jackhammer by Shady Gators, and here comes up the Performance Boating Center machine, that S21 with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams. There they come flying by our drone, and here you're going to see coming into view, there goes Coco's Monkey. Boom, right there as they rip right underneath our drone down the backstretch, and they're trying to figure out a way to catch the S21, but they are running out of laps here at LOTO Powerfest in the Super Stock finale. Can they catch them? Will they have enough time? Or will the Performance Boating Center team bring home a respectable P2 here in Super Stock? And the Jackhammer, our leader, continuing to push hard in these waning moments of this super. There we go. The Jackhammer down the front stretch. Will this be the final lap in this Super Stock main event? As the SO1, a Jackhammer, comes across the start-finish line. Looks like they got one more lap to complete. There's the Jackhammer out of turn number 2. Coming off of turn number 2. A little bit of a hiccup out of turn number 2 there. A little wobbly coming out, but rights it up. Now look, it slides in. What a beautiful view that is. If you're watching on our live feed, of just sweeping it out of the turn, keeping it air packed under that tunnel, keeping the nose out of the water, making sure he's got the best drag coefficient as possible to get the most power out of that 32-foot that 32-foot Victory hull with Jackhammer on the side. There's the Performance Boating Center Doug Wright machine sitting in second, but Coco's Monkey is right there. They just don't have an answer to close that gap. They've got it down to about 5 or 6 boat lengths, but they can't seem to get any closer than that as they walk down the back straightaway. The CMR, here comes our leader, the Jackhammer, down into turn number 4, sweeping it out on lane number 3 there off of turn 4. Now through turn 5, looking to make the hard left turn coming out of turn 6 to head back down the front straightaway and wrap up this wire-to-wire victory here in Super Stock. As the Jackhammer makes his way out of turn number 6, mashes that throttle to the floor, pushing hard to try to take home the victory here in Super Stock at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Performance Boating Center starting to fall back. There's the CMR Ray Marine machine starting to close the gap between him and the 39 of Coco's Monkey. But again, just like with Coco's Monkey and Performance Boating Center, I don't know if they have enough time. There's LPC Construction making their way down to turns 4, 5, and 6, finally getting out of there and sitting in 5th position after they were able to get by Allen Lawn Care. As our leaders, the SO1, the Jackhammer, defending national champions, looking for a big W here at Lake of the Ozarks. Bring some hardware back to Sarasota, Florida, as the trophy room at home continues to fill for our leaders. Coming off of turn number 3, Sweeps it out of turn number 3. Nice wide line. Stay away from the buoys. No need to dislodge a buoy and get hit with a lap penalty. There he goes off into the distance, our leader, the jackhammer. Here comes the Performance Boating Center machine. There's the 39 of Coco's Monkey. That gap's starting to get close. I tell you, if this was a 35-40 lap race, that Coco's Monkey would probably catch Performance Boating Center, but they just don't have enough juice left in the tank to catch him up with how few laps we have remaining here in this super stock finale at the opening race of the Offshore Powerboat Association's 2023 season. I don't think so. As our leader, the 01 Jackhammer, makes his way out of turns 4, 5, and 6 down the front stretch. There's the S21 Performance Boating Center. You see how close Coco's Monkey's getting, but I don't know if Coco's Monkey's going to have enough in the tank to catch the drivers from right here in Osage Beach, Missouri, as they go down the front stretch. The S01 crosses the start-finish line. And that's going to be a wire-to-wire victory there for the S01. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Super Stock out of Sarasota, Florida, your reigning national champions, the Jackhammer. In second, out of Performance Boating Center, bringing some hardware back to mile marker 21, the S21. And rounding out the podium here in Super Stock out of Rochester, New York, the S39, Coco's Monkey. And that's going to do it here for the Super Stock class here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. More from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
There's only one place to catch all the best action in sports. Wicked Willie's Sports Grill. With 31 TVs, 3 projection screens, and an all-new virtual golf lounge and shooting range simulator, there's no sports bar quite like Wicked Willie's. Come in and enjoy watching your favorite game at the bar, or getting cozy in our lounge seating while you dine on some award-winning Wicked Wings. Our dining room is open daily. Wicked Willie's and LOZ Golf. It's wicked good.
The great outdoors of the Lake of the Ozarks is waiting. Pack up the golf clubs and the family and head to Central Missouri's 54,000-acre playground, where the endless activities will please even the youngest getaway critic. Golfing, boating, shopping, and a lot more family fun await at funlake.com.
XL Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Your passion drives us to excel. Seaway Marine, operating out of a 60,000 square foot warehouse that's packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages a year all over the USA. They provide same-day shipping, and Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Backwater Jacks, open 11 a.m. daily specials. Check out the Zero Ducks Given Pool Party May 27th through July 1st. All sorts of great events, live music Wednesday through Sunday, and this Friday and Saturday, Machine Gun Symphony and the Kirk Brown Blues Band at Backwater Jacks. Marine Max, offering the finest brands. Marine Max will help you find the boat that's right for you. Marine Max offers the best brands for every kind of boater, including Seaway, Boston Whaler, Scout, Harris, Nautique, Elvira, and more. With new and pre-owned boat sales, on-site financing, parts, service, marine facilities, organized boating, events, and more, your one-stop shop, Marine Max. EXP, the Ed Schmidt team, the only choice for your real estate needs anywhere in the Greater Lake or the Ozarks area. Check out EXP Realty and the Ed Schmidt team if you want to get your house off the market now. Performance Boating Center has 2 locations to serve all your boating needs. Their marine headquarters located mile marker 21 in Osage Beach on Lake of the Ozarks, and South Florida location in Hollywood, Florida. From manufacturing to sales, service, paint, rigging, Performance Boating Center will put you first and get you back on the water where the real fun begins. Prestige Pergolas, the manufacturer and distributor of the finest luxury Sundance all-weather pergolas and progressive screens for all of Missouri, Southern Illinois, Eastern Kansas. Their products are world-class and second to none. They sell shade. If second best won't do, check out prestigepergolas.com. Quirk Hard Seltzer. Real fast boats meet real food flavor. Quirk is the lake's hard seltzer of choice, made right here in Missouri. And Country Financial, Dustin Cox Insurance. Check them out for all your home insurance needs. Welcome back, folks, here. Welcome back, those joining us again here on Mix 92.7. Again, they call me the Noise of the North. My name is Thomas Yarborough, bringing you all the live racing action here at the LOTO Powerfest in 2023. We've got a little bit of a change here in our program. We're going to be having the Formula Ones come back out on the water for their second of 2 qualifying heats. We're going to do one more Texas Tri-Hull qualifying heat, and that's going to set our starting grids for the main event in both classes a little bit here later on this afternoon. We've run a little bit behind schedule as we've got so much racing jammed into this a beautiful day here on the shores of the Lake of the Ozarks. We got all my friends and race fans hanging out here at Lazy Gators. Everybody here at Lazy Gators having a great time or what? Oh, come on. You guys are terrible. I need more than that, everybody. Let me hear it. Everybody here at Shady Gators having a good time here on Lake of the Ozarks. Oh, that was a little bit better, but clearly I'm not on my A game today, but that's okay. As long as my A game is out there for when we're racing on the water. We've got 15 of the top Formula One drivers from all across North America here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, looking to slug it out here in qualifying heat number 2 to set our starting grid for our main event later on this afternoon here in the Formula One class. As we've got the drivers lined up, almost all of our drivers are out on the water. We just got to make sure we get some of these pleasure boats off of our course. We've also got to get the buoys set back out because we can't have our buoys for the Formula One and Tri-Hull boats out while the offshore boats are racing because our buoys get in the way of their race course. We got to do some moving around here. As you can see, what a great array of pleasure boats live and spend their days here on Lake of the Ozarks. I mean, the different type of boats, the sizes, the styles are unbelievable here on Lake of the Ozarks. And they're all hanging out here with us today right in front of Shady Gators in Camden on the Lake for the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. We get the super stocks off the water. What a great run it was by the Jackhammer, going wire to wire in super stock. Well, we got some great racing later on today with the Super Cat class and the factory stock class. Will the 10 of Terry Rinker be able to run through the pack here in qualifying heat number 2? Because in our Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, when we do our qualifying heats, we have a package that we believe will truly show you who the best driver is on that race weekend. In heat number 2, you're going to see something a little bit different. I call it flipping the script. The worst goes to first, and first goes to worst. That means that the driver who finished last in qualifying heat number 1 now is going to start on the inside of row 1, out front on the pole. The winner from heat number 1, Terry Rinker, is going to be on the outside of, he's going to be in row 8 all by himself in that 15th position. And we've got almost all our drivers out on the water. Again, we're doing rolling starts here on Lake of the Ozarks so we can allow all the pleasure boat traffic to still enjoy and utilize this monstrous lake that winds with, I don't know how many miles. I mean, we're at mile marker 7. Performance Boating Center's at mile marker 21. And I think there's quite a few more miles to go well beyond that. This is a beautiful, huge lake. So many pleasure boats. In our normal modified Le Mans, dock starts just aren't going to work for the way the traffic, boat traffic is set up here on Lake of the Ozarks. "98 miles of lake here in the middle of Missouri. A hidden gem. Well, maybe not as hidden of a gem after the TV show Ozarks as it was prior. Us Midwesterners were very familiar with Lake of the Ozarks, but you probably find it hard to a lot of people from other parts of the country to know what Lake of the Ozarks was before that TV show. Here's a little nugget for you. Lake of the Ozarks has more shoreline than the entire state of California. Think how long California is. And there is more shoreline on this lake in the middle of Missouri than that entire state. Pretty impressive. And why it's become the Midwest playground for boat and leisure activities here in the great state of Missouri. Let's take a look at our lineup here in qualifying heat number 2. Starting on the pole on the inside of row 1. On the inside of row 1, out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Boats and Snap-on Tools, the number 99 of Travis Yates. On the outside of row 1, out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Dog Days Bar and Grill and Ameristar Roofing. The number 190, the Dustman, Dustin Terry. Third on the start pontoon on the inside of row 2, out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, the number 24 of Spencer Love. On the outside of row 2, in the Sylvan Pontoons McLean Trailers machine, the number 52 of Chris Rinker. In 5th position on the inside of row 3, the 13 of running for Backwater Jacks of Grant Schubert. On the outside of row 3 in that 6th position for phase 3 performance, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In 7th, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. 8th off the start pontoon, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, running for Days Inn and Crystal Clear Wiper Blades and Wicked Willies. And then in 9th, the 10 of Terry Rinker, followed by, in 10th, the number 77 of Mike Quindazzi. In 11th, the number 12 of Sean Love, who didn't start in qualifying heat 1, followed by the 59 of Tyler Welch, the 09 of Whitney Fletcher, the 95 of Mark Welch, and the 58 of Jeff Cresciano, as we had a lot of drivers struggle to get their packages ready to go for our first qualifying heat here earlier on this afternoon. But we've got them lined up 2 by 2 and ready to rock and roll here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. As our pace jet ski comes off of turn number 4. Once you see him start to peel off the course, watch for the green flag as they come down the front stretch. He's got right near that yellow flag. They're going to look for that Doug Ray, our chief referee, to drop the green flag, and we're getting ready to rock and roll here for qualifying heat number 2. Jet ski Jared pulls off. We're waiting for it. He drops the flag, and here we go. They come roaring to life on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Look at the 24 of Spencer Love take off, as well as the 190 of Dustin Terry and the 52 of Chris Rinker as they go. It is an absolute wall of water down there. It through turns 1 and 2. The 24 of Spencer Love able to get out in front early on here in qualifying heat number 2. Battle there, right side by side. That's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, 77 of Mike Quindazzi, and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. There comes the 10 of Terry Rinker up into the mix. Remember, the 10 of Rinker went wire to wire, and he won. He's got to come from all the way at last, all the way through the field. The 52 of Chris Rinker now gets by the 190 of Dustin Terry, and he's going to duke it out with the 24 of Spencer Love as they go down into turn number 1. Off turn 1, Spencer Love on the inside. Then it's the 190 of Dustin Terry. Oh, way wide to the outside goes the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 77 of Mike Quindazzi. The 99 of Travis Yates stand tight to the inside as we got them all mushed up there in an absolute wad from 3rd to 7th back on the backstretch. Here in the second of 2 qualifying heats in Formula One. Nice run there by the 77 of Quindazzi. Stand tight to the outside, holding off the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. But here comes the 52 of Chris Rinker. He blows the doors off the 24 of Spencer Love. And we've got a new leader, ladies and gentlemen. The Sylvan Pontoon-sponsored machine out of Spring, Texas. With the 52 of Chris Rinker behind the wheels, out in front now, and your leader here in qualifying heat number 2. As he continues to push to find clear water. It is getting really rough out there here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. The 52 of Chris Rinker now starting to open up a lead over the 52, over the 24 of Spencer Love. He's flumps flying. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert battling out with a 94 of Rusty Wyatt and the 77 of Quindazzi. Quindazzi doing a nice job hanging on to 5th position here. Can he get by the 13 of Grant Schubert? As Quindazzi goes down into turn 1. Tight to the inside. Schubert on his outside hip. Just out in front of him trying to find some clean water as he pushes the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, who's sitting back in 6th, through the spray and forces him to cross to the outside. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. Running hard down into turn number 3. Sets it off at turn 3. Now looking to catch the 190 of Dustin Terry of that APX competition Mercury 4-stroke machine. Sweeping it off the tail there now, walking it down the outside. The 13 of Grant Schubert, then way wide to the outside in 5th position. There's a 77 Buckshot Racing of Mike Quindazzi. He pushes hard down the front stretch. Now he's trying to get by him. Can the 13 of Grant Schubert move up into 3rd position and get by the 190 of Dustin Terry? Terry says, I don't think so, young man. Slams the door shut, and away he goes down the back straightaway down into turn number 3. Boy, the 24 of Spencer Love and the 52 of Chris Rinker really starting to open up a lead over the rest of the field. There's our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's got about a half a straightaway lead over the 24 of Spencer Love. And now they both get by the 95 of Mark Welch. That Big Bags USA machine is struggling a little bit here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. His first race of 2023. Mark, a part-time participant on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But we've got a battle there. Side by side was the 190 Dustin Terry. Now there's the 99 of Travis Yates and the 59 of Tyler Welch as they're doing battle, sitting there fighting for the top 10. As Yates is able to get by the 59 of Tyler Welch and that Prestige the 59 of Tyler Welch in that Ozark Touchless Covers Baba machine. That's an Italian-built boat flown over from Italy about 4 or 5 years ago. And the 59 of Tyler Welch just getting back into tunnel boat racing after being a part of the CMR. Oh, look out there. The 77 of Mike Quindazzi almost goes up on the deck of the 13 of Grant Schubert as they come down the front straightaway, still all wadded up, as they are just doing battle with one another here for every position on the race course. From 2nd to 12th, they are all fighting it out and fighting as hard as they can here on shores of Lake of the Ozarks. There's the 77 of Quindazzi. He's sitting in 5th position, but he does not have an answer for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas. And he's got to watch out, because if he fights too hard with the 13 of Schubert, that 94 Days In machine and Backwater Jacks, Dog Days of Rusty Wyatt is going to come hard charging and scoot right by the 77 of Quindazzi if he doesn't watch out. And then there's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Geez, Dylan Anderson's way back in 7th position. This is your winner from the opening round. Finished 2nd in heat number 1, and behind him is the 10 of Terry Rinker. Terry Rinker thought he was going to have no problem going through the field when we talked to him earlier, and that has absolutely not been the case. But it is all about Chris Rinker right now. Our leader's way out in front. We've got less than 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining in this final qualifying heat here in Formula One. In first, it's the 52 of Chris Rinker and that bright yellow Sylvan Pontoons machine, followed by the white and black Clover construction of Spencer Love. Then the 190 of Dustin Terry, the 13 of Schubert.
The 77 of Quindazi. The 94 crystal clear wiper blades. Days in. Wicked Willie's machine of Rusty Wyatt. The 17 of Dylan Anderson. The 10 of Terry Rinker. Oh, and here comes, we got a battle between the teammates. The 10 of Terry Rinker looking to get by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo as they're fighting for 8th and 9th. But it is all about Chris Rinker right now as he's starting to get by some of the slower boats out there on the back straightaway. There's a white flag. Go fast, turn left just a couple more times as he walks it down to the north end of the course. Comes out of turn number 3. Off turn number 3 now, working it off at turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, as he sweeps it wide out of turn number 4. Let me hear you put your hands together, taking qualifying heat number 2 out of Spring, Texas, number 52, Chris Rinker. In second position, out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, the number 24 of Spencer Love. And holding on unbelievably out of Houma, Louisiana, in that APX Mercury 4-stroke with dog days on the side, number 190 of Justin Terry. In fourth position, the 13 of Grant Schubert. In fifth position, the 77 of Mike Quindazi. In sixth position, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. In seventh, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. In eighth, the number 10 of Terry Rinker. In ninth, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. And then the 59 of Tyler Welch. The 99 of Travis Yates. The 12 of Sean Love. The 95 of Mark Welch. And it looks like a scratch for the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. And the 58 of Jeff Kershano. What a great run that was for the 52 of Chris Rinker. Hopefully we have an opportunity to talk to him again after a great run and a great jump, getting by the 24 of Spencer Love. Here just a few moments ago, take a look at that. And I don't know what happened to the 08 of... Yeah, it looks like there's must have been something wrong with the transponder on the 08 of Jeremiah Mayo as he finished in the top 10, duking it out with his teammate Terry Rinker. But boy, who would have thought Terry Rinker couldn't even make up 3 or 4 positions that entire qualifying heat. That's what happens when you get on these big bodies and this rough water here at Lake of the Ozarks. But you know what? We'll be back with more from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
Dedication. The early mornings and the late nights spent pursuing your dream. The commitment and passion to turn those dreams into reality. That spirit of dedication is why Central Bank is always there, working behind the scenes, helping you navigate those twists and turns in your journey with solutions that are tailored to meet your business needs. Central Bank. We do business better.
Millstone RV Resort and Marina. RV enthusiast Millstone is now leasing annual RV spaces, and they still have a limited number of wet slips and boats located for the 2023 season.
Property damages, lost lives, horrible losses caused by floods can be minimized or prevented. Drips LLC believes the best way to prevent human suffering is through a fast and simple, stress-free barrier system. One 5-connected bag system replaces 750 regular sandbags and can be set up and filled in place by 2 men in less than 10 minutes. That's 200 times faster deploy than regular sandbags. Not only are our Big Bags USA barrier systems easy to lengthen and stack, but they conform to all types of terrain. Now is the time to implement a cost-saving, efficient deployment barrier plan and method. It's never too early to be prepared. Request a free quote today by calling 800-337-0537.
JH Performance Boats, custom, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Moto Marketing Group. Kevin Piles, owner of Moto Marketing Group, has been branding boats, bars, race teams, and more, starting here at Lake of the Ozarks in 1990. Websites, logos, trucks, trailers, boat graphics, and photography, including the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He does it all. MotoMarketingGroup.com. Check him out, your one-stop shop for all your motorsports marketing needs. Shady Gators, your host of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Dog Days Bar and Grill, open Monday through Friday, open 11 a.m. daily. Check out their 30-year celebration, June 24th and 25th. Kuhn Insurance, Allstate. The Kuhn Insurance Agency has been taking the mayhem out of high-cost insurance rates since 2006. Call or text for a quote in Missouri or Illinois before mayhem comes to you. Be better protected with Allstate. Are you in good hands? The Hatch. Casual lakeside dining right here at Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. And EconoLift. Econo Boat Lift Systems, the only boat lift system to make sure your boat's out of the water and protected here on Lake of the Ozarks. Welcome back, those listening on 92.7 Mix 92.7. Welcome back here. We've got a little bit more to get underway here with our Texas Tri-Hulls back for their second qualifying heat here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest here at mile marker 7, right in front of Shady Gators and Camden on the lake. We got bumper boats at 65 miles an hour coming up here in just a moment. Will the 17 of Neil Marsh be able to win this heat, or will the 13 of Grant Schubert get out in front after having to start in back of the pack and figure out a way to hold off our reigning national champion in Texas Tri-Hull? Or will it be somebody completely different? Don't ever forget national champion Jerry Rinker, this man who's 79 years young and out here doing something that most 35-year-olds wouldn't even fathom of doing at 79 years old. One of 3 generations of one Rinker family racing on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in 2023. He gets to race with his grandsons, the 52 of Tanner Rinker and the 37 of Mason Rinker, and he absolutely loves every second he is out on the water. All right, we're getting them all down to the Bagnell Dam end of the race course. Looks like we're missing quite a few yet, but they're starting to make their way out of the marina. Hopefully here in a few minutes we'll get to talk with the 52 of Chris Rinker after his victory in qualifying heat number 2. Looks like we're getting them all down to the one end of the course. Let's take a look at our reverse order starting lineup here in Texas Tri-Hull. Again, we go worst to first, first to worst here in the second of 2 qualifying heats in Texas Tri-Hull. So the man who struggled in qualifying heat number 1, going dead in the water after about a half a lap, is going to be on the inside of row 1 in that JH Performance machine with the number 26 on the side, that bright red Texas Tri-Hull, Mr. Bryson Sherman. Outside of row 1, the number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. Inside of row 2 in that John Deere green and yellow Texas Tri-Hull out of Texas City, Texas, the number 33 of John Ottinger. On the outside of row 2, they call him Mullet, the number 69 out of Rosenberg, Texas, Cole Waring. On the inside of row 3, out of Richmond, Texas, running for Mercury Racing, running that Mercury 4-stroke On the back of that Texas Tri-Hull, the number 85 of Clint Dillard. On the outside of row 6, out of White Wright, Texas, running for BW Customs and Automotive, number 63, Aaron Green. On the inside of row 4, running for Roswell Marine Audio, out of Houston, Texas, number 37, Mason Rinker. On the outside of row 4, his brother, and the running for McLean Trailers, out of Spring, Texas, the 52 of Tanner Rinker. And on the inside of row 5, after narrowly missing out on a victory in qualifying heat number 1, out of Hemlock, Michigan, running for Riversong Lodge, B-Blades, Grandpa's Garden, Sefton Financial, Maple Grill, Studio 46, and Warden Brothers Farm, the dude, number 17, Neil Marsh. And on the outside of row 5, your winner from qualifying heat number 1, out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Boats and Hertz Audio, number 13, Grant Schubert. All right, we're waiting for the last couple of boats. Let's see how many we got out there. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? No, I'm kidding. It looks like we're waiting for a few more of these Texas Tri-Hulls to make it out of the marina in between Shady Gators and Camden on the Lake. Look at the crowd at Shady Gators and Lazy Gators. This place is absolutely packed. Look at the crowds there at Lazy Gators. We are absolutely just packed wall-to-wall people on this beautiful Saturday afternoon here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. And it looks like we've got the Tri-Hulls lined up and ready to rock and roll. Looks like we might be missing a few. I don't see the 26 of Bryston Sherman. I only see 7 boats. Where's the 17 of Neil Marsh? 26, oh, it looks like the 26 of Bryston Sherman is a scratch. All right, looks like we've got the drivers ready to go here, and it looks like the man joining me with a win in qualifying heat number 2 is going to also get to chat with me about the Texas Tri-Hulls as they go spinning up. But boy, Chris, what a run that was there in qualifying heat number 2, man. Once you got by the 24 Spencer Love, you just were strolling out here on Lake of the Ozarks.
Man, I tell you what, that boat is running like a champ. We worked really hard to get everything going the way it's going. We hoped to qualify a little better than we did, but we made a few little adjustments and it seemed to pay off. I got an amazing team. Got to thank my sponsors, Sylvan Pontoons. They're the best. Roswell Marine and McLean Trailers and all the rest. Come on, Tri-Hulls. Let's see this.
All right, yeah, talking about Tri-Hulls, that's where you cut your teeth here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in the Texas Tri-Hull class. But talk to me, what's weird was none of the guys that did well in heat number 1 could do anything there in heat 2. I mean, Terry Rinker finished 9th. What do you think's cause for that?
Well, I mean, it's a very good crowd. I mean, crowd of boats, and I'm telling you, everybody's tough. It was tough for me to try to get around,
the 95 of Welch
and Grant Schubert in the qualifier. So I mean, he's a good driver, and everybody back there is running real even. So it's hard to get by anybody.
For sure. It's going to make it tricky, and the water gets rough. But look, we got the Texas Tri-Hulls out there, and you talk about rough, man. What kind of skills did you pick up as a Texas Tri-Hull driver that's been able to translate to Formula One as you get into the bigger boat with a little bit more speed?
No fear.
No fear. There we go. No fear, baby. Right on. And it looks like the 33 of John Ottinger, we underway here in qualifying heat number 2, is on the inside, duking it out with the 17 of Neil Marsh. And right behind them is the 37 of Mason Rinker.
Yes.
Boy, I tell you, it looks like
going to be good.
That water has been brutal. Oh, look at there.
this is going to be great right here.
Absolutely. They go 3 wide down the front stretch. In the middle, it's that John Deere green and yellow 33 of John Ottinger. On the inside, the 37 of Mason Rinker. On the outside, it's 17 of Neil Marsh. And Mason looks to douse down the 17 of Neil Marsh, but Neil stays wide off his outside hip. And it looks like he looks to try to track down the 33 of John Ottinger. Well, hey, we'll let you get back, Chris, and watch your sons ripping around here in Tri-Hull. Congratulations in qualifying heat number 2, and good luck in the final.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the winner from qualifying heat number 2. Oh, look out there. John Ottinger almost blows it over down the front straightaway, going deck to deck with the 17 of Neil Marsh, and he uses that to his advantage. The 17 of Marsh now makes his way out in front, and we've got a new leader here in qualifying heat number 2 in Texas Tri-Hull, as the 17 of Neil Marsh gets wide to the outside and gets by the 33 of John Ottinger. And Ottinger is all over the place. Look at the 17 of Neil Marsh, that 3-way battle between him, the 33 of John Ottinger, and the 37 of Mason Rinker as they go down to the Camden on the lake end of the lake. What a great move there by the 37 of Mason Rinker. Goes down tight to the inside. Can he get by the 33 of Ottinger? He's got to get by him quick if he wants to try to chase down the 17 of Neil Marsh, who's really starting to open up a lead. The 37 of Mason Rinker gets down to the inside. Nice, and he clears them and gets by the 33 of John Ottinger and up into second. And Ottinger's got to figure something out because that boat is bouncing all over the shore water here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. It's the second of 2 qualifying heats here in the Texas Tri-Hull class. 17 of Marsh out in front. Starting to pull away from the 37 of Mason Rinker. If Rinker can find some clean water, he might be able to stay with the 17 of Marsh and give him a run for his money. There's the 52 of Tanner Rinker, who's sitting in 4th position. Can he catch up to the 33 of John Ottinger? But boy, the 37 of Mason Rinker is really starting to close the gap. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert, our winner from qualifying heat number 1. He's doing battle with Mason Rinker, with Tanner Rinker for 4th position as they are going down the back straightaway. It looks like the 52 of Tanner Rinker has an answer every time the 13 of Grant Schubert makes a move. Now Schubert tucks it down to the inside, but Mason, good job there by Tanner Rinker as he stays wide and then cuts down inside, forcing the 13 of Grant Schubert to go over the wake of the 52 machine, and that is going to make him so much slower and make it so much tougher for him to pass. And we continuing the battle here for 1st and 2nd. The 37 of Mason Rinker is hanging tough with the 17 of Neil Marsh, the defending champion in Texas Tri-Hull from 2022. Looking to do it again in 23. He's the points leader coming into round number 3 with 604 points over the 10 of Jerry Rinker, who's got 500 points. He has a 104-point lead over the field. And it looks like that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The 17 of Neil Marsh taking the checkered flag here in qualifying heat number 2, followed by the number 37 of Mason Rinker and the 33 of John Ottinger, rounding out the podium here in qualifying heat number 2. Looks like we lost the 85 of Clint Dillard. The 63 of Aaron Green didn't make qualifying heat number 2. Lake of the Ozarks is chewing up these boats and spitting them out as fast as it can as this big body of water gets rough as the wind picks up here in the late afternoon on this beautiful Saturday at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest right here in front of Shady Gators in Camden on the Lake. What a great run there by Neil Marsh. We'll always get a chance to chat with the dude. He loves talking to me because when he's talking to me, that means he won another qualifying heat or a main event. He's got to be stoked with a 2nd and a 1st. He's definitely going to start on the inside of row 1 for our main event later on this afternoon in Texas Tri-Hull. All right, we're going to bring our Texas Tri-Hulls up. We're going to have our next class. All right, well, that's going to conclude qualifying for Formula One and for Texas Tri-Hull here on the Formula One Powerboat Championships portion of the LOTO Powerfest. Coming up next, we're going to see some more of our offshore racing here. We've got the likes of the factory stock and the Super Cat classes out here to rip around on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. More from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show. Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show. Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show. Hey bro, go for what you know. Bass getting low and we rock the show.
The convenience of it is what makes it awesome. Use the boat twice as much.
I've had these touchless covers for about 3 years now. I have them on all 3 boats here on the dock.
We don't have to constantly clean spiders off of our boat.
I'm able to come out by myself, raise them up, put them back down. They've made all the difference for me.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939, right here at Lake of the Ozarks. ProServe, helping transform businesses through the management of your daily technology services. With decades of service and experience to professionally and passionately serve the people with exceptional effort that inspires optimism and growth for their company, their customers, and the community, check out ProServe. The Central Missouri Tri-County Lodging Association, the destination marketing organization for the lake area counties of Camden, Miller, and Morgan, whose mission is to promote Lake of the Ozarks for leisure travel, group business, and sports tourism. Elite Roofing and Siding, your friendly neighborhood roofing, siding, and gutter specialist. Storm damage repair, new residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutters. Voted best roofer at the lake for 2023. Proudly serving the lake area for more than 20 years. Master Tech Marine, your resource for all the MerCruiser outdrive rebuilds and upgrades, repairs and on repairing all Bravos, and specializing in MerCruiser high performance and Speedmaster outdrives. Transmission repairs using genuine Mercury and MerCruiser parts and all major aftermarket marine components. Master Tech Marine, your one-stop shop for any transmission and other outdrive related repairs for over 33 years. Square Grouper Dispensary, located 5 minutes north of Laurie off Highway 5. With the lake's best prices, you won't want to shop anywhere else. Order online at squaregroupermo.com or stop in on your way into town. And Iron Curtain Wave Break. If you want to get a break from the waves on the lake, call Iron Curtain at 816-792-2806 or email ironcurtainwavebreak.com. They've got a solution for all your wave problems. Welcome back, race fans from Mix 92.7. Joining me now, the man who came from the back of the pack all the way to the front in qualifying heat number 2. They call him the Dude. He's out of Hemlock, Michigan, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Man, we do this a lot, don't we?
I don't mind talking to you, Thomas.
Yeah, I bet you don't. I was saying that before you came up here. I go, Neil never has a problem talking to me because that means he won something. Boy, you got a second by about 15 one-thousandths of a second in Heat 1. You and Grant had an epic battle. And there in Heat 2, boy, you sure know how to run through the traffic. And once you get out in front, it's like cruise control.
It's a lot of fun out there. The first battle with Grant was one that was been coming for a long time. So Havasu on the final the last race of last season, and we've been wanting to get side-by-sides. Their sons on this season.
Boy, so you got a 2 in Heat 1, a 1 in Heat 2. I think you and Grant might be starting on the inside and outsides of row 1. What type of battle is that shaping up to be here in the main event in Texas Tri-Hull here at LOTO Powerfest?
I'll tell you what, he makes that boat pretty wide for me. It's hard to get around him, and he's gonna continue to do that. So he's a great competitor. He's pretty fast behind that wheel. We'll wear him out, though. We can get around him.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He said, you know, he's faster than I am, but I make it as hard as humanly possible for him to get around me. And talk about that, right? You can be faster, but what are some of the things that you've seen from drivers and you've done to other drivers that even if you're not the fastest, makes it so hard for your competitors to get around you?
I won't tell you all the secrets, Tom. You can get them a little wet, get that spray in their face, and no one likes that. When you start losing your sight, it changes the whole deal, right? So
for sure,
you can run them out a little bit, and then you can slow them up on that outside as much as you want. You can kind of dictate what they're going to do, unless they're really going to come up and thump you. So it's a chess match, right?
For sure. Well, maybe we'll see a bit more of that thumping in the main event between you and the 13 of Grant Schubert. You guys put on a great show, and you're in for one epic battle here to crown a champion in Texas Tri-Hull here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. But good luck to you, and maybe you'll bring in more hardware back to Hemlock.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to thank all the family at home, everybody watching. The wife and kids are all made this trip. My daughter Ellie, she's right here, and my crew, the unbelievable crew. These guys, they traveled all this way. And we had a heck of a turnout here. It's a lot of fun. The whole family's here, and everybody at the house. I love you guys. My beautiful wife, Josie, I love you, baby. And thank the great city of Lake of the Ozarks, man. This place is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's like a giant adults playground, isn't it?
You know, it's unbelievable. I've heard about it and seen the stuff, and to be here, this is one of a kind.
Absolutely, man. Well, hey, we'll let you get back to the pits. Make sure everything's all ready to rock and roll and dialed in for the main event when you and Grant look to slug it out for 20 laps here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Congrats, man.
30 this time.
Right on. There we go. That's the 17 of Neil Marsh, the winner from qualifying heat number 2. He ran a gem out there on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, and he's hoping to do it again in the main event here in just a little bit. But it looks like out on the water now, we've got the Super Cat class. These is the big bad boys of offshore. Speeds in excess of 140 miles an hour here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. You've got your reigning national champion, that US 1 MCON Monster Energy machine out on the water, and 7 other drivers looking to knock off that Monster Energy machine from its top spot on the podium from 2022. Can anybody knock them off here in 2023? We're going to find out here in just a little bit when the Super Cat class gets rocking and rolling here at Lake of the Ozarks LOTO Powerfest 2023. We can see that. There you go. See the helicopter in view. A little bit different the way the offshore folks record all of their racing. They use helicopters from an overview. We opt for the smaller bladed aerial devices, the drones out here on the lake, but they use the helicopters just due to the sheer length. And here we go. We've got a bunch of boats back at the north end of the course, and they are cranking up those twin 750 horsepower. Big blocks in the back of those 38 to 42 foot catamaran hulls. Who's going to be your Super Cat champion here at Lake of the Ozarks? We're just moments away from getting underway. Let's take a look here before they get started on who's all here in the Super Cat class. Starting with the US 1 reigning national champion with Myrick Coyle behind the wheel and Tyler Miller running the throttles of that 42-foot skater with those twin Sterling 750s. They're kind of mired back there in the middle in lane number 3. On the inside lane there, that's that bright yellow machine. That's the number 5 WHM Motorsports. Billy Moff out of Long Island, New York, the driver. Jay Mueller out of New Jersey, the throttle man. That's a 40-foot skater. They've got Sterling twin 750s as well. Can they be the winner here in 2023? Roland Transport, that 39-foot outer limits with Matt Jemzicki and Vinny DiGiorio, both out of Richfield, Wisconsin, making their way down here to Lake of the Ozarks. Can they be your winners in 2023 here in the Super Cat class in that number 88 machine? And there's the number 8, CR Racing, Rob Unnersall and Casey Boaz out of St. Louis, Missouri, in their Skater 388. Can they be victorious here in 2023? Or will it be the 03 Dirty Money Racing, Powerhouse Recycling of Jason Ventura and William Peaburn, both out of Pompano Beach and Jacksonville, Florida, in that 38-foot Douglas Marine Skater? There you see it coming up the outside. They are all jammed together. There's the M-Con Monster Energy US 1. We've also got the 54 Graydell CJ Grant Racing. The lone team from Canada with Chris Grant out of Toronto, Ontario, the driver, and Billy Moore out of Grantsboro, North Carolina, behind the throttles with their twin HRE Hatterman 750 big blocks in their 42-foot catamaran. We've also got the 22 Clobar Motorsports out of Ankeny, Iowa. Randy Keys is the driver. Out of Pleasant Hills, Iowa, Billy Allen is your throttle man. They've got Sterling Twin 750s in their 38 Skater 388. Can they bring the hardware back to Iowa here in 2023? Or could it be the 11, the Valder Yachts Pro Floors Racing with Wayne Valder out of Auckland, New Zealand? That's right, Wayne Valder out of Auckland, New Zealand, coming all the way to Lake of the Ozarks to run here at LOTO Powerfest. And Grant Brueggerman out of Bradenton, Florida, the throttle man, running Case Twin 750s in their 42-foot MTI. Yeah, right, they're making their way back down to the Bagnell Dam end of the race course as they get their parade lap completed, and they'll mill around and get ready to go as we are just moments from crowning a Super Cat champion here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. All right, they've got them all lined up down there at the north end of the course. Slowly making their way back down towards us here at Shady Gators in Camden on the Lake. They're getting all lined up. Who's going to get lane 1? Who's going to get the fast jump when they drop the flag? Can they use that to their advantage and get out in front and hold off the competition here in the Super Cat class? You got 8 boats in speeds of excess of 140 miles an hour here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Let's see who's going to be the big winner. Will it be your reigning national champions? Or could some hardware be headed back to Auckland, New Zealand? Maybe some going back to Wisconsin or even Iowa. We've got drivers from all over the world here at Lake of the Ozarks in 2023 looking to call themselves Super Cat champions, but who's going to be able to pull it off? They're milling around down there at the Bagnell Dam end of the race course here on this 4.5 mile 6-pin course. The opening round of the Offshore Powerboat Association season here in 2023. Looks like the WHM Motorsports is kind of leading the way to get ready to go under green flag racing here as they're looking at the pace boat from the OPA series. They're milling around them, getting ready to go. Will that early inside line by WHM Motorsports be the ticket? Or will lane 2 or lane 3 be better positioned? Remember, Jackhammer and that SO1 came from lane 2. They weren't even on the inside lane. They let Alan Lawn Care in the Superstock class take that inside lane, and they used lane 2 and a great start to go wire to wire. Will we see that again here in the Super Cat class? As they continue to mill around down there at the north end of the course. There's the Clovar Motorsports and the WHM machine. There's the Gradall and the MCon. All milling around, waiting to hear from Race HQ to get this race underway. Just got word here from the 88 of Josh Wells. Looks like he got a hole in his boat, so his day's done in Texas Tri-Hull, but they are now rolling here in the Super Cat class coming from the north end of the course. It looks like on the inside, that's where they wanted to be. They got out early and they were able to secure that inside. Lane 1 is WHM Motorsports. In lane 2, that's the 11, Valder Yachts Pro Floors Racing. And the NZ11 in lane number 2. And here we come. They're under green flag, and we've got them going as they drop the flag and they take off down the front straightaway. 8 of the fastest boats in the United States in offshore racing here at Lake of the Ozarks in 2023. There's the MCon machine in lane number 3, pushing out in front now early on. As they make their run down the front stretch, look at them, 8 wide, 130, 135, 140 miles an hour as they make their way down into turn number 1 here on the opening lap. As they make way down, oh boy, looks like they're in lane 3. That might have been the Valder Yachts machine, way off the pace. Bad start for the team from New Zealand here. They're going to have some ground to make up already early on here in this Super Cat finale. As they come off of turn number 2, now out of turn number 3, let's see who's going to start off with the early lead as they come down the front stretch. It looks like, no, that is the NZ11. Yes, absolutely, that's the Valder Yachts team in the WHM Motorsports, then MCon, then the 54 Gradall, followed by the 88 Roland, then the 22 Clovar, followed by the 3 of Dirty Money Racing, and rounding out the field is the 8 of CR Racing. Talked to the guys from CR Racing yesterday. They blew a motor in testing yesterday and had to do a full engine swap before today's racing action, and obviously that's got them a little bit off the pace here on the opening lap of the Super Cat finale here at LOTO Powerfest 2023. But look at the battle going on. Now here comes the MCon on the outside. Your reigning national champion going wide to the outside, deck to deck with the NZ11. Valder Yachts machine as they go down to the north end of the course. WHM Motorsports still hanging out there trying to fight for position, kind of pinned down on inside of lane 1. But look at them sandwiched in between is our leader, the NZ11. Then it's the WHM Motorsports, followed by the MCon. Monster Energy machine way wide to the outside. Looks like those 3 boats have kind of pulled away from the rest of the field as they've got a kind of a battle going on for the podium, and then you got to shuffle back about 10-15 boat lengths to find the rest of the field here in the Super Cat class. But I have a feeling we're going to have a doozy on our hands here between the WHM, the MCon, and the Valder Yachts Pro Floors Racing teams as they go down across the start-finish line. And here comes the MCon machine that really loves to gather speed and can carry more speed as they're wide to the outside, keeping the RPMs up on those twin 750. Sterling big blocks in the back of that 42-foot skater. As the NZ11 now is deck to deck, here comes the US 1 MCon Monster Energy. WHM falling off the pace a little bit. And we'll be right back with more racing action here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest.
All right, as they make their way down to the north end of the course, let's see, is the MCON machine been able to get away? No, the NZ11, that Valder Yachts machine, is just pushing the MCON Monster Energy machine all over the race course. Trying to hold him at bay because he knows if they allow that reigning national champion to get by him, that might be all she wrote for the NZ11, and they want desperately to bring that hardware back to Auckland, New Zealand from Powerfest here in 2023 Lake of the Ozarks. As the NZ11 starts, it has a great turn there down at the north end of the course. Boy, what a run there for the NZ11. They really opened up some room over the rest of the field as the MCON Monster Energy machine did not. Oh, no, never mind. That's the WHM. The MCON's in the spray. You can barely see him on there on the outside hip of the NZ11. I think we're going to have a deck-to-deck battle back and forth here all race long here in the Super Cat class. The NZ11 on the inside. The US1, MCON, Monster Energy on the outside. As they go down into turn number 2. Off of turn number 2, the MCON just living on the outside hip of the NZ. Valder Yachts, Pro Force Racing Team. Look at them pack here under those 40-foot catamaran hulls as they lay the nose back down. 115, 120, 125, 130, 135 miles an hour as they continue to push here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. Listen to those twin 750s just growl coming down the front straightaway. Boy, I tell you, the MCON machine has absolutely got the dead straightaway speed, but that NZ11 machine can turn on a dime. It's doing such a better job in the corners. That has been the story so far here in the Super Cat class. The MCON team catches them. By the time they get to the corner, the NZ11 team turns tight to the pin, and they leave them in the dust coming out of the corner. And then the MCON machine's got to spend the entire straightaway closing that gap back up over the NZ11 Valder Yachts Pro Force Racing machine. That can make it very tricky and very frustrating for that MCON machine. I think at some point they're going to have to try to either get side by side or move back down to the inside. I don't know if they're going to have enough top end speed to get by the NZ11, just out drag racing them down the straightaways. But as they come off the north end, they're side by side. The NZ11 right there, 2 boat lengths behind is the MCON Monster Energy. There it is coming off the outside hip. Notice he's staying just outside of the wake of the NZ11. He wants that clean water, but he can't go too wide because he can't risk giving up any more distance by going out to lane 3 or lane 4 to keep the water clean. He's got to risk staying right on the outside hip of that NZ11 as they go down into turn number 1. They make their turn into 1 now, apex it off of turn number 2. And notice the NZ11 is not going pin to pin because they don't want to make tight turns because they can't afford to give up the horsepower. But now the MCON makes the move. He goes down to the inside. Is he going to have to cross over the wake, or can he hold that inside lane 1 and catch it by the time they get down to the north end of the course? Hey, welcome back those on Mix 92.7. We've had a battle continuing, an epic battle between the NZ11 Pro Force Racing and the reigning national champion, that MCON Monster Energy US1 machine, as they go down to the north end of the course. There's the NZ11. The US1 of MCON Monster Energy made a move down to the inside lane, but now look, it's having to cross through the wake, and this is where this is going to kill him. That's going to be brutal. He had to cross through the wake, scrub off that bad water, and go wide back to the outside. And now that NZ11's opened up about a 10-boat length lead over the MCON Monster Energy. Can he make it up with top end speed coming out of the north end of course out of turn number 6? As he comes off of 6, the WHM Motorsports team is still hanging tight there in third, but a bit far out of the equation to fight for the top spot, like this battle we're seeing between our leader, the NZ11,
and the MCon Monster Energy team sitting in that second position. As they come out of turn number 2. Pushing off of turn number 2, now out of turn 3. There's the NZ11. Notice sitting in lane 2. He does not want to go tight off the pin. That's smart. Now hugging on the outside hip just outside the wash is the MCon. They had to go back to their old original strategy on that outside line. Now they've got to try to track down the NZ11. Will they have enough time to close that gap and try to make that move to the inside lane and go short way around the course and catch up to the NZ11? WHM Motorsports machine sitting in third, followed by the 54. Gradall, CJ Grant Racing. Then the 88, Roland Transport. Sitting in fifth. In sixth, we got a battle going now between the 8 of CR Racing and the 22 of Clovar Motorsports. There's our leader, the NZ11, continuing to force the MCon machine wide to the outside. As they push hard now out of turn 6, and they're heading back down the front stretch to cross off another lap here in this Super Cat finale. As they continue to push down the front stretch. There's our leader, the NZ11. Where's the MCon? Still hiding in the wake there, staying within striking distance, but just can't seem to make up enough ground to pounce. Can they whip up some magic here in this Super Cat finale? Or will they miss the mark and hang on to second? Or could they make a mistake and the WHM Motorsports team that's sitting in third comes up and snatches second place from the reigning national champions? There's the overhead shot. You can see our leaders are staying out in lane 2. They're smart. They don't want to go tight to the pin. They don't want to risk dislodging a buoy. That caused them a 1-lap penalty, and that would be a bad deal here in this Super Cat main event. Our leader, the NZ11, Pro Floors Racing, Balder Yachts, pushing hard down the front stretch, down the back stretch, with the MCon national champions in tow. Then there's the WHM. And then in fourth, it's that 54 Gradall. Now we look, there was a good battle going on for fifth, but it looks like the 88 the 8 CR Racing was able to get by the 22 Clovar Motorsports, and boy, the Clovar's fallen way off the pace here in this main event. But it is all about NZ11. Once you get out in front here in Super Cat, it is very, very difficult to pass. But I tell you, everybody on that MCon Monster Energy team is pushing as hard as they possibly can to try to catch the team from Auckland, New Zealand. As the leaders now come off the Bagnell Dam end of the course down there at mile marker 5. They continue to push hard. You see the NZ11 there going in front of the condos down at the far side of the lake from where we are here at Shady Gators. You're starting to see that MCon machine live a little bit further back in the view if you're watching online on the F1 Powerboat Championships Facebook page, YouTube channel, or website. You can see that used to be a few boat lengths shorter. It was that ill-advised move to go down to the inside. They knew they had to make a move. They took their shot. I think they took it a little too early, and it cost them. Can they make it back up? Can they get back up into the position they were on like lap 2 or 3 and use that to their advantage and try to track down the driver from New Zealand and bring some hardware back home with them with that, and bring home some hardware to their new sponsor, Monster Energy, here in 2023. As the WHM Motorsports team hanging on into third, Here comes our leaders. You can see the WHM Motorsports is way back there, is that third dot on the horizon. And then the fourth, that's the 54, Great All. CJ Grant Racing with Chris Grant and Billy Moore operating inside the cockpit of that 38-foot 388 skater. Well, there's a nice battle there. Looks like that's between the 88 Roland Transport, the guys out of Richfield, Wisconsin, and the 8 of CR Racing, Rob Undersall and Casey Boaz. A couple of Missouri, Boaz out of St. Louis, Missouri. They've run tunnel boats for quite a long time back in the 90s and early 2000s. Looking to do some damage here in that 8 CR Racing machine. Look at how close they are. Boy, that is really close. As the 88 goes way wide to the outside, I don't know if that was the best move because the 8's tucking down tight to the inside. But now they're about to get to go. Look out, they almost touch coming out of turn number 6 down at the Bagnell Dam end of the race course. What a gutsy move there by the 8 of CR Racing. They just said, hey man, we're not going to back off. We're going to follow our line, and the 88 of Roland Transport had to make an adjustment. Otherwise, we would have seen a nasty collision down there at the Bagnell Dam end of the race course down at mile marker 5. Oh, here we go. Look at that battle, just side by side, deck to deck as they come off of turn number 6. They are totally even, fighting for 5th position here in this Super Cat class. The 08 of CR Racing on the inside, the 88 of Roland Transport, wide to the outside, side by side, down the front straightaway. They cross the start-finish line. One more lap complete. And now it looks like the CR Racing, Casey Boaz and Rob Undersall make their move and are able to put the 88 Roland Transport in the rearview mirror. And you know who's had the whole entire field in their rearview mirror all day long? Well, that's our leaders, the NZ11 Valder Yachts Pro Floors Racing of Wayne Valder out of Auckland, New Zealand, and Grant Brueggemann out of Bradenton, Florida, running those Case twin 750 horsepower motors on the back of that 42-foot MTI. Let's find out where our leaders are. Let's take a look here. There's the Valder Yachts machine out in front. He's made his way out of turn number 6, and boy, that gap is starting to open up a little bit. I think the MCon Monster Energy team's going to be kicking themselves when this thing's all said and done, because I think they lacked a little bit of patience here in this Super Cat finale. If they would have waited just a handful of more laps, they probably would have been in a better position to pounce on the NZ11. They took their shot early. It didn't work out. They had to cross through the wake of the NZ11 twice in one lap. And anybody who knows anything about boat racing, crossing through a wash of your competitor is about the worst thing you can have happen. You lose so much power, horsepower, because those propellers just can't grab and bite through the water because of all the air that has been pumped into the water from the boat in front of you. It makes it very difficult to really get the punch out of those motors you're hoping for. And now here comes the MCon, stand wide to the outside now. They've got to just hope that they have enough laps left to get up next to the NZ11 and catch the Valder Yachts Pro Force Racing machine here in this Super Cat main event. As they go down the north end of the course towards the Bagnell end, turns 4, 5, and 6. Does anybody have an answer for the master out of Auckland, New Zealand? Can we see hardware head to the southern hemisphere for the first time? I don't know if it's in a long time or ever here at LOTO Powerfest. You don't normally see the guys from Australia and New Zealand make their way up to the U.S. to race, but Wayne Valder looking to race in the top class in 2023. It looks to be a part of this Super Cat class. It's putting on a great show. I mean, it's a ton of boats. That's a lot of big, giant 40-foot boats out on the water all at once. I mean, could you imagine if they had, like we do in Formula One, where we race 15 to 25? Boy, that'd be a lot of carnage, potentially. but no carnage for this NZ11 right now. The only carnage he's looking to do is inflict carnage on the rest of his competitors here, as he's looking to hold this thing off after a great jump on the opening lap. He was able to get out from lane number 2. Boy, that seems to be the sweet spot. The Jackhammer won from lane 2. The NZ Valder Yachts is sitting in lane number 2 on the start, and they're now out in front. They could be running their way all the way to victory as they go out of the Camden on the lake end of the race course. Down out of turn number 2. Now off turn number 3. Packing air out of that 42-foot tunnel hull. Trims those motors back out. Lays the nose down. And away he goes down the backstretch. Pushing hard. That MCON machine doesn't seem to have an answer. They just can't seem to close the gap in the later stages of this Super Cat class. As they continue to push hard. There's the 8 CR Racing. There's the 54. That's the Gradall machine that's sitting in 4th position, trying to catch the WHM and end up on the podium. Don't know if it's going to have enough oomph left here in the finale here in Super Cat. There's the 8 CR Racing. Had that nice battle with the 88 Roland Transport there for about a lap and a half, 2 laps, and made a great move down out of turn number 3 to get by the 88 Roland Transport. As our leader, the NZ11's already out of turn number 6, making his way down the front stretch. Will he hang on for victory here in 2023 in the Super Cat class at LOTO Powerfest? As he comes down across the start-finish line. Just a few laps remain here in this Super Cat finale, and the lead continues to grow for the NZ11. As he goes down into turn number 1. Swings it around turn number 2 like a big arcing circle through those turns. Not trying to make any sharp, hard moves. He wants to keep those RPMs up. Oh, and it looks like that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner here in Super Cat, I apologize. The man from Auckland, New Zealand, runner for Valder Yachts and Pro Floors Racing, going wire to wire, taking the victory here in Super Cat. The number NZ11 of Wayne, Valder, and Grant Brueggemann in second place. They fought hard. They just didn't have enough today. Your reigning national champions in that US1 machine. Myron Coyle, Tyler Miller, running that 42-foot skater for MCON and Monster Energy in second. And rounding out the podium here in the Super Cat class, out of Long Island, New York, WHM Motorsports with Billy Moff behind the wheel and Jay Mueller, the throttle man, with their twin Sterling 750s, and that 40-foot skater rounds out the podium here in the Super Cat class. What a great battle between the US1, MCON Monster Energy, Valder Yachts. They duked it out all race long, but the Valder Yachts had an answer every time the MCON machine looked to make a move out here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. They were cruising around at 130 plus miles an hour, and it seemed like the Valder Yachts team was in so much control from the drop of the green flag. What a great run. And some hardware heading back to the southern hemisphere in Auckland, New Zealand, with the driver Wayne Valder taking home the checkered flag here in the Super Cat class. Well, up next, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Formula Ones and the Tri-Hulls coming back out on the water for their main event here as we look to wrap up LOTO Powerfest, who's got 3 races remaining here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. We've got the Formula Ones, we've got the Tri-Hulls, and we've got the factory stocks. Going to round out a beautiful day, fast Saturday here at Lake of the Ozarks for the LOTO Powerfest 2023. All right. Well, we're getting the Formula Ones loaded back into the water. We're going to get the Formula One and the Tri-Hulk course set. So don't go anywhere. More from Lake of the Ozarks. Powerfest coming up right after this.
There's only one place to catch all the best action in sports. Wicked Willie's Sports Grill with 31 TVs, 3 projection screens, and an all-new virtual golf lounge and shooting range simulator. There's no sports bar quite like Wicked Willie's. Come in and enjoy watching your favorite game at the bar or getting cozy in our lounge seating while you dine on some award-winning Wicked Wings. Our dining room is open daily. Wicked Willie's and LOZ Golf. It's wicked good.
Axel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Your passion drives us to excel. Seaway Marine, your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboard motors, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Backwater Jacks, open at 11 a.m. daily. Live music Wednesday through Sunday. This Friday and Saturday, Machine Gun Symphony and Kirk Brown Blues Brand at Backwater Jacks. Marine Max, offering the finest brands. Marine Max will help you find the boat that's right for you, teach your family how to use it, and show you how to have fun. And then service your boat and keep you on the water. Check them out at marinemax.com. eXp Realty, the Ed Schmidt team. This team believes in the golden rule. Treat others like you would like to be treated, or simply put lake life by the golden rule. The Schmidt team is a host for the American Dream TV, featured on CBS, ABC, Fox, CNBC, Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. If you're looking to buy or sell a house, check out eXp Realty. Performance Boating Center at mile marker 21 here in Lake of the Ozarks. They will put you first and get you on the water where the real fun begins. Quirk Hard Seltzer. The real fast boats meet real food flavor. Quirk's is the lake's hard seltzer made in Missouri with real fruit juice. Enjoy the perfect summertime beverage. And Country Financial, Dustin Cox Insurance. If you've got to file a claim and you don't want any surprises, call Dustin Cox, your local Country Financial insurance agent. Hey, welcome back, race fans listening on Mix 92.7, bringing you all the live racing action from LOTO Powerfest here in 2023. We've just about have the course set here for Formula One boats to get back out on the water, and we're going to run an 18-minute plus one lap main event here to crown a champion in round 2 of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship season. Will it be the 10 of Terry Rinker, or could it be the 52 of Chris Rinker, who had an unbelievable qualifying heat number 2? Or could it be the young rookie out of Richmond, Texas, the 13 of Grant Schubert, who's had a tremendous uptick in his performance here in round 2 from the opening round in Port Neches, Texas? Or could it be the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 77 of Mike Quindazzi? Oh, what about the guy who won the first race of the season, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who led more than half of the first race? half of the race the last time we were here before he barrel rolled in turn 3, allowing the 10 of Terry Rinker to run that thing to victory. And speaking of Terry Rinker, can he be the only Formula One driver to ever win a race on Lake of the Ozarks? Well, he went 1 for 1 2 years ago. Can he go 2 for 2 here in 2023? All right, let's take a look at our starting lineup here for the main event in the Formula One class here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. On the pole, inside of row 1, running for Sylvan Pontoons out of Spring, Texas, the number 52 of Chris Rinker. Coming second off the start pontoon, outside of row 1, out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada. Running for Jones Marine Design, Wicked Willys, Days Inn, and PTR Engines, as well as Crystal Clear Wiper Blades, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. On the inside of row 2, your defending Lake of the Ozarks race champion, out of Tampa, Florida, running for Phase 3 Performance, the number 10 of Terry Rinker. On the outside of row 2, out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, running for Clover Construction, the number 24 of Spencer Love. On the inside of row 3, running for Anderson Marine out of Nashville, Tennessee, your points leader so far in 2023, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. On the inside of row 3, on the outside of row 3, out of Richmond, Texas, running for Backwater Jacks, number 13, Grant Schubert. On the inside of row 4, out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Dog Days Bar and Grill and Ameristar Roofing, the number 190, the Dustman, Dustin Terry. On the outside of row 4, the other half of the Phase 3 Performance team, out of Richmond, Texas, the number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way, Mayo. On the inside of row 5, out of Tampa, Florida, running for the Buckshot Cleaver, number 77, Mike Guindazzi. On the outside of row 5, running for JH Performance Boats and Snap-on Tools, number 99, Travis Yates. On the inside of row 6, out of Wayzata, Minnesota, running for Ozark Touchless Covers, number 59, Tyler Welch. On the outside of row 6, the other half of the Clover Construction Racing team, running for the All-State Kuhn Agency and Clover Construction out of Moore Park, California, Sean Love. On the inside of row 7, the other half of the Welch Racing team, running for Big Bags USA out of Wayzata, Minnesota, number 95, Mark Welch. On the outside of row 7, running for ProServe and Craftsman out of Thibodaux, Louisiana, number 09, Whitney Terry Fletcher. And rounding out the field here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest out of Elk River, Minnesota, running for Dog Days and Pilot Racing, the number 58 of Jeff Cresciano. That's what our field looks like here in the Formula One final. Who's going to be your winner? Will the 17 of Dylan Anderson figure it out here in the main event and build on his lead after a win in round 1 here at LOTO Powerfest? Or will it be one of the other talented drivers here in the Formula One class? Let's take a look at our standings through the opening round. After a win in the opening round with 300 points, the 17 of Dylan Anderson the man sitting on the pole here in round 2 here at Lake of the Ozarks, sits in second place in points, 29 points behind our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker, sitting second in the season standings. In third in the overall season standings with 265 points, 6 points behind our second place boat is the 10 of Terry Rinker. Can he break out and get on top of that point standing here after round 2? In fourth in the season standings with 244 points. 56 points behind our leader, Dylan Anderson. In fourth, the number 24 of Spencer Love. In fifth position, unable to make it here this weekend, the number 93 of RJ West. He's going to drop back considerably here after round 2. In sixth with 228 points, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In seventh with 205 points, the 190 of Dustin Terry. In eighth, also unable to make it here to Lake of the Ozarks, the number 71 of Jimmy Kerr with 204 points. So that's top 8 drivers separated by 96 points. The top 8 drivers in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series are separated by 96 points. That's a tight battle so far after round 1. And rounding out the top 10 in our season point standings, again, not able to make it here with 187 points, the 9 of Johnny Fleming. And in 10th with 172 points after a big wreck in round 1, unable to race here in round 2, the 62 of Chris Fairchild. Looks like we've got most of the boats out on the water, just waiting for the last couple to get ready to roll here for our Formula One main event here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. All right, looks, you can see some of the drivers there. They got the lids open, trying to get that breeze to pump some air down into that cockpit. These carbon fiber Formula One tunnel hulls can get extremely hot sitting out on the water with that sun beating on them here as we're getting ready to line them up, go 2x2 rolling start, and crown a champion here at the LOTO Powerfest. All right, we're getting them down the back straightaway. There goes our top 2 drivers, the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, who start on the inside and outside of row 1. And then on the inside and outside of row 2, the 10 of Terry Rinker and the 24 of Spencer Love. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're on the backstretch, and they don't take very long to get organized. What's going to happen here? Who's going to get that all-imperative jump when they drop that green flag and go racing? All right, we've got them lined up down to the far end of the course. Outside of turns 3 and 4. Taking a big wide loop. Make sure they get all lined up side by side here on the rough and tumble big water to Lake of the Ozarks. Let's crown a champion here for LOTO Powerfest in 2023. They're going to bring them way down to the far end of the course. And again, once they get them back, you're going to see that jet ski peel off the race course. Once that jet ski peels off the race course for you, those of you here at Shady Gators in Camden, you'll see that green flag out on the dock there on the point. You're going to see that green flag drop, and we're going to go under racing action and crown a champion here in Formula One. Nice overhead shot there of all lined up. Look at that perfect 2x2. Looks like that's row 3. That's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Getting a little wide there. He's got to tuck himself in. He knows if he goes too wide, he's going to get penalized. And if you get penalized before the race even starts, that makes it really hard to win a race. The jet ski pulls off, wait for the green flag. He drops the green flag, and we're underway. What a great jump there by the 94 Rusty Wyatt. Can he overtake the 52 of Chris Rinker as they go down the south end of the course? He's got to leave the lane. Oh, the 52 of Chris Rinker gets absolutely chopped by the 94 Rusty Wyatt. And we got a new leader coming from outside of row one, the man from Innisfil, Ontario, Canada, running for Days In, crystal clear wiper blades. Out in front, and your leader, can he go wire to wire? It's been a constant theme all day. But the 52 of Chris Rinker has got to be absolutely furious. He didn't get the best start, and he got chopped hard by the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Now he's sitting back in third position with the 24. No, that's the 10 of Terry Rinker sitting up in second. So the 10 of Rinker in that catbird seat in the same exact spot he was 2 years ago, the first time we ever raced on Lake of the Ozarks. Look at that battle there. The 77 of Quindazi, nice job there. He's sitting in fourth position. Can Quindazi get himself on the podium? There's the 13 of Schubert slugging it out with the 24 of Love. Then there's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the other half of the Phase 3 performance team, sitting back in sixth position. But right now it is all about the young man from Ontario, Canada. Can the LOTO Powerfest Championship head north of the border to Ontario? This young man has worked so hard to dial that Moore Hall in, and he had an absolute lightning quick jump off the dock. Running for Wicked Willie's here locally, as well as crystal clear wiper blades. Jones Marine Design, PTR engine, and the Days In has got a nice lead over the 10 of Terry Rinker. But Rinker better watch out, because he's getting caught by the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 77 of Mike Quindazi. Look at Quindazi getting it figured out here and trying to put it all together. Maybe, just maybe, he'll end up on the podium at the end of this 18 minutes plus 1 lap main event. There's the 8 of Mayo now trying to get by the 24 of Spencer Love. Oh, look out there, Jeremiah. He gets a little squirrely coming out of turn number 4 as he goes down the front stretch. He's now up into 5th position as we got a couple of Phase 3 performance teams trying to take that season championship and gather valuable points here in round 2 in 2023. There's the 8 of Mayo continuing to push hard. Right now it is all about Rusty Wyatt and the fact that can the 10 of Terry Rinker catch him. There's our leader, the 94 Rusty Wyatt. There's the second place, the 10 of Terry Rinker. In third, the 52 of Chris Rinker. In fourth, the 77 of Mike Quindazi. In fifth, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Then it's the 24 of Spencer Love. As these guys are all stacked up on top of one another and pushing hard. As our leader, the 94 Rusty Wyatt's going to start catching some of those back markers, and that's going to make this real interesting. As 24 of Spencer Love has had some troubles here with top-end speed on Lake of the Ozarks. As they continue to push hard down the backstretch. There's the 95 of Mark Welch, really struggling. There's our leader, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Then it's the 10 of Terry Rinker, getting by the 09. And look at there, the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 77 of Quindazi are just all over each other, fighting for the final spot on the podium. The 52 of Chris Rinker is able to get by the 9 of Whitney Terry Fletcher. Then the 77 of Quindazi's got to hammer it down in the turn to stay tight to the inside, but he does a great job of getting out of the corner. Can he catch the 52 of Chris Rinker? Because Rinker's opened up about a 6-boat length lead. They were all over each other just a lap ago. They continue to push hard. Oh, look out there. The 10 of Terry Rinker almost lost it down in between turns 3 and 4 as he is pushing it to the limit, trying to catch our leader, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. There's the 52 McLean Trailers Sylvan Pontoons machine of Chris Rinker as he is absolutely pushing it as hard as he can to try to make up the ground after getting the door chopped off down in the opening lap after not getting the best start off the drop of the flag here in the main event. As our leader, the 94 Rusty Wyatt, comes off at turn 4. There's a nice move. There's a nice view of the 59, or is that the 58? That's the 59 of Tyler Welch running in that Ozark touchless cover machine, trying to track down the 99 JH Performance Snap-on Tools of Travis Yates as they fight to stay inside the top 10. Yates all over the place, just making it very difficult for the 59 of Welch. The guy not having a difficult time at all right now is the 94 Rusty Wyatt out in front. He's got a bit of a lead there, like 3-second lead over the 10 of Terry Rinker. And then look at the 52 of Chris Rinker, who is all over his family member, just a second and a half behind him. The 94 of Rusty Wyatt trying to keep calm, cool, and collected. I know what happened to the 13 of Grant Schubert, but he is running very slow on the outside of the course. He is way down there and really struggling, which is surprising. Oh, no, look out. Dylan Anderson blows over down the front straightaway. The 17 Anderson Marine Machine is another victim of Lake of the Ozarks here for the second year in a row. He's out of the boat. Looks like he's okay. The safety systems did their thing. You see that orange airbag that lifts the boat upright and gets it out of the water. Unfortunate that the wind was blowing and he was pushing it to the limit. He was sitting back in 7th position, really struggling. And he was trying to find a way to move up a couple of spots after a great win in round 1. And it's all for naught once again for the young driver out of Nashville, Tennessee. He blew that thing sky high coming down the front straightaway. But thankfully for the young driver from Tennessee, he's okay. They got the boat already upright, and they're already bringing the boat back to shore. They've got the driver on the rescue boat. They're going to make sure that check him out with EMTs and safety crews to make sure he's okay. But how impressive is this? He blew over 25 seconds ago. He blew over 25 seconds ago, and we already have the driver in the safety spot. He's with the safety crew, and the boat's already getting towed off the course. What a great job by the sport rescue crew. And look at that thing. All the safety features did their jobs. The carbon fiber safety cell protected the driver. The airbag righted the cockpit out of the water so he was underwater for as little time as humanly possible. And the safety crews got the destroyed boat and the driver off the course into safety as quickly as they possibly could. That is exactly how it's supposed to go. But let's take a look in maybe a bit more detail on how badly damaged that Anderson Marine Machine is. Look at the front end is just completely gone on that Anderson Marine Hoffman Composite F1. It's a good thing we've got a big break before our next race that's going to allow the 17 of Dylan Anderson to get that thing up. There's the 17. Notice the whole front pickle forks are all busted up. Our great rescue guys at Sport Rescue making sure they get that boat in, get it on the trailer so they can get it dried out. Unfortunately, the day is done for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, but you know who absolutely hates this? The 94 of Rusty Wyatt. It's really hard to get an unbelievable start once. To do it twice is dang near impossible. And the 10 of Terry Rinker is going to be on the outside of row 1, absolutely licking his chops. I know that his crew chief and his race team is telling him, this is it, Terry. This is your chance to go back-to-back, man. You got the outside of row 1. We've got 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in our main event. And you've got the best opportunity you could have to take this checkered flag. All right, well, while we get that boat off the water, make sure all the debris is cleared up. More from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
certain magic here, one that can't be found anywhere else. You don't have to look all that hard to find it. It's on the flag-lined streets, in the packed pubs on game day, on the worn-down birds on bats, on cars, and on windows. It's in every memory, every celebration. Yeah, there's magic here in Cardinals Nation. Can you feel it?
Sign up for Cardinals checking with Central Bank and get a 2013 League Champions jersey and 2 game tickets. See bank for details.
Millstone RV Resort and Marina. Are you ready for the ultimate marina and RV resort experience? Look no further than Millstone RV Resort and Marina, Lake of the Ozarks' premier destination for boaters and RV enthusiasts. Millstone is now leasing annual RV spaces, and they still have a limited number of wet slips for boats and wave runners for the 2023 season.
Property damages, lost lives, horrible losses caused by floods can be minimized or prevented. Drips LLC believes the best way to prevent human suffering is through a fast and simple, stress-free barrier system. One 5-connected bag system replaces 750 regular sandbags and can be set up and filled in place by 2 men in less than 10 minutes. That's 200 times faster deploy than regular sandbags. Not only are our Big Bags USA barrier systems easy to lengthen and stack, but they conform to all types of terrain. Now is the time to implement a cost-saving, efficient deployment barrier plan and method. It's never too early to be prepared. Request a free quote today by calling 800-337-0537.
JH Performance Boats, custom, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Moto Marketing Group. Kevin Piles, owner of Motor Marketing Group, has been branding boats, bars, race teams, and more starting here at Lake of the Ozarks in 1990. Websites, logos, trucks, trailers, boats, graphics, and photography, including the F1 Powerboat Championship. He does it all. MotoMarketingGroup.com, your one-stop shop for all your motorsport marketing needs. Shady Gators, host of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Don't forget the Ultimate Prince Tribute Band, 9 p.m. tonight here at Shady Gators. Tickets online or at the door. The Dog Days Bar and Grill, open daily at 11. They've got DJs and live music multiple nights per week, celebrating their 30th anniversary, June 24th and 25th. All-Star Allstate Coon Agency. Are you in good hands with Allstate? Check out the Coon Agency, your local Allstate provider. And the Hatch. Casual lakeside dining right here at Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. And Econolift, your only choice to get your boat out of the water and keep it protected here on shore of Lake of the Ozarks. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying. Oops. Welcome back, race fans. Those joining us on Mix 92.7 here to LOTO Powerfest. We had to take a quick break there after a big blowover by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He blew it sky high coming down the front straightaway, fighting for position with all the other top drivers in here, and that is bad news for the 94 Rusty Wyatt. That young man had probably the best start of his season for sure. He came off like a rocket. He beat the 52 of Chris Rinker to the corner. He shut the door on him, and he ran it wide open. And now he's got to try to do that again, but instead of having a less experienced driver, the 52 of Chris Rinker, now he's got to deal with the 10 of Terry Rinker. But let's take a look at that spectacular blowover by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's just walking it down the front straightaway, and there he goes. Boom, he just took off. Look at him skipping across the water. We didn't get the greatest view, but he just took off. And look at him just skip across the top of the water. He barrel rolls. You saw the little flash of orange there. That was that safety airbag that was deployed there. What a rough run for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. I don't know if this young man's going to be coming back to Lake of the Ozarks. He's not a big fan of this lake because every time he comes out here, he ends up with his boat in pieces and he's sitting on the shore before the main event is over. All right, looks like we're getting them lined up 2 by 2, heading down to the south end of the course. Let's take a look at our running order. On the inside of row 1, it's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Can he get a great jump again and run that thing to the checkered flag? On the outside of row 1, which makes the 94 of Wyatt scared, is your defending champion here at Lake of the Ozarks, the 10 of Terry Rinker. Inside of row 2, it's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Outside of row 2, it's the 24 of Spencer Love. Then it's the 190 of Dustin Terry, the 99 of Travis Yates, the 59 of Tyler Welch, the 12 of Sean Love, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 95 of Mark Welch, the 09 of Whitney Fletcher, and the 77 of Mike Quindazzi, and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. That's not right. There we go. I mean, what happened to the 77 of Quindazzi? Maybe he got penalized. I don't know. My timing system might be a little goofy. We've been having some technical difficulties with it today. But they got him way down at the far end past the Camden on the lake, and they've got him lined up 2 by 2. And we're about to get underway here for this 5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap in our Formula One final here at Lake of the Ozarks. Who's going to be your 2023 LOTO Powerfest champion? Can the 94 Rusty Wyatt hang on? Or will the 10 Terry Rinker snatch victory from that catbird seat where he likes to sit? Here we go. Jet Ski Jared looking to pull off the course, waiting for the green flag. He drops the green flag and we're underway. The 77 of Quindazzi gets a great run. Oh, look at him go by the 10 of Terry Rinker. What a great run there by the 77 of Mike Quindazzi. Could this be his race where he ends up on the podium? Can the man from Florida, who pours his heart and soul into tunnel boat racing here in his 5th season in a Formula One boat, finally bring some hardware back to Florida? The 94 of Rusty Wyatt got a great jump there and is still hanging on to that top spot, but Quindazzi has got this thing absolutely strolling. I have never seen this driver this fast in his career. This is his turning point. Look out, Quindazzi! Quindazzi almost blows it over coming down the front straightaway, and then he gets blown by him, and oh no, the trim stuck on the 77 of Quindazzi. He had it, and then it was gone. And the 52 of Chris Rinker is now up in second. The 10 of Terry Rinker is really struggling. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo's moved up to 4th. They're all over the place here. The 24 of Spencer Love started in 4th. Now he's in 5th. These guys are all over the place. And so unfortunate by the 77 of Quindazzi because, man, he could have caught the 94 of Wyatt, possibly. He was absolutely strolling, and he almost blew it over. Trim stuck out, and the race day is over for the 77 of Quindazzi. But can the 52 of Chris Rinker catch our leader, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt? You know he so badly wants to do after that opening lap and getting shuffled back down to 4th or 5th on the opening start of this main event here in the Formula One class. All right, let's take a look at our leaders now. There's the 8-10 of Terry Rinker. He's in 3rd. He's got to go through the wake of the 52 of Chris Rinker. Now he's on his outside hip. Now Chris Rinker pushes him even further wide to the outside, forcing him to go way long around the course. 77 of Quindazzi just trying to stay out of everybody's way. You can see that motor just tilted all the way out, stuck completely in the out position, make it almost impossible with any speed without blowing it over. But right now, the 10 of Terry Rinker, after a brutal start, very uncharacteristically so, by the 10 of Terry Rinker, the 52 of Chris Rinker was able to finally get a better start than he did in the opener. And now finds himself in 2nd, trying to track down the young man running for Wicked Willie's. Days in. It looks like, oh no, the 58 of Jeff Cristiano's pulled off the race course. His day looks like it's over. That's unfortunate. And the 10 of Terry Rinker in 3rd, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in 4th. We got teammates battling for the final spot on the podium. Can our leader hang on here for 2 minutes and 41 seconds plus 1 lap? Or will the 52 of Chris Rinker get the points he needs to move up into 1st place in the season series standings here after 2 rounds? The 94 of Wyatt Gets by the 77 of Quindazi, who continues to have that motor stuck in the out position. There goes Wyatt down into turn 1, now off turn 1, now cugging it tight off turn 2, forcing the 52 of Chris Rinker to go wide way around the race course. That's going to make it very difficult for him here with just a couple of minutes plus 1 lap remaining. This is going to be a big win for this young man who'd be very, very excited to bring some LOTO Powerfest championship trophy back home to Innisfil, Ontario. Team owner Mark Major, former Formula One driver himself, would be very proud as well as he looks to bring the next generation of their family into the fold in Formula One powerboat racing. There he goes. Great job getting by the back markers, the 95 of Mark Welch and the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher, as they move wide to the outside and let these two boats slug it out here in this final minute plus 1 lap in this main event. There goes the 94 of Wyatt. Nice job there. Forcing the 52 of Chris Rinker in the wash. Look at that. Rinker's got to go through the wash. That makes it so hard for him to gain any ground on the 94 of Wyatt. Wyatt's getting a little squirrely coming down the front straightaway. He's got to make sure he doesn't overdrive this boat here in this final few minutes as this 52 of Chris Rinker continues to creep up closer on his back. Wicked Willie's on the side. Crystal clear wiper blades. The 94 of Rusty Wyatt pushing hard down the back stretch. His team, hey man, telling him, hey man, take it easy. Don't do anything stupid. He's behind you. This water's rough. It's very hard to pass. Do not allow you to be your own worst enemy. Nice set there out of turn number 4. In lane 2, there's the white flag is out. Go fast, turn left. Just 4 more times for the young man out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada. Will he take home his first victory here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? He was so close a few years ago in Springfield, Ohio, when he ran out of gas on the final lap. Heck, on the final 100 yards of the final lap. As he goes down the back straightaway, we follow overhead. Staying out of the way, there's the 77 of Mike Quindazi, who's got that busted trim. The 94 of Wyatt comes in through turn 3. Off turn 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you scream loud and put your hands together. Your Formula One champion in LOTO Powerfest in 2023, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. In second, the number 52 of Chris Rinker, and in third, the 10 of Terry Rinker, followed by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 24 of Spencer Love, the 190 of Dustin Terry, the 95 of the 190 of Dustin Terry, the 12 of Sean Love, the 99 of Travis Yates, the 59 of Tyler Welch, the 95 of Mark Welch, the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 77 of Mike Quindazi, and the 58 of Jeff Grishano, who had an absolutely brutal day here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, as he was unable to even complete a lap here in this Formula One event. But what a great run by the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, as he was absolutely dialed in today. The young man from Innisfil, Ontario, going to collect his checkered flag, get handed off, and he's going to make a lap here. So I want to make sure everybody, if you're on the water there, listen on Mix 92.7. Or if you're here at Camden on the Lake, or Wicked Willie's, or Shady Gators here hanging out with me, make sure when he gets around, you give him a big round of applause, because this young man has worked diligently to make that a possibility. There's brother Ray Wyatt and his crew chief. Take the lid off, shake a hand, grab a checkered flag, and here he goes for his victory lap here on Lake of the Ozarks. He deserves it. He worked his butt off. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Put your hands together. Your champion in LOTO Powerfest in 2023, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. What a great run by this young man. He's going to go and rip around all these pleasure boats, make sure they get a great upfront and up-close view of what it's like to see a champion powerboat driver celebrate after all his hard work. What a great run by the 94 Rusty Wyatt. Man, couldn't be happier for that kid. He has busted his butt. He's had some close calls. where he was so close he could taste it, and it just fell apart for him at the last second. And now he's finally able to bring home a championship trophy from a Formula One Powerboat Championship Series event. And he needed the points, ladies and gentlemen. He needed them big time. Coming in, he had 164 points, sitting in 12th. He's got a lot more than that. He's not going to be number one. I think you're going to see the 52 of Chris Rinker move up to the top spot in the standings for the season. And then the 10 of Terry Rinker is going to move up to second. You'll probably see the 24 of Spencer Love move up to third. And you'll probably see Dylan Anderson shuffle back to fourth or fifth on the season series standings. But what a great run for the 94 Rusty Wyatt. Before our summer break, we've got a bit of a break here. No races in July. And then we come back in August. We've got an exhibition race being put on by Mercury Racing in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. But we've also got round 3 just north of Denver, Colorado. Round 4, Labor Day weekend in Grove, Oklahoma. And we wrap up our season in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, the last weekend of October. So don't go anywhere. More from Lake of the Ozarks Powerfest coming up right after this.
There's only one place to catch all the best action in sports. Wicked Willie's Sports Grill. With 31 TVs, 3 projection screens, and an all-new virtual golf lounge and shooting range simulator, there's no sports bar quite like Wicked Willie's. Come in and enjoy watching your favorite game at the bar or getting cozy in our lounge seating while you dine on some award-winning Wicked Wings. Our dining room is open daily. Wicked Willie's and LOZ Golf. It's wicked good.
The great outdoors of the Lake of the Ozarks is waiting. Pack up the golf clubs and the family and head to Central Missouri's 54,000-acre playground, where the endless activities will please even the youngest getaway critic. Golfing, boating, shopping, and a lot more family fun await at funlake.com.
Excel Sports, official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Your passion drives us to excel. Seaway Marine. Seaway operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage, hard to find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the U.S. every year. If you're looking for a tough boat part to find, check them out at SeawayMarine.com. Backwater Jacks, open 11 a.m. daily, specials every day throughout the week, live music Wednesday through Sunday. Tonight, they've got the Kirk Brown Blues Band over at Backwater Jacks. Marine Max, offering the finest brands. Marine Max will help you find the boat that's right for you. All right, we're ready to roll. Here as they drop the flag on our main event here in Texas Tri-Hall with our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh on the pole. He's out in front. The 37 of Mason Rinker getting a great jump there as he's going to do battle with the 13 of Grant Schubert as they go down into turn number 1. The 13 of Schubert hanging on, but I don't know if anybody's going to have an answer for the dude, the 17 of Neil Marsh, who's looking to win round 2 and round 3 if he can bring home the championship trophy and put a stranglehold on the season point standings here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season. He came in with a 104-point lead over Jerry Rinker, and Jerry's sitting back in 7th position. Oh, it looks like, no, that's the 10 of Jerry Rinker's not even out there. That's the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. We've only got 7 boats running. Boy, Lake of the Ozarks has been absolutely brutal to the Texas Tri-Hull class. as our leader, the 17, Neil Marsh, looks to open up a big lead over the rest of the class as they slug it out. Behind him, the 37 of Mason Rinker. And the 13 of Grant Schubert. Here's a move by the 37 of Mason Rinker. He's on the outside. They're almost touching. Nose to tail going down the front stretch into turn number 1. The 37 of Mason Rinker now goes from the outside to the inside. Does he have enough top end speed to get by the 13 of Grant Schubert, who sits in second? Now, so second and third is the battle. Fourth is the 52 of Tanner Rinker. Then it's the 33 of John Ottinger, the 85 of Clint Dillard, and the 69 of Cole Mullen-Waring. But our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, has got it absolutely dialed in, and he is cruising. Way out in front right now, trying to get ahead of the rest of the field and put a stranglehold on the season standings here at Texas Tri-Hall. The 37 of Mason Rinker's got a battle going on with the 13 of Grant Schubert. Grant's just driving him all over the race course. Look at this battle we got going on. He's going inside. He's going outside. The 13 of Mason Rinker is doing everything possible. Now they're deck to deck, side by side as they go down into turn number 1. On the inside, it's the 13 of Schubert. He's pushing the 37 of Mason Rinker wide to the outside. The 52 of Tanner Rinker now comes down to the inside. I guarantee you the 37 of Mason Rinker is cussing out the 13 of Grant Schubert in that cockpit right now. He forced him 6-7 lanes wide to the outside because he knew if he didn't, it would have been all over. And now the 37 of Mason Rinker's going to try once again. He gets airborne coming out of turn number 2 down the front straightaway. We got a battle going on between these two, and it'll probably continue for the remaining laps in this 20-lap main event in Texas Tri-Hall. Who they touch. The 37 of Mason Rinker's got to back it off. Now watch out, here comes the 52 of Tanner Rinker into the mix. We've now got 3 boats fighting for the final 2 spots on the podium. Five laps remain here in this main event in the Texas Tri-Hall class. The 17 of Neil Marsh is way out in front, but the battle is for second, third, and fourth. The 13 of Grant Schubert, after some veteran moves in Tri-Hall, pushing the 37 of Mason Rinker all over the place, is still hanging on to second, but he doesn't have the speed. So the 37 of Mason Rinker makes 1 or 2 good moves, and he could be all over him once again. Does he have enough laps to get back out there? Don't forget, tonight at 9 o'clock, the ultimate Prince tribute band. We're talking, close your eyes and it sounds like Prince and the Revolution. Right here at Shady Gators, 9 o'clock tonight. Buy tickets online. As we got a battle now, here comes the 37 of Rinker. He gets the inside. He makes the move. Can he hang on down the front straightaway as the 37 of Mason Rinker on the inside? The 13 of Grant Schubert wide to the outside as they're banging all over here on the rough and tumble shores of Lake of the Ozarks. The 13 of Schubert now makes a dive down to the inside, but he loses too much speed. The 37 of Mason Rinker goes screaming right by him. All right, now in second, the 37 of Mason Rinker clears. Will he have enough room to catch the 17 of Neil Marsh? Because that boat is foul. Oh, look out there. The 13 of Schubert gets into the motor of the 37 of Mason Rinker. Gives him a little love tap as they go by. Oh, look out now. The 52 of Tanner Rinker's getting by the 13 of Schubert, who's obviously had something happen with that 13 machine. Something's wrong with the power plant, that Mercury 4-stroke on the back of that 13 machine. He's now all the way back into 4. Something had to have broke. And we've got 2 Rinkers on the podium, and neither of them are named Jerry Rinker. And that's 4 Rinkers that could end up on the podium on the weekend. That family is synonymous with tunnel boat racing and the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, I've barely talked about him because he's been so far out in front. There he goes. The 17 of Neil Marsh comes out in front as he's walking down the back straightaway. We just got a couple of laps remaining here in this main event. Our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, goes down out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course, right in front of Camden on the lake. Going way wide to the outside, trying to keep those RPMs up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in Texas Tri-Hull going wire to wire, the 17 of Neil Marsh. And after an unbelievable battle for second, the 37 of Mason Rinker hangs on for second, and the 52 of Tanner Rinker comes home third, and the 13 of Grant Schubert's Motors about to fall off the back of that Tri-Hull finishes in fourth. What a great run in Texas Tri-Hull. The 17 of Neil Marsh went wire to wire. What a great run for that driver. He's going to bring more hardware back to Hemlock, Michigan. He is your winner. What a great job for they call him the dude, running for B-Blade, Sefton Financial, Riversong Lodge in Alaska, Grandpa's Garden, Maple Grill, Studio 46, and Ward Brothers Farms. He goes back to back and adds a bunch of points to that lead he came here into round two. Now, saying that, I'll get a chance to chat with him later, but now I get to have a conversation with a young man who's going back to Ontario, a very, very happy man. Rusty, how's it feel, man?
Oh, man, it feels good. We did a lot of preparation for this race here. We came here and never been to LOTO before, so it's a treat just being here, let alone racing here on the Ozark here and coming out with a win, man. Holy crap, I'm excited.
And I know you've been close to tasting a championship win on the F1 PC. And we're not going to get into the details about it. There was 100 yards left on the race course. Got to feel good to finally get back up there, especially that run on the initial start, man. I mean, you hit that thing on the nose. And I can assure you Chris Rinker's probably not the happiest guy in the world, but you beat him to the corner. And, hey, when you get beat to the corner, you're going to get chopped off. That's just the way tunnel boat racing works.
That's what it's all about. You know, my cousin Mark there was up on the dock, and he was getting the green flag for me. He just keyed the mic, and I hit it perfectly. So, yeah, couldn't be happier with it. You know, Chris is a good buddy of mine. I obviously left him lots of room, so we had a good battle out there.
Yeah, now, when you saw the 17 of Dylan Anderson go over, what was going through your head? Because that's probably the worst thing you wanted to see when you were out in front by as far as you were.
Absolutely. It was real tough. You know, Dylan's a good buddy of mine. I was worried for him right away, but he got out, and then I started thinking about this restart that I wanted nothing to do with. I wanted that race to keep going. And I got a little nervous in there, to be honest, and then we made it happen. Terry was hanging back doing a little blocking, I think, on the third place. Chris, I think it was again. And, yeah, it worked out. It worked out. Really happy.
Yeah, and then the 77 of Quindazi came out of nowhere, and if it weren't for exploding his trim ram with the boat trimmed all the way out, you might have had your hands full a little bit more, but once he peeled off, it didn't seem like the 52 of Chris Rinker or the 10 of Terry Rinker had wanted nothing to do with the 94 of Rusty Wyatt.
It was tough. You know, Quindazi on that second heat, he had screaming fast speed, and when I seen him coming on my outside, I was nervous. I know how much speed that boat's got, and he's dialed in, so unfortunate error on trim pump, whatever it was, and it got me there.
Hey, that's racing, right? You can't finish first if you don't first finish. You finished first. You ran it like a pro. Congratulations. I know the folks at Days Inn, Crystal Clear Wiper Blades, Wicked Willies, Jones Marine Design, all the guys that put your stuff together are all screaming and cheering. I know you got a big crew back in Ontario watching you, wishing they could be here, but got to feel good to bring some hardware back north of the border.
So good, so good. I can't wait to get up on that podium. It's going to be really good to bring that hardware back home. Again,
right on.
Thanks to all those guys that you mentioned there. That without them, we wouldn't be here. So.
Well, hey, man, go celebrate with your team. Congratulations, Rusty. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 LOTO Powerfest champion out of Innisfil, Ontario, number 94, Rusty Wyatt.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, man. Well, hey, that does it for Formula One. That does it for Tri-Hull. We've only got a little bit of racing left here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. We've got the Extreme V in the factory stock class going to wrap things up here at LOTO Powerfest 2023. Again, don't forget, right here at Shady Gators, the ultimate Prince tribute band. Like, close your eyes and you think Prince and the Revolution are in Shady Gators. Doors open at 9 o'clock. You can buy tickets online, or you can buy them at the door right here at Shady Gators. What a great host they have been. The Lazy Gators area is absolutely packed with people. It's been a great day all afternoon. Check out the pool. The pool is packed. Everybody's having a good time. The weather has been absolutely perfect. And it looks like we're finally getting underway with the parade lap here in the final race of the day with factory stock at Extreme V here at 2023 LOTO Powerfest. All right, it's going to be an interesting race here, especially in that factory stock, because you can't use tuning and tweaking of your engines as an advantage in this class. The class name tells you exactly why you can't. It's factory stock. They run twin Mercury 450 horsepower motors on the back of these 38 to 42 foot catamarans. The 450R comes stock. You buy it right from the dealer, you bolt it on the back of the boat, and you go racing. So classes like this really become more about the decisions you make on the course, where you mill, how you get in position for having a clean lane on the start. And we're going to see what's going to happen here with this factory stock class as they come off the north end of the course closer to the Bagnell Dam at the 5-mile marker and make their way down the front stretch for our final race of the day here at Lake of the Ozarks 2023 LOTO Powerfest. As they come down the front stretch. See them there coming through the corner. We got the one lone knucklehead Extreme V running with the factory stocks here in this final race of the day. Who's going to come out on top? Now, the original boat in this class is out here on the water. That's the F7. The driver, she's out of St. Louis, Missouri. Her name is Taylor Schism. The throttleman, Johnny Tomlinson out of Miami, Florida, running those twin 450Rs on the back of a 39-foot MTI 390XR. They look like they're right side by side with the F96 Doug Wright Powerboats machine, driven by Logan Adan out of Palmetto, Florida, and throttled by Ricky Maldonado out of Palmetto, Florida, in a 38-foot Doug Wright catamaran. Where's the F39 at 38 MTI of AJ and Pete Patino? I expected to see them out there. It looks like they might be a little bit further back with the rest of the class. No, that's the V class. We've got two pace boats here for the two classes running at the same time. As they come around the start-finish line, we're just waiting for them to do one more parade. They're going to fully make a parade lap all the way around the whole course. And then we'll get under racing for our final race of the day here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. The F32, that's the GC Racing of Willie Cabiza out of Miami, Florida, and throttleman Gary Ballou out of Palm Beach, Florida, in that 39-foot MTI Cat. I don't know what happened to the F39. They don't seem to be out there, so we're down to three boats in the factory stock class. And then we've got the Extreme V class at the far end of the course in the second race, running on the same race course at the same time. You can do that when you've got a 4.5-mile track. As our second group now makes it across the start, across in front of Shady Gators here. Looks like that's the Monster MCon 06 out there running with the Knucklehead Extreme V. All right, so we've got them down the north end of the river. They've got their full parade lap. We'll let them mill down there for a second, and they're going to get rocking and rolling as they look to crown a champion in factory stock here in our final race of the day for 2023 LOTO Powerfest here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks. All right, there. Our final pace boat's coming through. They're getting him down there on the Bagnell Dam end of the course. Let them mill for a second, get set up, and then we're going to be underway with our final race of the day here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Again, can't thank all our sponsors enough. Locally here, Shady Gators and Camden on the Lake, of course, for hosting. Backwater Jacks, Prestige Luxury Pergolas, Big Bags USA, Elite Roofing and Siding, Marine Max, Millstone RV Resort and Marina, Central Missouri Tri-County Lodging Association, ProServe, Square Grouper Dispensary, Kuhn Insurance, your local Allstate agent, Dog Days Bar and Grill, EXP Realty, the Ed Schmidt Team, Ozark Touchless Cover, Master Tech Marine, WIA Marine Insurance, Cork Hard Seltzers, Central Bank, Performance Boating Center, Camden on the Lake, Decked Out Factory, Iron Curtain Wave Break, and Country Financial, Dustin Cox Insurance. Decked Out Factory has some amazing stuff. They got a great booth out here, but they're absolutely awesome. Before we get our final offshore race underway here, joining me now is the man, the myth, the legend, your series leader and defending champion and your winner here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest, the number 17, Neil Marsh. Well, Neil, a little bit easier it seemed like there. It looks like the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 13 of Grant Schubert decided to duke it out. You got out in front and ran that thing like you stole it all the way to the finish.
Like I said, Grant's going to make that boat real wide, so I'm glad I got to get by him and left him in my rear view.
Yeah, for sure, man. Got to feel good. That would seem a lot easier than the others have.
I don't know, man. They're all super special, dude. To be able to compete at this level and to bring these checker flags home, it is a dream come true.
Yeah, man, it's got to feel good, especially having the wife and kids here. I know normally they don't get to make most of the races. No. They don't get to see you out there doing your thing on the water. You came in with a 104-point lead. The two guys, a couple of guys behind you were broke. Man, the lake ate up a bunch of the tri-hull guys today. Clearly not you. You guys were prepared and ready to roll. And congratulations, man. This one is going to be nice, and it's got to feel good to go in with an even bigger lead into the summer break before we get back at things in August.
It is. It's good to have a little break here, get our feet back on the ground at home, and take care of a few more things on that boat because we can still make it a little faster.
For sure, man. Well, hey, congratulations. Go enjoy yourself. Enjoy this championship, and we're going to get underway with our final race here at LOTO Powerfest 2023. The factory stocks out on the water. And they're under green flag racing on the inside. That's the F96 Doug Wright Powerboats machine. Fighting side by side with the 7 MTI TS Motorsports of Taylor Schism down at the far south end of the course. I don't know what happened to the 7. I thought the 7 was in the wash there. I'm trying to find her. And I just see the two boats. Did we lose one of the... Oh, no, she is in the wash. The 7 MTI TS Motorsports machine on the outside hip there, but a great jump by the F96 of Logan Adan and Ricky Maldonado as they've got things cruising out in front. And that 38-foot Doug Wright catamaran, followed by the F7, that MTI 390XR. And rounding out the field here, the F32, the GC Racing of Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou in their 39-foot MTI Cat. In race number 2, we've got the Knucklehead Extreme V going up against the M-Con, who's just out there doing some exhibition runs in their Class 1 offshore boat that's got twin 1100 Mercuries. That's 2,200 horsepower on the back of their 40-foot catamaran. But our leader there's the 96 Doug Wright Motorsports machine out in front. Now here comes our second race. That's the Knucklehead on the outside. On the inside, there's that MCon Class 1 all black Monster Energy MCon machine out in front. Listen to that Knucklehead. Woo, that thing is crazy loud. Running down the front, down the backstretch. There we see our leader in the F96 for the factory stock class. Then it's the 7 of Taylor Schism. And in third, the F32 of Willie Cabiza. It's crazy how much quieter, to say that, about the 450R. It's such a quiet motor, but such a powerful motor. And this class is brand new as of 2019. Just added a few boats here this year in 2023. They had 2 last year. Now they're up to 4. They might, by the end of the season, you might see 5 or 6 of these factory stocks out here running. And they are big, giant boats with twin 450 horsepower outboards on the back. And they're pushing hard down the back straightaway. The F96 really starting to open things up over the F7 of Taylor Schism. And Johnny Tomlinson in that bright blue MTI TS Motorsports machine going down the backstretch. They're continuing to push hard. Very interesting to see, will the 7 of Taylor Schism be able to catch the 96 of Ricky Maldonado and Logan Adan, as they've opened up quite a lead here early on in this final race of the day here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. It's been a great day so far. What a phenomenal run by the Formula One boats, by the Tri-Hulls. What a great race in Super Cat and in Super Stock. Our bracket classes put on a great show, and now we're finishing things off here with the factory stock class and the F96. Of Logan Adan pushing hard out front. As our leader of the F96, Logan Adan, pushing hard. Down into turn number 1 as he ticks another lap off to ensure he can bring home the hardware in the factory stock class. As he's motoring down through turns 1, 2, and 3. All right, don't forget, folks, as soon as the factory stock race is over, everybody here at Shady Gators, I want you to get under the grandstand over here by the band shell. We're going to be giving away all the Formula One and the Tri-Hull Awards, and I want to see you guys congregate all around and make sure you hoot and holler for these guys who drove thousands of miles to put on a great show and a deck-to-deck, jam-packed race for all you fans here at Lake of the Ozarks. So if you're on the water listening on Mix 92.7, make sure as soon as this race is over, you dock the boat, get up here to the Lazy Gators. Sorry about that. I just ate a fly. Get up here to Lazy Gators. We're going to be doing our awards presentation for the Formula One and the Tri-Hull class. But there's the F96 of Logan Adan there. There's that MCon 1100, twin 1100 Class 1 boat out there running, getting some time under that brand new hull. New here in 2023. The MCon racing team got to run a couple of different classes. They've got the Super Cat class and they've got the Class 1 boat. Some races they'll run both. They were the only one here, so Class 1 was not on the sanction, and so they're just out there getting some practice. The battle right now is really in that factory stock class, but boy, they've really started to spread out. The F96 of Logan Adan And Ricky Maldonado really clearly the class of the field here in factory stock as they've moved way out in front of the 7 Taylor Schism, as well as the F32 GC Racing of Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. These all-composite catamarans are absolutely phenomenal. MTI Motorsports just outside of St. Louis. You go check out some of the stuff that the Performance Boating Centers had at the street party last night. I mean, you see them all. If you live out here on Lake of the Ozarks, you see this stuff all the time. The quality, the craftsmanship, the attention to detail, and the performance of these boats is second to none. And there you see the 7 Taylor Schism coming out of turn number 3 on this 6-pin, 4.5-mile course here on the Offshore Powerboat Association's opening round of 2023. The MTI TS Motorsports machine of Taylor Schisms pushing hard. That beautiful blue machine with the twin 450Rs on the back. And they're not the only one, as we see another MTI pleasure boat with twin 450Rs come cruising in front of Shady Gators as they're enjoying the beautiful weather here in Lake of the Ozarks. Could you ask for a better day to watch a boat race? 84 degrees, a light breeze, absolute perfect conditions to race, perfect conditions to enjoy yourself. And I'm so glad I got to spend my weekend here with all you great folks at Shady Gators, Camden on the Lake, and hanging out in Lake of the Ozarks. I look forward to coming down here every year, and I hope that we don't have to go every other year, but we make this an annual trip on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. I love it down here because it's like warmer version of my fellow Midwestern people that I hang with in Minnesota where I live. We got similar outlook on life. We enjoy the water. I'm from the land of 10,000 lakes. I spent a lot of time in the water back home in Minnesota, and this is very much one of the biggest lake-driven boating communities in not only the United States, but the world. I mean, if you look at the amount of large boats that are littered all over Lake of the Ozarks, you'd be hard-pressed to find a lake that has more boats on it than this 98-mile long lake that has more shoreline than the state of California. Right? They have more shoreline on this lake than almost all the lakes combined in Minnesota. And there's that F96 Doug Wright Motorsports machine out in front, just absolutely in cruise control right now as it comes across me here in front of Shady Gators on the backside, and he continues to pull away from the 7 Taylor Schism, and that MTI TS Motorsports machine just does not seem to have an answer for the driver out of Palmetto, Florida, looking to bring some hardware back to the East Coast. And here comes our leader, the F96, down into turn number 4. Tilts those twin 450Rs just a bit through 4. Then coming off of 5. Looking to sweep it through turn 6 and head back down the front stretch and complete another lap here and get one lap closer to a championship trophy here at LOTO Powerfest in the factory stock class. As our leader comes down off of turn number 6, now he's got it back down the front straightaway. Comes running down the front stretch. One more lap completed, just a few laps left in all of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. Again, immediately following the conclusion of the factory stock, we're going to be giving away some hardware in the Formula One and the Texas Tri-Hull class right here at Shady Gators and Lazy Gators, right here at the big band shell. They're going to have an outdoor concert here starting at 9 o'clock tonight. The Ultimate Prince Tribute Band's going to be here blowing the doors off this place. I've been told you close your eyes and you think Prince and the Revolution is there in front of you playing. And as a guy from Minneapolis who grew up knowing Prince, loving Prince, especially because he's from your hometown, It'll be cool to see a Prince tribute band rocking and rolling Lazy Gators here tonight starting at 9 o'clock. Tickets online, or you can buy them right here at the gate when you show up and have a great time here with all of us at Shady and Lazy Gators. Here as we wrap up the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. There's our leader, the F96, the Doug Wright Power Sports, driven by Logan Adan, throttled by Ricky Maldonado, both from Palmetto, Florida. Running twin Mort 450 Mercury R's on that 38-foot Doug Wright catamaran. All they got to do is not make any mistakes, and they should be able to secure a championship here in the factory stock class. The boat sitting in third, the F32 GC Racing of Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. Hanging out in third, trying to track down the 7 of Taylor Schism. As our leader now comes out of turn number 6. Pushing hard, keeping the throttle down. Not wanting to get let up for a second. Because these things got so much power, you lay off for just a moment. You go from having a big lead to having somebody all in your rooster tail and trying to track you down and get by you here on the rough and tumble waters of Lake of the Ozarks. As our leader, the F96 now comes across the start-finish line one more time. Down into turn number 1. As they work it off turn number 1. Now apexing through the far end of the course, right in front of Camden on the Lake. Can the F96 hang on and be your victor here in this final race of the day here at LOTO Powerfest 2023? Pushing hard off of turn number 3, laying the nose of that 38-foot MTI Cat back down and pushing hard. Amazing. I wonder if the 38-footer being a little shorter is more beneficial in the factory stock class than the 39 and the 40-footer, the two 39-footers that are being run by the 7 of Taylor Schism and the 32 of Willie Cabiza. As our leader presses hard down the front stretch, now making his way to the Bagnell Dam end of the course, down at about mile marker 5. Now he comes through into turn number 4. Makes it through turn 4. Now comes off turn number 5. Trying to wrap up that corner down there, comes off of 5. Now set it up for turn number 6. Comes off of turn 6. Trips those motors out, lays the hammer down. 110, 115, 125 miles an hour. Here on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, pushing hard down the front stretch, trying to wrap up a victory here for the team out of Palmetto, Florida. As he comes across the start-finish line one more time. We're getting very close to the end of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. The F96 now makes it out of turn number 3. Nice turn there coming out of turn number 3. Look at him ride right overhead. What a great drone shot by our racing partner, media partners, Live Race Media out of Madison, Wisconsin. Excuse me, out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Great folks at Live Race Media. They give you all the phenomenal shots all day long in every race, all season on the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship. Here he comes now down the front stretch, coming right at our drone. Pushing hard. Is the F96 of Logan Adan and Ricky Maldonado. Here they come in through turn number 4. Pushing off of turn number 4 now, cranking those 450Rs through turn 5. Now looking to come off of turn number 5 and sweep it back down the front stretch as they look to push one more time on this 4.5 mile course. There's the 7. There's the 7 of Taylor Schism. As our leader, the F96, walks across the start-finish line and ticks off another lap here in this final race of the LOTO Powerfest. Goes down into turn number 1. No, off turn number. No, that looks like that's going to be it. A wire-to-wire victory for the F96. With Logan Adan and Ricky Maldonado finishing in second. The F7 of Taylor Schism and Johnny Tomlinson. And rounding out the factory stock class, the F32 GC Racing of Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. Well, that wraps it up. I apologize, I'm new to offshore racing, so don't crucify me, please. But I thought it looked like the F96 had backed off, and I thought this race was over, but it looks like we might have a couple more laps left. I mean, these things are running like 40 miles around this here on the Lake of the Ozarks with the amount of laps that they put in on this 4.5 mile, 6-pin course as they run down the north end. Just crossing through the wake there, that's the F96 of Doug Wright Power Sports sponsored entry. And then there's the 7 of Taylor Schism. Here she comes in that MTI TS Motorsports machine. And then it's the F32 of Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. There's the 7 of Taylor Schism. Pushing those 450Rs to the limit. Trying to get everything she can out of that MTI 39-foot catamaran. There's the F32 GC Racing machine coming off of turn number 6. As he comes down the front straightaway, the 7 of Taylor Schism out in front of the F32, trying to hang on to second place, but it is all F96 and the Doug Wright Powerboat Sports machine. This thing is dialed in and absolutely cruising. Got quite a lead over the rest of the field here. Probably a good 3/4 of a mile to a mile lead over the second place boat does the F96 of Doug Wright Power Sports sponsored machine. As they come running down the front stretch. As we can hear here down there at the far north end of the course near the Bagnell Dam. We got our drones sitting there waiting for the F96 to come up on them. Here they come through that chicane on the backstretch. Now looking to eye it up into turn number 4. Comes off of turn number 4. Now apexes it through turn 5, kind of doing a big arcing circle. Big arc on the top end of the course there, trying to keep the RPMs up. No need to go pin to pin. They're so far out in front. They can keep her out in lane 2, lane 3, and continue to push. Down the front stretch as they come off of turn number 6. There's the 7 of Schism now making her way through turns 4, 5, and 6. in all of our classes this weekend, we only had a couple of women out there running. The 7 of Taylor Schism and the 09 of Whitney Terry Fletcher in the Formula One class. Taylor out here in the factory stock. Love to see it. Would love to see more women get involved in powerboat racing, as with power steering and things like that. It's a very easy and doable thing. You just got to have a little bit of crazy in you. Well, he's crazy good this weekend because your winner in factory stock, the number F96 of Logan Adan and Ricky Maldonado in their 38-foot Doug Wright catamaran. In second, in their 39-foot MTI 390XR, the MTI TS Motorsports at Taylor Schism and Johnny Tomlinson. And rounding out the factory stock class here is GC Racing of Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. That's going to wrap things up here for the final race of the 2023 LOTO Powerfest. It's been an absolute pleasure to give you guys all the racing action all day long, keeping you informed of what's going on in the water. But don't go anywhere. If those of you here at Lazy Gators, make sure you make your way over to the band grandstands. We're going to give out some well-deserved hardware in the Formula One and the Texas Tri-Hull class. So we'll be right back with the final awards presentation for the Formula Ones and the Texas Tri-Hulls right here from Lazy Gators at Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOTO Powerfest 2023.
Dedication. The early mornings and the late nights spent pursuing your dream. The commitment and passion to turn those dreams into reality. That spirit of dedication is why Central Bank is always there, working behind the scenes, helping you navigate those twists and turns in your journey with solutions that are tailored to meet your business needs. Central Bank. We do business better.
Property damages, lost lives, horrible losses caused by floods can be minimized or prevented. DRIPS LLC believes the best way to prevent human suffering is through a fast and simple, stress-free barrier system. One 5-connected bag system replaces 750 regular sandbags and can be set up and filled in place by 2 men in less than 10 minutes. That's 200 times faster deploy than regular sandbags. Not only are our Big Bags USA barrier systems easy to lengthen and stack, but they conform to all types of terrain. Now is the time to implement a cost-saving, efficient deployment barrier plan and method. It's never too early to be prepared. Request a free quote today by calling 800-337-0537.
All right, again, race fans, don't forget we've got awards presentation for Formula One and Texas Tri-Hull right up here at Lazy Gators, right in front of the band stage. Don't forget, again, 9 o'clock, the Ultimate Prince Tribute Band right here at Shady Gators. Buy tickets online or get them at the door. The best Prince Tribute Band you're ever going to see in the country. These guys are from New York. You close your eyes, it's like Prince and the Revolution are right there. So make sure you get your butt down here to Shady Gators and Lazy Gators starting at 9 o'clock tonight. But if you're already here, make sure you make your way to the grandstands for the presentation of the championship trophies for both Formula One and Texas Tri-Hull. go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you guys come on down and join me in front of the bandstand here at Lazy Gators. We're going to give away some hard-fought, hard-earned hardware here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest.
What just happened?
Oh, there we go. We're back now. All right. We ready to rock and roll? Oh, that's what it is. I get too close to the band's equipment, it starts going off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a great day it was a racing in Formula One and Texas Tri-Hall, especially in Formula One. We saw deck-to-deck racing action, and we saw some unbelievable driving from our drivers that have ascended here on the Lake of the Ozarks for the 2023 LOTO Powerfest from all over North America. But we're going to start things off with the class we call bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. I'm just going to roll with it. All right. I got to stay far away from the stage. It is what it is. But we're going to start off with Texas Tri-Hall. This name has become synonymous with boat racing, especially in the OPC division of the American Powerboat Association. There's 4 of them total out of 6 podium spots here at the LOTO Powerfest. Finishing in 3rd place in the Texas Tri-Hall division, out of Spring, Texas, running for McLean Trailers, number 52, Tanner Rinker. That's okay. We'll come right here. No worries about it. Hey, Tanner, it's got to feel good, man. You were struggling a little bit out there early on. The 13 of Grant Schubert got a little wild there at the end, and you just stayed in it and kept pushing, and you found yourself on the podium. It's got to feel good to be back on the podium here, especially at Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh, it feels phenomenal to be on the podium. I've had a long string of bad luck, so I'm really excited to be up here.
Yeah, now we just got to make sure the next race, that 52 machine's on the other side of the 37, right?
Absolutely. I'm coming for you.
Right on. A little brotherly war. Hey, congratulations, man. You fought hard. You finally got the monkey off your back. You collected some valuable points, and you're bringing some hardware back home to Texas.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher in Texas Tri-Hall, number 52, Tanner Rinker. Well, I told you there was 4 rinkers in 2 classes, and here comes another one. He ran hard with the 13 of Grant Schubert in that final. They were bumping. They were slamming into each other. They were pushing hard, and he kept the hammer down, and he kept into it, and he's bringing a 2nd place trophy back home to Houston. Running for Roswell Marine Audio, number 37, Mason Rinker. All right, well, Mason, boy, that was a battle out there between you and the 13 of Grant Schubert, wasn't it?
Oh, that was something. He was driving his ass off out there, and it took me a while to get past him, but we got some damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he pushed you about lane 9 out there on the south end of the course here down in turn number 1, but you seemed to be determined to get by him come hell or high water. You were going to figure a way to get around him. You did, and so did your brother, but you get 1 spot up higher on the podium than him here with a 2nd place. Got to feel good to bring some hardware and some very valuable points to that Roswell Marine Audio machine here on the F1 PC Texas Tri-Hall season point standings.
Oh, yeah. Feels good. Glad to be here. Feels good. That's all I can say.
Hey, you know what? You don't got to say more than that. Get up there and enjoy it. Ladies and gentlemen, taking 2nd place in Texas Tri-Hall, number 37, Mason Rinker. Well, this next driver, we've been doing this a lot here the last couple of seasons. He's your defending series champion. He won round 2 in Port Neches a month ago. He almost made it a clean sweep on the weekend here if it weren't for 15 1/1000ths of a second. He's now got a big lead on the class after 3 rounds. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 LOTO Powerfest Texas Tri-Hall champion, number 17, the Dude, Neil Marsh. Turn around. Right there. Face your adoring fans. Hey, man, we talk a lot, so I'm going to keep this brief so you can get back to enjoying with your family and celebrating tonight.
Talk a lot. I am going to talk.
Fair enough, man. Hey, you ran it wire to wire. You almost made it a clean sweep for the second weekend in a row. Got to feel good to call yourself the 2023 LOTO Powerfest Texas Tri-Hall champion.
This place is amazing, man. I mean, look at it. It's awesome, dude. It was phenomenal. Hold on.
Hey, it's all good, man. Enjoy it. You know what? Hey, here's what we're going to do, buddy. You just get up there and enjoy that. Enjoy this victory. Get back home. Get that boat tuned up. Get it ready to dominate, continue to dominate, and who knows, maybe at the end of the season, you're going to call yourself back-to-back Texas Tri-Hall champions. But for right now, enjoy this win here at the LOTO Powerfest.
Yeah, we're not worried about the back-to-back stuff. That belt is pretty safe in Michigan right now. We all know that. We came down. We got 2 in a row. We won the championship. We won the Nationals. I think they know we're here, dude. We're running this stuff. This Texas Tri-Hall, they might call it the Michigan Tri-Hall series here soon.
Hey, you know what they say? Straight out of Hemlock. Your champion here at LOTO Powerfest in Texas Tri-Hall, number 17, the Dude, Neil Marsh. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. What a fan favorite Texas Tri-Hall is. They're a bunch of characters. They have a great time on and off the race course, and it's always great to see these guys bring home some well-deserved hardware. They got the champagne. They're enjoying it, and they're going to have a great night here at Lake of the Ozarks because we've got the Ultimate Prince experience starting at 9 o'clock right here at Lazy Gators. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your Texas Tri-Halls. All right, now on to the bad boys in Formula One. This guy is one of the most consummate professionals I've ever had the opportunity and pleasure to announce in my career. He hails out of Tampa, Florida. He collected some valuable points for Phase 3 performance, moving himself up into 2nd position in the series standings, taking 3rd here at the LOTO Powerfest. Number 10, Mr. Terry Rinker. All right, Terry. Well, we've done this a ton. Normally, I'm talking about you as the last person, but hey, you know, I talked to your team owner, Jim Slack. He said, listen, we want to win races, but it's all about the season championship, and you collected a ton of points. You moved yourself up into 2nd. It was rough out there. Got to feel good to be back on the podium and be in the hunt come after the summer break for the rest of the series championship.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I can't thank the Phase 3 team enough and all my crew, Jamie Sullivan, Frank Force, and Jim Slack himself for putting me in such a great ride and give us this opportunity to come back and win this championship again. And we got a chance at it. You know, it's 3 more races at least. So I think we can put it on them. We're just going to keep creeping up, staying on the podium, and we'll get our chance at the top.
There you go, man. Well, hey, congratulations. Got some nice points, got some hardware going back to Florida with you, and we'll see you at the next race after the summer break.
Yes, sir. We'll be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher in Formula One, number 10, Terry Rinker. Now, I told you there was 4 Rinkers out of 6 podium positions. Well, we've already introduced 3, and here's the 4th one. He fought hard. He maybe didn't end up where he wanted in this race, but he is your new season points leader, taking 2nd here at the LOTO Powerfest out of Spring, Texas, running for Sylvan Pontoons, number 52, Chris, the Real Deal Rinker. Face that way. All right, Chris. Well, I can imagine starting on the pole, you'd love to have seen that top spot on the podium, but boy, it was a battle out there. There's a ton of phenomenal drivers. But at the end of the day, you are the new season points leader going into the summer break. You got a chance to keep yourself up top there and do what you set out to do when we talked before the season, which was bring home a season championship. Got to feel good to bring more hardware back home. Not only that, you and both your sons get to bring home some hardware. That's got to feel pretty darn cool.
Yeah, that honestly is the most exciting part for me. I mean, down there in the pits after getting second in that final, I watched the boys race, and I mean, I couldn't be more excited about it. I was yelling and screaming and watching them make good turns, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what we taught them, and they actually have followed, and they're doing incredibly well. So I get more excited about that than F1.
Well, you know, as any parent should, right? You always want to see your kids outdo you. They're cheering for you. You're cheering for them. You guys all get to bring some hardware home. Congratulations, sir. You're tops of the point standings through 2 rounds. Let's see if you can keep yourself there after round 3. But for now, enjoy the fact that you're the second place finisher here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest.
Thanks, Thomas. I just want to say I have an amazing family and a great team. Neil Barclay, James Chambers, my dad. I just want to thank them and all our sponsors. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher in Formula One, number 52, Chris, the Real Deal Rinker. All right, and this young man, I could say a long time coming, and that's an understatement. He has to hop the border and come down from Canada. He's got ice on the lakes till about probably mid-May, so he doesn't really get a whole lot of preseason testing, but they did a ton between round 1 and round 2, and it paid off. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 LOTO Powerfest champion in Formula One, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. All right, man. Hey, we'll keep this quick because I know you Canadian boys are going to party hard tonight because this has been a long time coming. How does it feel to bring home that first place hardware trophy from LOTO Powerfest here back to Canada?
Unbelievable. This whole spot is unbelievable. When we showed up here Friday, we had a whole lot of fun throughout that afternoon, just enjoying the place. And what an event they put on around here. Just so happy to get the win.
Yeah, you got the win, and now you got yourself back in the conversation for the season points chase. I know you had a bit of a disappointment in Port Neches, but it's got to feel really good to rebound the way you have here with the top spot on the podium.
Yeah, we were pretty tough about that whole Texas deal. You know, we went home and we did a lot of testing and a lot of changes and put our heads to it and wanted to come back here and show this kind of deal, right? So we're just happy, really happy with the people I got around me and all this to make it happen. Crystal Clear, JMD, Days In putting us out this weekend. It's just a really, really good finish.
Right on, man. Well, hey, we're going to keep this brief. You go up there, enjoy yourself, and enjoy the weekend. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Formula One, number 94, Rusty Wyatt. Ladies and gentlemen, the Formula One class, Dowsome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody here at Lazy Gators and Shady Gators and wherever you're watching from all across the world, on behalf of everybody on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, all the amazing volunteers here at the 2023 LOTO Powerfest, I want to say on behalf of me and everybody here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, thank you, get home safe, God bless, good night, and we'll see you in Colorado.